the world's most popular programming language, which is the programming language of the web. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. In this series, we're going to talk about JavaScript and learn all sides of JavaScript that we need to learn and implement in our projects. For writing JavaScript, we need to do this in our web page and web engine. So I'm going to have one folder here called JS tutorial, and let's open our code editor and add that folder to our workspace. Here first we need to have our index.html in this folder. And let's give this our base HTML template and test right here. And now let's open this with our live server. You can see now we have our page opened here. So where we should write our JavaScript? In HTML we have tag called script. And inside of this we can write our JavaScript code. For example, let's say we have alert right here, which says test right there. And now if I refresh the page, you see that worked. And pay attention that we can have this script tag all over our file. It doesn't matter where it is. For example, we can have this inside our head. It works. We can have this in our body. Again, it works. And let's say if we have multiple nested divs inside of each other, again, if we put these ones here, you can see if I refresh the page, again, it's going to work. And we can have any number of scripts that we want inside of our file. For example, let's say we want to have some scripts right here. Okay, we can have this. Again, we can have some others here. It doesn't matter. We can have any number of script tag that we want and write JavaScript anywhere that we want. And one other way of writing JavaScript is to write it in external JS file, which I'm going to show to you. So for doing that, here we need to have another file. For example, mine is index.js. And here we can write our JavaScript code that we want. Let's say here we want the same alert going on, which here it is from external JS file. And inside of our index.html, we need to implement that and bring that JavaScript file inside of our HTML as we do it CSS. So we can do this by the same script tag, but little different syntax. For example, here after body, I'm going to have my script tag, and here I need to have attribute called src. And here I can give the path of my file. Now you'll see it works as it is in the HTML file. And again, we can move this anywhere that we want. It doesn't matter, and it works again. And the benefits of having a script file and JavaScript codes in the external file is that we can maintain our HTML and JavaScript codes more better and easier. And of course, we can have multiple JavaScript files. For example, let's say we have another file 2.js. Again, we can have some codes running right here. Let's delete this one. And we can have that again inside our HTML. And let's say this is in our JS folder. So if I move this to here, you can see now if I add my script right here and give this a source of JS/file2, I can write any code that I want here in our file, and that's gonna run. Let's remove this folder right here, and it's implementation. But the efficient way of import our JavaScript to our index.html is to import that after our body tag. And that's because if we have large JavaScript file here and we implement that, let's say here above of our body tag in the head tag, browser is going to run this HTML file line by line. And when it comes to this script tag, it's going to import all of the JavaScript that we have in the other file and then start rendering our body, which here we need this closing tag right here. So it takes some time to our website to be shown. But if we have this right here, it's going to load all of the HTML elements that we have inside our body and then import all of the JavaScript files that we want. And one other reason that it's good to have this right here, we have some functions which we're going to learn later that refers to some of the elements. For example, here, let's say if we have some div with the ID of test, and here we use our document.getElementById, which we're going to learn all of these step by step. And here, if I write test and set the style and then background to be red, for example, here, let's say we have some words, you see now it's red. But if I have this script tag above my text, this is not going to be applied, because when we come to this script tag, it's going to come here and search for the element with the ID of test and make this red. But here we don't have that div. So when it's right here, it's going to find this one and change the background. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript outputs, statements, white space, and comments. So we have 4 types of outputs that we can use in JavaScript. Here I have my HTML file, and here I'm gonna use my script and write my JavaScript codes right here. And let's collapse our head tag right here, and here we can use our JavaScript. So the first thing that we can use is our inner HTML. And for that, we need to have some elements inside our body. For example, let's say here we have div1 ID for our div right here. And here in JavaScript, we can use this function that we used in the previous video to select our element. Here we use our document, and dot in programming language means we want something inside of document. So here we are going to use getElementById, which means what we pass here inside of ID, which in this case is div1, search document for the element with the ID of div1, which is this div right here. And here we can use dot inner HTML, and here we can define whatever that we want, and that's the same thing that we can use right here. For example, here we write test word right here. You can see if I refresh, we have this test right there. But instead of here, we can pass that test right here, and you can see again we have this test right here too, and we can give this any value that we want. And of course, numbers, we can have anything we want to output. So this is our output 1. Then we have another method, which is document.write, which is going to add something that we pass here to our file. For example, let's say here we want to have output 2. Now you'll see we have this in the last of our document. So we have anything that we want right here. For example, lorem 50. You'll see we have all of these, and after all of this, we're going to have this output 2 right here. Another thing that we can have is our alert method. That here we can have our output actually 3, And if I refresh the page, you see this is this type of output that we can get. But the most common way and best way to do this is our console.log output. And here we can have our output for right here. And for seeing this inside of our web page, you need to right click on your web page, and here in inspect, if you come to this console part, you can see this output for printing right here. And if I refresh the page, you can see again we have this output for right here. Of course, we can have anything that we want right there. And if I remove this one and refresh the page, you can see that we have this output in our console. Computer programs are a list of instructions to be executed in a computer and do something. And in programming language, these programming instructions, which in this case, each line is one instruction, is called statement. So our JavaScript program is a list of program statements that they're going to run one by one. And those are the same as our JavaScript code. So whenever you hear the word of statement, it's the same as one command or one instruction inside of our JavaScript code. But you might say that each line is one statement in our JavaScript. No, it's not right. Because you see now, if I have both of this in one line, it's not gonna work and we don't have anything right here because our JavaScript code here has some error. But if I use my semicolon, you can see that we can have two statements only in one line. And of course, we can have this for all of our code. For example, if I have another semicolon here, you can see now we have 5 statements only in 2 lines. And we can have all of our outputs right here. And it doesn't matter how wide space that you want to give to these code, it's going to run as it runs previously and give us all of the values. And another thing that you need to know here is your comments. What comments are is basically when we comment out some parts of our programming language or our code, it means that we don't want these lines to be executed. And it's the same as these lines are not exist. For commenting multiple lines in JavaScript, we use slash and star for the start and star and after that slash for ending our comment. Now you'll see these 3 lines are not going to be executed in our web page. And for single line commenting, you can use double slash before any line that you want. And here you can see now we don't have our alert anymore. Or let's say we want to remove and comment out our output method of 1. You can see that's not gonna be executed anymore. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript syntax, variables, differences between let, const, and var keyword. So here I have empty HTML file, and here I have one JavaScript file. First, let's define my file right here, which is index.js. And now we can code here, and my HTML file is open with live server, which you can see right here. Okay, let's dive into JavaScript. First thing that we want to talk about is syntax. What syntax is, basically, it's the way that we should write our code inside of our file. We can use, for example, our console log right here in our JavaScript. And here we can print anything that we want. And if I open my console right here, you can see it is printing. And these are called fixed values, which we define what we want right here. And if we have, for example, 3 of these and we want to change all of these, we should change all of these manually just like this, which is not good in large programs, and we cannot maintain our program code and project. So one way of we can do this is by using our variable. And variables are basically some space which holds our value for us. For example, let's say we want the name of our variable to be var1. And here we can define what we want. For example, let's say we want this to be 15. And here, if I use var1 instead of these numbers, you can see we have 15 3 times right here. And if I change this, for example, to 14, all of them are going to be changed dynamically. And these are called dynamic or variable values. We can give bunch type of values to our variable. This is our number one that we put with no other symbols before or after it. But if we want to give this some word or text, which in JavaScript and programming language, these types called strings, which they are bunch of characters beside each other that they creating some words or sentences. For example, here we have another text too. You can see that now we don't have anything right here. And if you read this error, you can see we have our syntax error. In JavaScript, we can use both quotation mark and double quotation mark to set our string. Now you can see we have our values right here. And of course, we can have this with double quotations. Again, you can see that we have this, and these are dynamic, which means we can change only this one and all of the others should be changed. And for example, let's say in numbers, we can have some math going on right here. For example, 5 minus 2 is equal to 3. That it's going to save in this variable, and here we're going to show that to our clients. And again, here we can have other things going on. For example, if I add 65 to this one, you can see this is how it's going to be shown. But basically, for defining variables, first we need to write our variable name right here. Then we use our assign by just this equal, and here we can give any value that we want our var name and our variable to contain that. For example, let's say here we have 25 right here. But we can override these variables too. For example, here, if I select our var1 again and assign number of 98 here, you can see it's going to be changed. But we have some keywords that we can use before of our variable name that controls how we use our variables, which they are 3 keywords of const, let, and var. What these are, const is basically if we use const right here, you can see we can't assign again a variable which has defined by const. So we can't override this variable. And if I comment this out, you can see again we have this value. And pay attention, here we use value and then add something to it. We can do this, but we can change the inside of variable name again after first assignment. And then we have our let and our var keywords. Let is the same as simple one, but it controls how our variable should be accessed. And here we can see we can again change the value of our variable here. But in some cases that we're going to learn through this course, if we have, for example, some blocks of code, for example, some if statements right here, again, let's say some for loop right here, and here we define something with let, we can't access that outside of our block of code, which means right here. And you might hear this as scope. This is one scope, and this is the scope larger after this scope and part of code. But if we want to define some variables here and use all along our code, we will need to use our var keyword. And by this, we can use our variable all along our code. And again, if we use something with var, we can override that value again. In this part, we're going to talk about data types in JavaScript. In general and total, we have 8 data types in JavaScript, which they are string, number, big int, boolean, undefined, null, symbol, and object. And object itself is containing 3 other data types, which is objects themselves, arrays, and date. First thing that we're going to talk about is, of course, our string. String means words or sentences that we want them to be together, that they are a bunch of characters beside each other. For example, here let's say we have some text. To set this to a string, we're going to wrap all of our words and our sentence in single or double quotation mark. And we can define this to our variables, give this to our function, and do other things that we want to do with our string. And there is no difference between double quotation or single quotation. And here let's add this text too, so you can see both of these are the same. And we have strings itself, methods and functions that we can use them, which we're going to learn through this course. After this, we have type of number, which number values between 1 and 15 digits contained in this category. And if we want more than 15 digits, we're going to have it in our big int category, which digits are more than 15. And of course, you can have any decimal things that you want, and you can have them right here. But for this, you can have only the numbers above 15 digits, and of course their decimals too. And for defining these type of big numbers, we need to use function called big int, and inside of this we give the string of numbers that we want to have in our program. Then we have our boolean value, which this is going to be true or false. We have true and we have false. And another way of showing this is by 1 and 0, which 1 means true and 0 means false. And we're going to use this in our statements later in the course. And of course, we have functions for numbers too that we're going to learn. Then we have type of undefined, which these are simply something like, let's for example create some variable and give this name of y, for example. Here we define this, but we have not defined what type of variable this is, what data type it's going to be take, and other things. So this is going to be undefined value. Then we have type of null, which means empty. So when we have something that not containing anything, it's going to be null. Then we have our symbol, which is object in our JavaScript that we can define, and that's guaranteed to be unique in our code. And we can use, for example, some keys for our values in our design and dictionary that we're going to work on them too. And to define this type, we simply type our symbol right here. Then inside of this, we give the string format of whatever that we want. So we give our word right here, and this is going to create our symbol. And for saving that, of course, we can, for example, save that in some variables. And then we have our objects. What objects are is basically they are blueprint of bunch of these data types together. For example, let's say we have some car. So car should have some name, which is going to be string. Then it's going to have its horsepower, which is going to be in number. And after that, let's say we want to have its color, which again is string. And then maybe it is for selling or not. So it's going to be boolean here. So we save all of these in our object. And that is going to create us a new data type of car. And we can use that as we want in our code, which we're going to focus on objects in JavaScript deeply later in the course. After this, we have our arrays. arrays are bunch of our data types together. So let's say we want to define some array right here. First, we're going to define our variable. Let's name this ARR. And here, if we want to use our array, we need to use this in this format. And inside of this, we are going to give the values that we want. For example, let's say we want some string right here. After this, we want to have another word and maybe some other sentences right here. And we can have line breaks, it doesn't matter in JavaScript. And let's say after this, we want to have some other words. And of course, we can have any value that we want. For example, let's say we want these to be numbers. Of course, we can have that. Actually, this should be not here and here. It's going to be array of numbers. That again, we're going to talk more about arrays through the course. And the last thing that we're going to talk about is our date data type, which this is an object which we can use to control the date all along our applications. And it let us to use the dates and time very easily in our application, which again, we're going to have its separate part in the course. In this part, we're going to talk about operators and arithmetic in JavaScript. So here I have my index.html, which has linked to this index.js. And these are opened by browser right here, which here I have my console. First thing that we're going to talk is our assignment operator. So we already learned that we can define some variables by our equal assign mark. So here let's say here we have A with the value of 16 and then B with the value of maybe 8. Now we assign these numbers and these values to these variables. Another thing that we can do with this is we can add these values and other things together. So first let's console log our variables to see them. Here we have A and then B. And here if I refresh my page, you can see that we have 16 and 8 right here. And let's open this console in separate window and put this right here. Now let's say we want to add A and B together. So we can use our plus sign right here. And now if I use B right here, you can see if I refresh the page, we get the total value. And let's say here we have another value of 2 right here. So if I change this to the C and refresh the page, you can see we got that right here. Then after this, of course, in some cases, we want subtraction. And if we want to have that, we simply use this mark right here. And if I refresh the page, you can see we got that right here too. And if we subtract one value, for example, let's say B right here, and subtract 16 from that, you can see that here we can have negative values. After this, we're going to have our multiplication, which here you can see if I have, for example, B right here, and I want to multiply it with C, I can use this star right here, and here I should get the result as you see. And of course, we can have anything that we want. Let's say we want A and make this C actually. And if I refresh the page, you can see that we can have this one. And then we have our exponentiation, which here we can have double star right here. And if we want to make, for example, 8 to the power of 2, here we can use B, for example, right here. And then here we need to have double star right here, and then what power that we want. And here you can see if I refresh the page, we're going to have that value. And of course, we can have all of other values going on. And then after this, we're going to have our division, which is the simple slash right here. And let's say we want to divide 16 with our C, which is 2 right here, which here we should have the value of 8. But let's say here, instead of C, we have our second variable, which is our B right here. And if I refresh the page, you can see that we got 2 right here. But let's say here, we want to have this 19 and not the 8. And if I refresh here, you can see we're going to have these things, which is the exact division. These is going to be together and create our mod and reminder. So to get that, here we're going to use this percent symbol. And if I refresh the page, you can see that we have this 3 right here, which means here 16 is which we got. And after this, if we add those decimals together, we're going to have our 3, which is going to be equal to 19 again. After this, we're going to have another 2 operators, which are increment and decrement. So here, let's say we're going to target our third variable. And if I refresh the page, you can see that we got this 2 right here. If I want to increment this only by 1, I can use double plus sign here and refresh the page. You can see that we got this 3 right here. And of course, we can have the opposite of that, which is our decrement. And if I refresh this again, you can see that we have this 1. And of course, we can have this multiple times in our code. And if I refresh, you can see this is going to be 3 here, 4 here, and 5 here. And here we're going to print that. And of course, we can have another printing somewhere like this. So when we refresh, you can see here it's 3, here it's going to be 4, 5, and then printing. Now let's delete these one. And let's say here we want to have our A to be maybe 3, and we want to assign our C variable based on A and B. So let's say here we want to have A plus B. And here we can have another values that we want. So first, let's get this, which is 11. And actually, let's make this 2. So here we get 10. And here, you know that if I do this, I'm going to have one other increment in my C variable. But let's say I want to add the value of 2 again to my C variable. So I'm going to make this assignment right here and say I want the C that I have right here, which is 10, and add that to our A. So here what we're going to get is 12. And of course, after this, we're going to have some subtraction going on here. And if I refresh, you can see that we got that here. And other values right here, like multiplication that you can see here, or our division, which is going to give us the value of 5, our mod, or all of other things going on. And of course, we're going to have power here too. But instead of these syntax, we can use other syntax, which is more easier. And here in the first, we give the variable that we want to work with that. And after that, in the operator part, we use plus and assignment and then our next value. And what is this is basically as same as this one. So if I comment this out first, give us the print, you see now here we got 12. And if I make this one work and refresh the page, again, we're going to have this 12 right here. So this is how all of these going to be. Here we can use C plus and then assignment value to the A, and we can have the same thing for the subtraction, our multiplication, which is going to be a star right here and here too. Then we're going to have our power, which is going to be double star right here. And then our division, which is going to be this slash right here and here. After this, we're going to have our mod and remain going on. And these are something like shorthand of doing these ones. And then after all of these, we're going to have our comparison operators. Let's say here we have value of A to be, let's say, 5 and B to be 2. And here we want to make the C our Boolean value. And here we can have our assignment right here. And after this, we're going to define our comparison right here and return the value to save in our C variable. So let's say here we want the statement of if A is larger than B. So as you see here, A is 5 and B is 2. So this gives us the value of true. And here if I console log and print my C variable, you can see here if I refresh the page, we got the true value. And of course, if we have the opposite of 1, we should get the false. Another thing that we can have, let's say we have variable D right here, which is 5 again. Here we can use our A, and if we use two equal signs beside each other, it's going to be compare A with the D right here. If A equals to D, it's going to put true in the C, and if it's not, it's going to put false, which this is true right here. So here we get true. And if I have this to be, let's say 6, and refresh the page, you can see that here we got false. And other value that we can have here is not true variable. So if we want to make this the opposite way, we can use this mark right here, and then after that this assignment mark. And here this exclamation mark is going to make this if A is not equal to D, it's going to give us the value of true, and if A equals to the D, it's going to give us the value of false. So here this is not equal. So we should get the true value right here. But if those are both the same and equal, because we're checking not equal right here, so we're going to have false right there. And another thing that we can have here is our greater than or equal sign, which is going to be if A is greater than D or A equal to D, we're going to get the value of true. Otherwise, which are D is greater, let's say here we have 8, it's going to give us false. And of course, if it's going to be 2, again, we're going to have this true going on. And we have this less than or equal to. So here it's going to give us the value of false right here. But if D is going to be 5, it's going to give us the value of true. And if it's going to be, let's say 89, it's going to be true again. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript functions. So let's say here we have variable of A to be 5 and then variable of B to be, let's say 3. Here, let's say we want to add these numbers together. So the normal way is we can create some variable and give the total value to this one. And this should save the total for us. But in some cases, for example, this is going to be again divided by B, added by A again, then multiplied by B again, and go to power of A. This is not some simple thing that we can have. So instead of these bunch of work, we're going to create some function so it can create something for us. Functions are basically if we have bunch of code which is working, we want to use them again and again. Instead of using those codes rapidly, we're going to create some function and we're going to call the function. So here I'm going to create some function. And for creating function, here we need to put our function keyword, then name for our function, which here is going to be add right here. And then inside these parentheses, we're going to have our parameters and then our function code, which is going to be inside this block. Let's say here, first of all, we have the function of height. And here we're going to have one line of code, which is console.log, because we want to printing this. And here we're going to simply have our hello world right here. And now if I call my function which is going to be our function's name, followed by opening parentheses and closing one. And if we don't have any parameters right here, this should do the work. And if I refresh the page, you can see now we have this hello world going on. And we can have a bunch of other things. So let's say we want to have another numbers right here and some maybe Boolean values. Again, if I refresh, you can see that if I have this going on, I'm going to have all of these printing. And if I have this 2 times, pay attention that both of my calls is going to be work. Here in the first one, it's going to come here, print our hello world, which is this one, then our number, which is this one, and our Boolean value, which is true. Then it's going to come and call our function second time, and this one is going to be this one, which is again executing these commands. And you can do any code that you want in this way. But in some cases, you want to pass some things to your function right here, and you want that one to be in the code. For example, here we have variable of p right here, and we have the same thing going on here. And here, if I give the value of a, it's going to put the p as my a right here, which is 5. And here it's going to be printing my 5. And here, if I refresh the page, you can see here we have this one. And of course, we can have 2 values. So let's say this is P1, and after this, we're going to have our P2 right here. Let's actually delete this hello world right here. Then this should be 2, not 20. And here let's compare A with the B, which let's say if A equals to the B, which you know that here because we have P1 and P2, we should use these values. So this is going to be P1. This is going to be P2, and here, let's say we want to print P1 in the first place, and then P2 in the second line. So here, we need to give 2 values to our function. Here, first one is our A, and then our B. Now, if I refresh the page, you can see our first variable is 5, then this is 3, and we get the false value. And pay attention that here we can give the function our statics value. For example, let's say I want to give 5 right here. If I refresh right here, you can see this is 5 because it's going to get from the A, which is 5 again here. But our P2, which is going to get from this, I defined this 5. So here we got that 5 too, and this gives us the true value. And another thing that we can have is to have our function to return something for us. So let's change the name to the add, and here if I write my return, it's going to return something whenever I call my function. For example, here let's say we want to return P1 plus P2. So here if I use my add function right here and give this value of A and B, and refresh the page, you can see nothing happens because this is going to be returned some value, but we don't have usage for that value and we're not saving that anywhere. So here, if we have another value of C and save the response and return of this function to our C and then console log our C, you can see that here we're going to have our return going on, which is 8 and 5 plus 3. And of course, we can have this function calling only in this console log and don't have this variable. So here you can see again, if I refresh the page, we can get this variable. And if I change this to anything, again, we're going to have that dynamic code running. And you know that we can give other values to this. So let's say here we want 15 and 18. Here we want 120. And here if I refresh, you can see here first we're going to have 13, which is 5 plus 8. Then we're going to have 33, which is 18 plus 15, and then 120, which is total of these two numbers. And of course, we can have, for example, sub here as subtraction. And here, if I use this value and change the name of my function right here, you can see if I refresh, we get the results. So 5 minus 8 is going to be -3. 18 with 15. Actually, let's change this one so we get different values here. We got -4, and here we got 80 right here. And you can this to be, let's say, multiplication and use the star right here. You can use the power and make this POW as power, or our mod, or division, or anything that you want. And you can do anything. It's not only with numbers. For example, let's say you want to have your console log here, and you want to print P1 right here. And here you can have, let's actually make this F1 as our function's name. And here in F1, you can give this and pass this some strings. For example, this is test for our function. And here, if you refresh the page, you can see that it's going to print this one to our console. And here again, you can have your integer values going on, and it's going to be work again. And you know that you can have both of them working, each one after the other one. And here, if you refresh, you can see all of them. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript objects. Here I have my simple HTML file, which has linked to this JavaScript file. And if you want to run JavaScript in your VS Code, you can install this extension called Code Runner. And after you install this, you're going to see this play icon right here, that if you have some code right here, for example, let's say here we have console log 2. If you do, you can see it's going to run your code. And after this, we're going to use this to test our code. So you know a bunch of data types that you can use. For example, strings, numbers, Booleans, big int, and other types. One of the types that we're going to use a lot is our objects. For example, let's say you want to save some person into your code. For example, let's say here we have our person 1, and we want to save data about this person 1. So the first thing that we're going to save is person 1's first name. So here, let's say first name is Rose, and then we need to save last name for this person too. So we need to create another variable called person1 lname, and here we need to define the last name. Let's say the last name is Rona. After this, let's say we want to have the age of our person. So we write person1 age, and let's say 25 for the age. And let's say we want to have person1 grade, and that's going to be 16.5. And now let's have another person. Let's say here we have person2. The first name, let's say, is Bob. Person2's last name is going to be Smith, and person2's age is maybe 30, and person2 grade is 19. Okay, now this is one way of saving information about one person. You see that this is going to be some mess around if we have large amount of data and persons to save. And if we want to print this, for example, let's say here we want to console log our person1 age. We need to use the variables that we defined right here one by one to get the value. And here you can see we got this age. And if we want the second one, we use person2's age variable. And here we got that one right here. But if we want to save this in advanced mode and in good mode, we need to use our objects. For using objects, first of all, we need to have some name for our object. For example, in this case, we have our person1 as our first object's name. And here, after our assignment mark, we use brackets to set our object. And here, we are going to define data about this person inside here and give that data some value. For example, here, let's say we want to define first name for our person 1. So here we write f name, and here we use this colon, and then here we give the value, which is row. And after this, we use this comma to separate that and use our last name, which is going to be Rona right here. And we separate this again, give the age for our person, which is 25. And after this, we have to give the grade for our person, which is 16.5. And this is as same as this one. But this is more organized way, and in this way we defined and created data type of person. Now if I clear these one and here want to print one element of my first person, here I just need to write person 1, and if I use dot right here, I can access all of these 4 items from here. For example, let's say I want the f name. And here, if I run, you can see I get this rows. Now, let's say we want L name instead of that. And if I run, you can see we got this going on. And of course, we can use this for the age and after this for the grade. But here we got undefined. And that's because we used uppercase G right here. So here we need to use that uppercase G here too. Now you can see we got the grade 2. And of course, we can turn our second person to object 2. So here we need to set person 2. And here we wrap all of these inside of this first, remove these person 2 right here and use column instead of equal mark, and then we need to divide these by comma. Now we can have person 2's information just how we got with our person 1. And another way of accessing for our fields and property name, which these are our properties and these are our values, is after we write our object, we use our square brackets, and inside of this, we write the name of our property. For example, let's say here we want f name. And here, if I run my code, you can see I got Bob right here. And of course, we can do this with our first object too. And let's get the last name from our first person. You'll see that we can get this. And after this, we can have some function going on inside our object. For example, here, let's say we have property of function, and here we can define our function. So we don't give any name here for our function, and we write just the code. Let's say when we run the function, we want to console log this message of hi, I am Rona and I am 25 years old. And now here, if I use my person 1 and then call the function that we created, as you know, followed by these parentheses, and run my code, you can see that we got that code running. So we can have the same thing for our second person too. So here we have this function again, but here instead of Rona, it's going to say Bob Smith and have 30 years old. So here again we can have person to function. And now if I run my code, you can see here we got 2 prints, which is hi, I'm Rona and have 25 years old, and Bob Smith, which says 30 years old. And we can save any type of things that you saw around yourself inside our object. For example, of cars, laptops, phones, clothes, and all of other things. And it's common that we use const for our objects. And pay attention, we have strings, numbers, and booleans itself value. And we don't want to declare those one as new objects. But any other type we can have its own data type and create object for that. And we can change the value of our person and object. Let's say here we want to change our person2's first name. So here we use fname and we want to set that to temp. And now here, let's comment this out. And if I console log my person2.fname and run my code, you can see we got temp instead of Bob, which has declared right here. In this part, we're going to talk about strings and string methods in JavaScript. First of all, as you know, strings are way that we store text. We can define strings by our single quotations or double quotations. And it doesn't matter if you have anything inside of quotation. What I mean is if you have double quotations just like this, or if you have some single quotations like this, all four of these are going to be string. But why we have two types of defining string? In some cases that we want one of these inside of our sentences. For example, let's say here we have our C variable, and here we have our double quotation and some text inside this. For example, I love Dodge Challenger. This is our sentence, and for example, let's say we want to have these simple quotations inside of our string. We can do this, but if we use double quotations right here, you can see our JavaScript can't recognize this Dodge word and going to see this one as one string and this one as another string. And if we want to have double quotations inside of our string, we need to wrap all of our string into our single quotation. Now we can have this one too. Now let's talk about methods for our strings. Methods are built-in functions that we can use them to do some works with our string. And basically, string methods are tools for our strings. So first of all, let's say we have some text right here and our variable's name is text2. And let's make the inside of that this sentence. And zoom in a little bit. Yes. So now let's have some variable called the result. Now first, let's put our text inside of our result variable. And here, let's console log our result just right here. And now if we run, we get this string which we defined right here. Now, the first method that we're going to talk about is our length method, which is going to give us how long is our string. So here, after our variable's name, we put dot, and after this, we use our length method, just right here. And now, if I run, you can see we got 26 characters. Now, if we come here and count these, you can see, and this is the length that we have. The next thing that we want to have is, let's say we want to get the char in 5th place. So to get that here, instead of length, we use char at method. And here we give the number that we want. For example, let's say we want this e, so we give the 4 right here. And if I run, you can see we got M instead of E. And that's because in programming language and computer, we start counting from 0 and not from the 1. This is the length because the first character is in index of 0. So the first line is our length and our second line is our index. So now if we want to get this E, we need to put 3 right here. Now if we use 3 here and run, you can see that we get this E. Again, let's get another one. Let's say we want this O, it's in 13th place. So here we write 13, and if we run, you can see we got this O. You know that our characters has their own code. So if we want to have the code of our character, we just need to add code between char and add, which means we need to use our char code add method. And now if we run this, you can see that we got the code for letter O. And if we use, for example, 0, again, we can get the code for L. And pay attention that here we work with the characters and not with the letters. And that's why the uppercase L's code is 76. And let's say we want this one's code too, which is in the place of 14. If we type that and run our program, you see we got 108 code for this lowercase l. Another thing that we can have is our add method. And in this method, if we run this, you can see we got the letter. So this is the same as we have char add method. Here we got the letter, and if we use the simple at right here, we got the same thing going on. And one other way of doing this kind of search is to have this square brackets after our variable's name and type the index that we want. For example, let's say we want the index of 2. Here, if we put 2 right here and run our program, you'll see that we got R, which is here our index of 2. After extracting our character from our string, we have methods which by usage of that we can extract part of our string from our large string. So the first method that we're going to work with that is our slice method. And here we give 2 parameters to our slice method, which is the index of which we want to start and the index that we want to end. For example, let's say we want this from 6 until 17. Now here, if I run the program, you can see we got these characters. And if you pay attention, these are just this. We start from the 6, we have this 6, and we go until this number 17. And if I make this 18, for example, and run this program again, you can see that we don't have this 18th one, but I have this in 19. You can see we get that 18th one too. And that is because we start from this 6 and go all through from one number before this one. This is not going to be inside of our slice, but the character before this is going to be inside of our string, which in this case is this part. Another thing that we can have here is our substring method. And if I run this, you can see it's similar to slice. But here, let's say if we use -5 and run this, it's going to start from the 0 and give us the value to the 19. But if we have this in the slice and run our program, you can see here we can't have anything. And if we put this to -2 and run, you can see we got this AM. But if it is question to you, what is this -5 and -2? Because we don't have any minus values. Actually, in strings, we can use minus to count from the end to the start. So if we want to have our minus values, this is how they are. For example, here in the index of 25, we got -1, -2, -3, 4, 5, 6, and it's go all along through -25. And that's the same as our first and 0 index. So in this case, if we have, let's say, -5 and -2, these are as same as index 24 and index 21. So if we put 21 right here and 24 right there and run the program again, you can see that we get this am again. But in our substring, if we give these minus values, it's always going to start from the 0 and not counting on. But of course, we can have any part that we want, and that's going to give us the part that we want. But we can't have negative and minus values in our substring method. Another thing that we can have here is our substr method. And here, the first parameter that we give here is the index that we want to start. For example, here, let's say we want to start from index 6. And the next parameter we're going to give to this is the length that we want after starting. For example, we have started from here. We want maybe 8 for our length and 8 characters. And if I run right here, you can see that we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 characters right here. And if we add 6 and 8, we got 14, which here, if we come here, you can see this is our selection. And as you know, we get this 8 characters beside each other. And if we use this with only one parameter, you can see here, we get the value starting from index of 8 and going all along, which it means here we have our infinite value right here. So if we put 1, it means start from that index and go after that. And if we use negative values here, you can see it's going to come from our negative index and start from here and go along. So let's say if we have 4 right here, it's going to give us minus 1, 2, 3, and 4. And in this case, what we type right here is the same as minus of the negative value, which means here we got minus 4. The length of what we get is going to be 4, because this is going to start counting from end of our string to the start, and then print that from here to the all along of our string. So the length is the same as this number, but in positive num, not negative. After this, we have another function called toUpperCase that you see from the name. If we run this, we get all of our sentence in uppercase. And just like this, we have another function called lowercase, which is going to convert all of the things to the lowercase and give that value to us. Another function that we can have here is our concat. What concat is, let's say here we have variable a with word 1 right here, and then variable b with word 2 inside that. Now here, if we use our first string and then use our concat method right here and give this some value, which here I'm giving this our variable b, and run my program, you can see here we have our variable a right here in the first place, and then it combined that with our second variable, which is this one. Now here you can see our variable b and here our variable 1, and we can give as many things that we want right here. We just need to separate them by comma. So here let's say we want another b right here, so we got 2b after our a. Now, if I run this, you can see we have 2b right here. And you can give this some custom things just for you. Now, let's here write text and run. You can see again, we can have this right here. And of course, you can have some empty spaces right here in your string. So you can see how they is going to be concat and not just leave it together and have this space between them. Now you can see here we got this space right here. But another cool way of concating in JavaScript is to use our first string and add our second one to that. Now, if we run, you can see again we got this result going on. And we can have again some empty spaces between our quotations right here. And this is going to make some space between our words and variables. And of course, you can have multiple things that going on no matter how much they are. And if you run, you can see you got all of the things that you put right here. So you put this one instead of that syntax of concat. Another method that we're going to talk about here is our trim method. And here in our trim method, you can see if I run this, we got the same result as this one. But if we have some white spaces before and after in the beginning or ending of our string and we run, we got the same thing. But here, if we print our text, you can see we got those spaces right here. So what trim does is basically go and grab these white spaces in the start and in the end of our string and throw them away, just like this. But another thing that we can have here is to delete only this part or this part. So for get rid of this white space in the start, we use trim start right here. And if we run, actually this R is extra. Now if we run, you can see here we get rid of the white space in the start, but we have this in the end. And just like this, of course, we can have this in end. And now if I run this, you can see here we don't have anything in the end, but we got these white spaces in the start. Another method that we're going to talk about is our repeat method. So here we use our repeat method right here, and here we give how many times that we want our text to repeat. For example, here let's say 2, and let's actually get rid of these white spaces. And now if I run, you can see here we got one right here, and then another one going on. And we can have this in any value that we want. And we're going to get that right here as you see. After this, we have another method called replace. And here we can give this 2 values, just right here. And it's going to find the first one and replace that with the second one. For example, let's say here we want to select our lorem word in the first and then our simple text as replacement. So this is going to find lorem, which is right here, and replace that with the simple text. And now if I run, you can see we have this simple text instead of lorem in our string. But here let's say we have another lorem word right here in the ending. And now if I run my program again, you can see we have this lorem replaced, but not this one. And for this, we have another method called replace all. And now if I run, you can see we have this simple text replaced 2 times, and it doesn't matter how many times that we have this word in our string, it's going to replace our simple text instead of this word. And after this, we have another function called split. And here we use our split right here and give this only 1 value. That is going to split our string by that character. For example, let's say if we want to get the words, we can split that by our white spaces right here. So if I use the space right here and run, you can see I get one array with the words of lorem ipsum $sit and emmet. And I can have this by anything that I want. For example, let's say put D right here. if I run, you can see here we have this one, which is here until this, and these one, which is after this D. And pay attention, we don't get this thing that we splitting our string with. And of course, we can have something like S right here, which is going to split our string into 3 parts and other things. And we can have this in, for example, word. So it's going to split from right here and give us the values before and after that. In this part, we're going to talk about string search methods in JavaScript. And we have covered string itself and other type of methods in the previous video, which if you haven't seen, you can go and check by the card in the top corner. So here, let's say we have our variable, which is text, and inside of this, we have this string right here. And after this, let's say here we have variable called result, which here we're going to have our text first inside of this, and we need to print that to our console. So we have console log right here and give the result to that. Now, if I run, you can see that we have our text right here. So the first method that we're going to cover is our indexOf method. In this case, just opposite of that add method that we covered in the last video, which we give the index and the program gives us the character. Here we use indexOf method right here. We give the character right here, and after running our program, it's going to give us the index of that character in our text. So let's say here we want to have lowercase l right here. If I write my lowercase l right here and run the program, you can see it gives us the number 14, which means the index of this letter in our string is number 14. But of course, we can search for the words here too. So let's say here we have this word right here and run program. You can see we have this 12 right here, which means this is going to be starting from character and index 12 in our string. But let's say here we have 2 words right here. And now if I run, you can see we still have this one and not this one. Forgetting the last one, here we can use our last indexOf method. And if we run by this, you can see now we're going to get the last one's index and not the first one. And another thing that we can have here is our search method, just like this. And now if I run, you can see here, we again going to find the first one. But pay attention that the search method can't find our second word right here. So here, after search, we have another method called match. And here, if I run this, you can see we have this array coming, which is our word, index, and our input, which we find that from, and then we have this groups. And you can have maybe some part of your word, and again, if you search, you see that you got this one again inside of your word. But this one again only counts the first match and not the second one. But if you want all of that, you have match all method. Another method that we have here is our includes method. And here you can see if we run, it gives us the true if it is inside of our string, or let's say something that's not in our string. If we search that, it gives us the value of false. And here you can give another parameter after this, and this is going to check if string start that word after this position. For example, let's say here, if we want to check after position 5, because this word is after position 5, it's going to return us the value of true. But here, let's say if we want to have this in position and index 20, And here if we check, we got again true. And that's because we have another word right here. But if I remove this one and check again, you'll see that we got false because we don't have anything after position 20. And then after this, we have another method called starts with. And here it's again going to give us Boolean value of true or false. Our text does not start with dollars, so this is false. But if we have lorem right here and run our program again, you can see we got this true value. And just like this starts with, we have another method called ends with. And here again, if our program ends with this word, it's going to give us true. Otherwise, it's going to give us the value of false. You can see now here, if we put this name right here and run, it gives us the value of true. In this part, we're going to talk about string template and escape characters in JavaScript strings. You already know that we can declare our strings inside our variable by our single or double quotations. For example, this is simple text for our code. And now if we console log this variable and if I run, you can see that we have our string. You know that, for example, if we want to have quotations around our word, we can use double quotations in total, and this simple one quotations before and after our text. And now if I run, you can see now we have these quotations around our word. And if we want double quotations around our word, we can use these ones here and doubles right here. And if I print now, you can see we have double quotations here. But another way that we can use our single quote and double quotes around our string is by backslash escape character before of them. For example, let's say we have double quotations both there and here. And now if I want to have another double quotation here, I can use simply this backslash here and one other right here. And now if I run, you can see again we have these double quotations right here. And of course, we can use our simple quotations with these backslashes too. But you see, if we use simple backslash right here all around our text, it's going to check for some other thing after that to print. And we don't have that backslash in our string. And to fix this, again, we use another backslash after this. And now if we run, you can see we have printed this backslash too. But let's say here, instead of this backslash, we want to have remain of our string, I mean this part, in another line. If I press enter like this, you can see we didn't get that and our code has messed up. To do that, we use again our backslash and then our end character. And now if we run, you can see that we have this part of our string in another line. Another thing that we can do the same thing here is to put R instead of N. And if I clear my console and print this again, you can see again we get the same result. But maybe you want some spaces between your text. In editors, you can use tab that gives you bunch of spaces based on the settings of your editor, which mine is 2 as you see. But here, for dynamically doing that, you can use \T. And if you use that and print, you can see here we have our horizontal space between of our words. Another thing that we can work with, and it's going to make our work much easier and simpler, is our string templates. In templates, we use backticks instead of quotation marks to declare our string. And in this way, this is our string template that we created. And here we can have line breaks or anything that we want, and our code is not going to break. And if I print, you can see we get the result as we enter just right here. And in this mode, we can have both of single and double quotations inside of our string, and we're not going to have any error putting both of these together, and we don't need any backslashes before these characters. Another thing that we can have in our string templates is to use our variable inside our string. Let's say here we have variable of name, which is, let's say, Tim here, and another, actually this should be const, and let's say another one of age, and let's say this is 25. Now here, if we declare our string template, we can use our variables inside of our string. Let's say we want to say my name is Tim, and if we want to have this as variable, we use first this $sign here, then these curly braces, and here we put the name of our variable, which here is name in our code. And now if I run, you can see that here we got this Tim. And if we change this to rows, for example, and run again, you can see that we have our dynamic name based on our variables. And let's say in another line, we say I am $sign curly braces, our age variable right here, and then years old. And here, if I run again, you can see again we have this 25, let's say this is 30. Again, we have this in dynamic mode too. And of course, we can use any JavaScript operators right here. For example, let's say we want age plus 5. And if I run, you can see that here we got 35 instead of 30. And you can do any math here that you want. For example, let's say here we want to say my GPA is, and here we want to use our variable. Let's say here we have some scores, score 1, 2, and 3. And let's say this is 15, 18, and 19. Actually, this should be score 2 and score 3. And now here we can use our $sign, then our curly braces. And here, let's say, first we want to add our scores together. So we have score 1 plus score 2, and then score 3. And we want to divide all of these to the total number of 3, which here we need to give these in the parentheses, and then here divide them by 3. Now, if I run, you can see, actually, I have misspelled this score here. Now, if I run, you can see that here we got our GPA right here. And another thing about strings that we haven't covered is, let's say we have our variable right here and multiply our variable with some numbers. For example, 5 here. Now, first, let's give our variable name right here. Now, if I run, you can see we get this NaN, which this means not a number. But if we use number inside of our string, let's say 5 right here, and run this, you can see that here we get the result right here. And of course, you can have anything that you want. It's going to work and give you the result. But if you don't put numbers here, for example, let's say we put 5, but not in number, we only give the name of 5 and run, you see that we get the error of not a number, which means our string not contains number and contains characters beside each other and words. And we have a function of isNaN in JavaScript that we can check our variable which is number or not. For example, let's say here instead of our name multiplied by 5, we use our isNaN function here and we pass our variable right here. For example, here name. Now if we run, it gives us the true, which means name is not number. But if we put some numbers here and run this again, this is going to give us false. Remember that this is going to give us the value of not a number, which if it's going to be number, this gives us false. And if this is not number, is going to give us value of true right here. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript number methods. First, let's say we have some number right here, which has decimals. And here I want to console log my number, as you see. And if we run, we got our number right here. The first method that we're going to work with that is our toString method. you know that this is in typeof number. So if we want to change to give us the value in string, we use .toString method right here. And in some cases that we need to change our number to our string, we can use this method. Another method that we're going to talk about is toFix method. And what this does is this going to remove our decimals and give us our complete and fixed number right here. And if I run, you can see that we got 14 right here. And doesn't matter how much we have in our decimal. Again, this is going to give us the fixed number. The next function is toPrecision function, which if we run here, you can see that we got the number. But here, if we give some numbers here, that is going to set how much digit that we want to give us. For example, let's say we want only 2 digits. If we give 2 here and run our code, you can see we got only 2 digits. If we say we want 5 of them, we got this decimal number. And we can do this for anything that we want. But let's say we have this in string mode and we want to change this to number. We have function called number that we can use to change our type of variable. And if we print this, of course, you can see the number. The same thing that we can do with is by our parse float method that do the same thing for us. But if we want only the fixed part, we can do either this toFix method after this, which gives us this value, or we can use another function of parse int, which this int stands for integer. And if we run, you can see we got this 14 only here. In this part, we're going to talk about arrays in JavaScript. You know already what is array. We have covered that in data types part. For a reminder, let's say we have some scores that we want to save. So we have score 1, which is, let's say, 8. Then we have a bunch of others, second, third, and fourth one. And these are 6, 7, and 9. But let's say we have something like 300 scores. We can have all of them just like this until our score 300. So the thing that we use, we set our array and we give the score name for our array. And as you know, we use this square brackets to define our array. And now we can give our values right here and separate them by this comma. And of course, we can have this in strings. So let's say we have our array name of cars, and here we can give our values. So we have BMW, Dodge, Ford, and bunch of others. And pay attention that here we can use our line break, and that's not gonna change anything in our array. So let's have Nissan here too. We have another ways to declare our arrays. Let's comment this out. Now here, one of the ways is that we create our array just with this name and empty square brackets. And then here we select our position inside of our array. So we use our array's name followed by square brackets. And here we give the index that we want to change. And here we can have, for example, the first one to make BMW. And then we can have the same thing for our second item, which is Dodge, our third one, which is Ford, and last one, which is Nissan. And now if we just print our array, you can see here we got this sort of array going on. And if I make all of these in one line and comment these one out, you can see again we have the same result. But pay attention that we can have declare something here and change that in this way and by this syntax. So let's say we want to change this Ford to be Volvo. So here we write our array name, select our index, and overwrite the value. And now if we run, you can see this time we got Volvo instead of Ford. One other way of doing the same thing, and our third way, is that we can declare them by our new keyword. So here we have this name for our array again, and here we use our new keyword here and write our array right here. And this is the type and syntax that we use to declare our objects. And here we can give our values. So these are our values. I'm just gonna copy and paste them to here. Now if I run the code, you can see again we are going to have the same result right here. And you know that we can access for any one of these by just putting our square brackets and type the index that we want. For example, let's say here we want index 1, which is this one. And now if we run, we got access to that. As you know, our arrays are objects, and we have 3 data types that they are child of object. Object itself, array, and our date, which is again an object. So here you can see we have this type going on. And if we want to get type of this cars, and we have method called typeof, and if we use that and give our cars value to that, you can see that this gives us the object. But pay attention that you can again save some object inside of your array. For example, let's say here we only print our cars right here, but here we want to have our array, and inside of this we want to have some object. So let's say this has its name, which is temp, then an ID of, let's say, 25. And after this, we want to have another object right here inside of our array with the name of rows and ID of 26. You can see now if we run, we got 2 objects inside of our array. And you know that we can have multi-type of data types inside one array. So let's say after this, we want to have another number right here. And after this, we want to have some string and some text inside of that. And when we print that, you can see we have our object right here, our second object right here, our number right here, and then our string. And if we want to get type of all of these, we can use this type of right here and access to all of our childs and indexes of our array. So in the index of 0, if we run, you can see we got this object returning. But if we use index 3 and run, you can see we got string, and our index 2 is going to be number, of course. And now let's make these all in one line, and we can access them just how we did with this regular array. And here we can have, for example, select our first item inside of our array and make that, for example, again our car brand. So now if here we print our array again, you can see we got this changed again. And of course, we can give this some object going on. For example, let's copy this from here, change the name to John and ID to 27. And if we run, you can see now we have changed this one again. We are going to talk about array methods in the next part, but one of the most used things in arrays is our length. So we can use our array name and then put 1 dot and write length keyword after that. By this, you can see that this is going to give us the length of our array. And pay attention that this is length and not the index. So our last index is 3, but the length of our array is 4. And we can use this to get access to our items. So let's clear this one and this one again and make this out of comment. So here we can have our cars array, and here which we're going to put our index, we can use our cars.length right here. And if I put -1 right here, it means I want the last value. This cars.length give us the value of 4, and -1, which means 3, is our last item. So if we run right here, you can see we got our last one. And of course, we can do any math that we want right here, and it's gonna work. And another thing that we can do with our array is our for each method, which again, very useful method. And here we give what we want to do with our items. So I want to console log my items. But if I use console log right here and run, you can see that we got this error. And we can kind of print this by removing those parentheses and giving this function name. And if I run, you can see here we got some printing, but this is not what we want. And that's because this for each function itself receives some function name here as parameter. So we need to define some function to console log our items. Here we need to have our function right here. I call my function name as print, and we have parameter of brand right here. And after this, inside of this, we want to console log our brand. And now if we give this print function that we declared here to our for each method and run our code, you can see we got our items going on. And of course, we can have anything with this. You learned about concatenation, so we can have brand name is, and then concat that with our brand right here. And now if we run, you can see we got this type of printing and using all of our arrays values one by one. Rest of the methods are going to be in the next part. But one other thing that is very important is that when we want to define and change the values of our array, we use this square brackets, of course, and give that a new value. Let's give some numbers right here. And if I give the index, it's going to change right here. But here, if I change and give some name for this, for example, let's say we give this kind of name. And now if I console log my cars right here and run, you can see here, this is going to change to object. And now our cars is going to be object. And this is not what we want to have. So here, pay attention that we put numbers and not strings. And if we use this type of number as a string in our code and run our code again, you can see it's going to read this as number and change our index of this one that we declared and put right here. And the main difference between arrays and objects are we use numbers in arrays for our indexes and items ID or name, but in objects, we use our named index. Another important thing that you need to know is that, let's say here we want to have array of numbers of 40, 55, and 11 right here. This is one way, of course. Now we learned another way that we can declare some variable with the name and then give new keyword right here and our array object just right here and pass this the values that we want. So 40, 55, and 11 right here. And now if we print our array of car, which is cars, you can see here we got these right here. But let's say we only want to have one element inside of our array. If we declare this like this and run, you can see we created one array and we have only number 40 inside of this array. But let's say we want to do the same thing but with our second type and syntax. If we run this, you can see we got 40 empty items. And if we select each one of items that we have here and run, you can see we got undefined value returning. So if we use this type, it means it's going to create us some array with 40 empty spaces just like this. So these are empty and not defined. And if we want to have only one item, we should put one right here. And if I print my cars again, you can see we got one empty item here. And if I want to give the value, this is the way that we use this square brackets, then the 0 index, and here we give the value of, let's say, 40. And now if we run, you can see we got only one item inside of our array, which is number 40. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript array methods. First, let's say we have simple array right here, which contains a bunch of strings of car brands. And here I'm saving my array into my x variable right here and run our functions here and save the result to this variable again, and below this we're going to console log our variable. And now if we run, you can see we got our array right here. The first method that we're going to talk about, which we have talked in the last part too, is our length method, which if we run this, you can see we're going to have our length of the array, and we can use this to access to items inside of our array dynamically too. For example, if we want to access the last one, we can either give the index of -1 right here in the index part, or we can have this array with length and minus this and have this as our index number. The next thing that we're going to talk about is our toString method. All of our objects and data types has their own toString method. And in this one, if we run our function right here and run our code, you can see we got our items beside each other divided by simple comma. Instead of showing it like this, we have that type of showing. After this, we have function of add. And what this does is same as giving the index to our array to get access to the item. For example, let's type 2 right here. And now if we run, you can see we got the item in the index of 2. And this is the same as we put these square brackets right here and give the number 2 to this. Another method that we have here is our join method. And if we run this like this, you can see we have this as same as our toString method. But one difference and option of this join is that we can have anything that we want between of our array items. For example, let's say I want a space slash and another space right here. And now if we run, you can see we get that one in our array. And of course, you can have any kind of word or character that you want right here. But let's say here we want to remove our last item inside of our array. I mean this Nissan one right here. So to do that, we use our method called pop. And when we run this and print our array after that, as you see, we don't have this last item anymore inside of our array. And you don't need any variable to save this. This is just some function that you can run. And if you run this twice, of course, you're first going to remove this Nissan and then this Volvo, just like this. But let's say after we removing our Nissan, we want to add another item to our array. We can either do that by assigning that to our index of 3, just like this, and give the value right here. Or we can use another method called push. And here, if we get another item, let's say Ford here, and run our code, you can see first we removed our last one, which is Nissan, and then we have this Ford. And if we comment this out and run our code again, you can see we got the same Nissan, and after this we got this Ford right here. And this pop and push methods are very useful when we don't know the exact index of our items. Another thing that we can have here is our shift method, which if we run this, you can see we're going to remove our first index of item and move all of our items one index lower. So this is in index 0 is going to be none and removed. This is going to be in index 0, index 1, and 2. And if we print anything right here, let's say we want to print our index of 1 once before our shift and once after that. So if we run, you can see first we have this dot, but after lowering one index and shifting all of our elements to the left, we got Volvo instead of Dodge. And this method is simply removing our first item. It's just like pop, but pop removes from the last, shift removes from the start. And we can add another item to the first and start of our array by method called onShift. And here we need to give the new value that we want. For example, let's say I want Ford here. And now if we run, you can see we have this Ford inserted before all of our elements, and now this is in our index 0. The next method that we have, let's say we have another array here called arr2, and we have some other values right here. Let's say we have Ford, then Chevrolet right here. And now if we want to combine these two arrays together, we can use our concat method. And here, after putting our method, we need to give the second array that we want to concat with our first one. So in this case, it's arr2. And now if we assign this to some variable and print that variable into our console, you can see that here we have these two items added to the end of this array. And of course, we can change the places of this, so we got these one first and then these one. Now let's talk about another function and method which we can use copy our array's elements to another position, and that is our copy within method. And here first, let's say we want to have our elements to copy to index 3 from our index 1. So now if we run, you can see here, instead of Nissan, we have this Dodge. And what this does is, this has grabbed our index 1, which is Dodge here, and copied that to our index 3, which is Nissan. Let's say here we have another items of number right here. So now if we run our code, you can see here that we have our BMW here, Dodge here, Volvo here, Dodge here, and after this, we got again our Volvo, Nissan, and number 8. And what this does is making all of the elements starting from index 1, which is these elements right here, and going to copy them to index of 3. So we're going to copy these one right here and put this to here after this Volvo and index of 3. And because we can't add values, so this must be in the same number of items. So we start here and don't get further than this. And now let's say we want to copy these two one to these two indexes. So we use our items in the index of 5, and we want to start from 0. And now if we run, you can see that here after 5 we got this BMW and Dodge right here. And if we run this command, it's going to copy all of the remain of our array to the point that it fits inside of the items. So to declaring only one part after our start position, we put another number which is our end position of copying. So if I write 1 right here and run, as you see, we have our BMW here and don't get any further item copying to this position because we started from 0 just right here and ended before our index of 1, which is this one. So we have copied this. And if I make 2, of course, we're going to see our Dodge beside that 2, but the remain is 1 to 34 as it was in our first and based array. Let's say here we have some arrays as item inside of our array. So here we have one array right here, another right here, and another right here. And here let's say we have BMW right here. After this, we have, let's say, Dodge. In our second array, we have Ford and Volvo. And then in our third array, we have our Nissan and let's say our Chevrolet. Now, if we print our array right here, you can see we got this type of showing. But let's say we want to have all of these in one array and we want to have these one to be this arrays and not this array item. So what we can do to do this is using our function of flat. And what this does, it's going to grab all of the elements and make all of them to our first array's item. So when we have objects of array inside of our array, we can do this. So we can all of the items in one array. And actually, let's grab just this items and make our array that for using our next function, which here is our slice function. And what this does is it's going to get and slice out the item that we want from array and put it in another array. So here, let's say we put our index 1 right here. If we run here, you can see we slide from this Dodge and we have remain of our array right here. And of course, we can have anything right here. So let's say we want index of 3. And now if we run, you can see we have the items after index 2. And pay attention, what we put here is going to appear in our second array too. But let's say here we want to start from 1, which is this Dodge, and we want to end in this Volvo. So this is 1, 2, and 3. If we give this index of 4, as you see, we're going to have these 3 items. So it's going to slice from our item in index 1, grab 2, grab 3, and stops before our index 4. Now let's talk about splice. And this method can be used to add new items to our array. So the first parameter that we put inside of our splice method right here is going to set where new element should be added. So let's say we want to add our new element after our Dodge, which is index number 2 right here. Then we're going to give our second parameter, which defines how many elements should be removed to replace our new items with that. So we can have 0 items removed, so we insert that right here before our Ford, and the remain is going to be in their place, or we can remove, for example, one of them, which is going to remove this Ford and put our new item right here. So in this case, first let's don't remove any item from our array, and the rest of the parameters are going to be our new elements to add to our array. After this, here we're going to have our item 1. And let's say we have another item 2 to insert to our array. And now if we run, you can see that we got this empty array right here. And that is the items which they are removed. And after this console log, let's say we have another console log, which here we're going to print our array right here. And if we run, you can see here we have item 1 and item 2. Actually, I have forgot this. Our item 1 and our item 2 after this dodge and this for is still in its place. But let's say here we want to have 2 items removed. So this empty array, which is our removed ones, should be Ford and Volvo, and we should have item 1 and 2 in these places. So the layout should be something like this. We have BMW, Dodge, item 1, item 2, Nissan, and then Chevrolet. And now if we run, you can see we have Ford and Volvo removed, and we have BMW, Dodge, item 1, item 2, Nissan, and Chevrolet. And of course, we can use this to only remove our items. So let's say here, we want to remove our Nissan right here, which is in index 4. To do that, we put our index number of 4, and we use our second parameter as number of items we want to remove, which here we only want to remove 1 item. And now if we run, you can see we have removed Nissan and have all of others right here. Of course, let's say we want to delete Volvo with that too. So we want to start from index 3 because this is our index 3. And now we are going to delete only Volvo just like this. But if we want to delete Nissan too, here we can use 2 instead of 1. And now here we have removed Volvo and Nissan. And the rest of the brands of cars we have in our base array. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript array search methods. Here we have simple array, including 6 items of our car brands. Let's name our array to cars. Here we're going to have variable which we have our cars inside it, which here we're going to write our functions and methods. And here let's console log our x variable. So now if we run, we got our array right here. First method that we're going to talk about is our index of method, which here one of the items that we have inside of our array. And if we run, it's going to give us which index that item is. So our BMW is in index 0. And our Ford, for example, is in index of 2. And if we have some values which is not containing inside of our array, this function is going to return us this -1 value, which means this item that you put is not inside of our array. And here, let's say we want to search BMW again, but if we put another parameter here, it's going to be where our search to be start. So if we put nothing and give only 1 parameter, it's going to search all of the array. But if we give another parameter, let's say 2 right here, which is this 4, it's going to search from this index. So now if we run again, you can see we got -1. But we have this in these places. But instead of this, let's say we want to search Volvo. Now if we search, because Volvo is after this Ford, we got the position of 3. And if we use the index 2 number right here and run, you can see again we got this one too. So we starting from this index to the end of our array. But let's say here we have our Ford and we have this Ford again in this place too. You know that we can have duplicated and repeatedly values inside of our array. So if we search right here, you can see we only get our first one and not this one. And to get access to the index of this one, we can use last index of method. And this method is going to give us the last one, which is 5, and not the first one. And as same as index of, here we can have another parameter, which is our start parameter. Let's say we want to start from 3, which is this Volvo right here. And now if we run, you can see we got index of 2 instead of 5. And that's because our last index of method going to search our array from this index, and when it ends, it's going to come back to the beginning and start search until that point. So when we put this 3 right here, it's as same as we grab this part of array and put that right here before of our items. And now if we search, you got this Ford as first one and this one as last one. So this is how it works. Next method that we're going to talk about is our includes method, which going to give us if that item is in our array or not. So let's say here we check Ford again. Now if we run, we got the value of true. But let's say here we search our simple word right here. As you see, we got the value of false because we don't have that word right here. Another function that we have here is our find function. And if we run this like this, you can see we got an error, which is word is not function. So this method is going to accept function as parameter. So here let's say we have simple function with the name of f1. And now if we give the f1 function to our method, you can see we can run our code, but we got the value of undefined. And that's why our function doesn't do any work. Our function must take 3 arguments. The first one that we want to get is our value, then our index, and at the last our array. And inside of our function, we can define our condition to check in our find method. So here let's say we want to return only values and items which their value dot length is equal to 4. And this is our condition operation, which means equal. It is equal. It's going to give us value of true and return this item to our find. And now by this condition, we have 2 Fords right here, which both of them has length of 4. And now if we run, you can see we got the value of 4. And let's say we have another word here instead of Ford. And if we run again, you can see we got only the first one and not the other one. And let's say we want to check if it's 5 or not. This is 5 and this is 5 either. So if we check 5, as you expected, we only going to get this Dodge and not our Volvo. And if we want to get the index of this one and not the value, we can simply use our find index instead of our find method. And now if we run, you can see we got the index number and not the value for that. But if we want to find the last one and not the first one, which here is our Volvo, we can use here find last method. And now if we run, as you expected, we got this Volvo right here. And of course, we can have find last indexed right here too, which is going to give us the index and not the value. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript arrays sorting methods. So let's say here we have simple array right here, which contains bunch of characters from A to F, and then numbers of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. As usual, we create some variable and assign our array that to use our function and then here we console log our variable. Now let's run. First, yes, here we got our items. Let's say this is not in this way. We have these combined and not in a sorting mode. So instead of this, we have this, which none of our alphabets and none of our numbers are in the sorted places. So if we run like this, you can see we got this type of printing. But if we use this .sort method right here and run again, you can see it's going to sort our array for us. And it's going to start from numbers and then after that add alphabetic orders for our strings. And it doesn't matter if any of this has any words and characters or there's just simple characters. If we run again, you can see again it's A, B, C, D. Actually, I have forgotten E right here. So we should have another E right here too. And now if you run again, you can see we have A, B, C, D, E, and F right here. But here, after sorting, if we print our array again, you can see it's going to be in sorted position. So if we want to sort and have that in some other way, but we want to keep this original array in this exact position, we're going to use our toSorted method right here. And if we run this, you can see here we have our unsorted array if we use this name, and we have our sorted one if we use our variable's name. After this, in some cases, we want to reverse the direction of our array. So we want this one to be our first item inside of our array, then this is the second one, third, fourth, and it's going on. And we want this one to be last one inside of our array. And to do that, we use our reverse method right here. And if we run, as you see, now we have this E in the first place, and it's going in this direction, this B, which is our last item inside of our new array. And again, we have the same thing for this method too. You see now the original array has changed, but if we use our toReverse method right here and run again, you can see our first array is just as it was before our function, but our new array is going to be reversed and obstructed. If we want to have descending order inside of our array, so we can use both of our sort method and then our reverse method after this. And by this, we should have the opposite sort and descending sort inside of our array, just as you see right here. Now let's say our array only contains numbers and not any other alphabets and strings or chars inside of itself. So here we have these numbers right here. Now if we run, you can see that we have our descending sort right here, and if we remove this reverse, we have this as normal sorting, which our first item is our lowest value and our last one is our highest value. But if we don't want to use this sort method, we need to use our math dot here, and then we put our dot, then we use this min right here, and then our apply right here, which you're going to learn why we use this type of methods, because these are importing from math library that we're going to talk about later. But here we can give our values to this, and for finding minimum, we need to give null as our first parameter and then our array as our second parameter. And now if we run, you can see that we got our minimum right here. And just like this, we can find our highest value with this max instead of that min. And now if we run, you can see that we got 5, which is maximum and highest value in this array. Now let's say here, instead of our numbers, we're going to have some objects here, which they have name right here, and then after this name, they're going to have ID after that. And let's say we have 5 of these, and the names are A, B, C, D, and E, and the IDs are in random order 3, 4, 5, 1, and 2. And now let's change these ones a little bit too, so we don't get those in right places. Now this is our array. And now if we use our array right here and our sort method right here and run, you can see here, we're going to have our arrays just as it was. And we haven't sorted anything right here. And in these type of things and problems, we need to use compare function. Let's first bring all of these in one line, and let's actually have another simpler function, array, so I can show you what are our compare functions. Let's say here again we have some random numbers right here, and then here inside of the sort we need to give our function. So we use this function keyword right here, and we give 2 parameters of A and B, for example, right here. And inside of our curly braces, we define our condition and how we want to sort these. And here we need to use our return keyword, and here we need to have A minus B right here, which this is going to give us 3 values of negative, 0, or positive, depending on the arguments and inputs that we get from A and B comparison by the sort method inside of our array. So if we use this and run, actually this should be array 2, and run here, you can see we got that array sorted just like this. And of course, if we use opposite of this, which is B minus A, we're going to have our descending sorted array right here. And just like this, we can use this kind of sorting to sort our function. But here, instead of only giving the A and B, we use what property of our object we want to sort with. So let's say we want to sort with our name. Here we use A.name right here and B.name. So here it's going to compare all of the names of our objects with each other and then sort them by that. And pay attention, in this type, we need to give only the values which they are numbered. So now if I run, you can see that we got not sorted array right here. But why? What's the problem? It's because we can't have this math thing going on for our characters and string. So what we use here should be our numeric values and not our string or other type of values and properties right here. So if we use ID here instead of our name and run our code again, you can see now all of our objects are sorted by our ID, which is right here. But if we don't sort them here, so let's remove our sort function from here and run our code, you can see how it was in the first place. And we can have this function of sorting to sort any type of objects that we want, but pay attention that we need to have numeric properties of our object to compare in this compare function. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript array iterations. First of all, let's say here we have simple array of numbers, and here we have numbers from 1 to 5. And here we have our variable, which we give our array to this, and then print our variable to our console. Now if we run, we should get our array just right here. First thing that we're going to talk about, which we had a little bit talked about this, is our for each method, which here we should give function to this. So here, for example, our function name is f1, and here we should declare our function right here. So f1 is our function's name, and as default here we should have our value, index, and then our array, of course. And here we can do whatever we want. For example, let's say we want to console log our values right here. And now if we run, you can see that we got our values one by one right here. Of course, we can do index right here too. So if we run, you can see we got our indexes. And here, if I pass my array to this, we're going to have simple print of our array right here. And if we want to use only our value, of course, we don't have these two parameters right here, and only use our value right here. But pay attention that if we want to use our index or our array inside of our function code, we need to pass those ones to our function right here and pass our function to this for each method. The next method that we're going to talk about is our map method. And here, again, it's going to give function from us right here. And here in our function, we can declare what we want. And again, this gets our value, index, and our array right here. And here, our map method is going to create a new array by performing these code and these function to each of our elements right here. And pay attention that this is not going to change our original array, and it's going to return values and array, and we're going to save them in our separate variable. And it's going to apply only on elements with values. So if we have some undefined values right here and run our map function on this array, it's going to skip this one and continue from number 4. For example, here, let's say we want to duplicate all of our elements inside of our array. So we use our return keyword here and target our values right here and multiply them by 2. And now if we run our code, you can see we got this printing instead of our original array. And if we print our original array right here, you can see it has not changed. The next method that we're going to talk about is our filter method, which here again we're going to pass function to this, and here we need to have our comparison right here. Our filter method, it's going to compare all of these elements of our array to what comparison that we give right here and give us the values which they are passed. So here, for example, let's say we want to have our value, and when we divide it by 2, we want our mod to be 0. So this is our comparison right here, and it's going to give us only the values which pass this test, which are number 2 and number 4 right here. And here, if I select my variable right here and run my code, you can see we got only 2 values right here. Of course, if I use the opposite and negative of this and run our code again, you can see we got the other values which passes this test because of our condition. So here, let's say we want to add all of our elements to each other. So what we can do is we can use our reduce function. And here again, we have our value, index, our array, but here we're going to have another total value right here, which now we're going to add, for example, all of them together. So we use our total, then add our value to that. And now if we run, you can see that this reduce function is going to return this total number to us, which here is all of our elements added together. Of course, we can have this in other math things going on, and again, it's going to return total to us. And in some cases that you want to start from right to left, you can either use your sorting methods to mirror your array, or you can use our function of reduce right. And this is going to start from 5 and go to 1. For example, here, if we have our simple reduce and use negative right here, and let's say this is 50 instead of 5. And now if we run, you can see we got minus 58 right here, because it's going to use this 1, then minus 2 from it, 3, and then 4, and at the last 50. But here, if we use reduce right method right here and run our function again, you can see here we got 40, which is 50 minus 4, 3, 2, and 1. Another method that we're going to talk about is our every method. And here we're going to pass 3 parameters to our function here. And we're going to have one comparison and condition right here. It's going to check if all of the values of elements of our array is going to pass this test and this condition or not. For example, let's say here we want to have our value to be positive and not negative. So we put our value greater than 0. And here, if we run, you can see we got the true value right here, because all of our items is larger than 0. But let's say we want to see if all of the values are larger than 3. So if we use 3 right here and run our code again, we got the false right here, because we have these 3 items not larger than 3. These two are smaller, and this is equal to 3. But let's say we want to check if some of the values are going to be in this condition or not. So we use our sum method right here. And now if we run, you can see we got the value of true, because this is not doing anything with the values that are not past this test. It's going to give us if some values pass this or not, which here we got 2 values passes this test. And if we have this 30, because we have 1 value passes the test, again, we're going to have our true value. But let's say this is 300, and now if we run, we got the false value, because none of our items value is larger than 300. Another thing that we're going to talk about is our for method. For example, let's say here we have one variable of a, which here we have a string of our characters. And here, if we use our array right here, and then use our for method here, and give our variable and our string to this, you can see here, if we run, it's going to make each character of this string to an array and return that to our variable. If we print our variable, you can see that we got this string changed to this kind of array. And we can do any other functions on this array. And pay attention, if we have numbers as strings right here instead of characters and run our code, it's going to give us this type of array again. But pay attention that if we don't give this in string mode and give this some 4-digit number to it and run, it's going to give us an empty array right here. So if you want to make this array, you must give this in a string. Now let's delete our variable right here and use our nums again right here. And the next thing that we're going to talk about is our keys function, which here it's not going to give any parameters, but if we save the returns of this to variable and print that right here, you can see here we're going to have an object. And if we want to print this, we can use our for loop that we're going to learn in later parts. And now if I run, you can see that here we got an object which contains the indexes and keys for our array. And pay attention that in objects we have named keys and in arrays we have numbered keys. So this is going to return index of our items to us. Another function that we can use here is our entries function. And you can see if I run this right here, again, it's going to be some object. And inside of object, we have arrays, which the first item inside of our array is our index, and the second item is our value. As you see, our index 0 is 1, our index 1 is 2, our index 2 is 3, index 3 is 4, and our index 4 is value 50 right here. And this is simply listing our items with their keys beside that. Another thing that we're going to talk about is our with method. And here, if I use my with method, here we need to give two values. So the first one is index that we want. For example, here we want index 1, which is this number 2 right here. And after this, we can pass value that is going to replace with our index 1. We have another methods that do the same thing, but this is another safe way to update our elements inside of our array, which is not going to change our original array in this one. So if we want to have this right here too, and another version of this with changed value in another variable and array, we can use that index, and let's say here we have our text that we want to replace with this number 2 right here. So if we run here, you can see here if we print this X is going to give us this array. But if we print our nums here, you can see that we got our original array not changed and in its original shape. The next thing that we're going to talk about is our spread. And what this is basically going to copy our array to where we use that. For example, here, if we want to copy our nums to our x variable, we can use 3 dots here as our spread and then our array's name. And we're going to wrap this inside our array. And now if I run, you can see that we have the copy of that right here. But you might say, why we do this? We simply put our nums right here, and now if we run, again, we're going to have this result. But if we have changed one of our elements inside of our first array, let's say we want to change our index number 2 to value of 0, and run our code again, you can see we got number 3 replaced with 0 in both of these. But if we use our spread right here, just like this, and run our code again, you can see here we got changed our value in this nums array, but we're not changing anything inside of x. And pay attention that if you use this command and this line before this one and run, it's going to change too. But if we copy this to our variable first and change our item after that, it's not going to change in our x array. And of course, let's say we have another bunch of arrays right here, and let's say here we have some words and then some numbers after that. Here we can use our array right here, and then we can separate this and add another array to this. So it's going to concat them together and put them in this array. So here again, we can use our spread right here and then have our array 1, for example, here. And then let's say we have our second array and at the last, our third array right here. And now if I console log only our x, you can see that here we got our arrays right here, each one after each other. This is our nums array, which is here. This array 1 is going to be from here to here. This is our AR2, and this is going to be our AR3. And this copying of our array is very, very useful and important inside of our codes. In this part, we're going to talk about const keyword before of our arrays. So here, let's say we have a simple array right here, which contains numbers of 1, 2, and 3. You can see that we have declared this array by our const keyword that, we can't change and reassign what we assign with our const. But here, if I use my array right here and select, for example, our index of 1 here, you can see here, if I change this word and console log array and run my code, you can see that we got changed this item. So what is the usage of const right here? Pay attention that const is not going to lock our items changing. So we can change items inside of our array, but we cannot declare another array with the same name inside of our code. So here, let's say we want to have another array right here, again with the name of ARR right here. And let's say inside of this, we have our characters instead of our numbers. So if I run, you can see that we got a syntax error which says ARR has already been declared. And that's because we use the name twice with our declaring method. But if I want to change the values of our array by this syntax and not this one, again, if I run, you can see that here we got the type error of assignment to constant variable, which here we cannot change all of our array and put in this name. But here, if I use my let here and run, you can see here we got our array changed, and even here we got changed the second item inside of that. And of course, we can have var right here, and this is going to again let us change our array completely like this. But if we have const, we are unable to do that. And just like our variables, if we use this const, it's going to prevent changing the value and doesn't let us to assign new values to our variable. And if we use let, we're going to be able to use our array only inside of our block, and this array is going to have block scope. And if we use var, we can use that outside of our block, but it can be reassigned. But if we use const, we can't reassign our array. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript date objects. For saving dates in JavaScript, we have object called date, and we can simply create our variable and then use our new keyword and use our date object right here. And now if we run, it's going to create a date object and save current date, time, and second inside of our date object. And if we print our date to our console, you can see here, if we run, we're going to have the date and time of when we run our code. And pay attention that this is not going to change and go on. And this is static time, which is set to this variable inside of our code. For creating our date object, we have several ways. This method and this syntax is going to set current date and current time to our object. But if we want to create and save some specified date to our code and our application, the first thing that we can do is to pass a string of our date to our date object. So here, let's say we want to have our March 4, 2024, and let's say we want the clock to be 5:30. And here, if we run this code, you're going to see different time inside of our date. So now if we run, you can see this is not the time that we entered into our code. And that's because this is where your region is and your time. But this is going to convert that into UTC, which is static and as same as Greenwich time zone. And if we want to save exactly that time inside of our code, we just need to add another Z at the last of our string right here. And now if we run, you can see we got the exact time that we put right here inside of our code. And of course, you can have no time right here and only save the date. And again, if you run, you're going to see that inside of your console. And the time is going to be 0 as default. Another thing that you can pass to this date object, which creates and saves some dates for you, is 7 numbers, each one after another, which defines the first of all our year. After that, we're going to have our month, then the day that we want, and after that, it's going to get the time, which starts with hour, then minute, of course, and after that, we're going to have our seconds. And we can have milliseconds after this. Let's say we want this milliseconds right here. And now if we run, you can see that we got this date printing and our time has changed to UTC time. And if you don't want to save milliseconds, of course, you can do this. And pay attention that what month you put right here, it's going to be the index of your month. So our first month is going to start from 0, which is our January, and our last month, which is December, is going to be 11. So in this example, which we want our 4th month, we need to give and pass our 3 index into our month part. Let's say here we don't want our milliseconds right here. We can delete it, and if we run again, you can see again our code runs with no matter going on. But we have our milliseconds in 0. And of course, we can delete our seconds just like that too. We can delete our minutes, and again, it's going to be 0. And pay attention why this is not 0 is because of our that we put here, which is going to convert to UTC. And in my case, it's 1.5 hours different from UTC. And that's why I got 1.5 hours less in this printing. And if we clear our right here and run our code again, you can see we got 8:30 right here, which again might be different based of where you are and what is your time zones. And you can use your 2 numbers right here, which is year and month. And if we run this again, you can see we got the last day of previous month is going to set. And this is again because of time zones, which if you in different places and time zones, this might be different too. But you might say if you use this, it's going to set only the year and none others. But if you run, you can see that we got this date, which is not similar to what we put right here. And that's because it's going to be milliseconds after of our first time creation for our systems and computers, which 0 time for our computers is January 1st, 1970s. And pay attention to the fact that this time is in standard UTC. And if we put only 1 number right here, it's going to calculate that many milliseconds after our time. Which here you can see that we got these milliseconds here. And pay attention that let's say you want to save a date and you put 2024 right here. You put maybe number 4 index for your 5th month and maybe the day 16 right here. But if you remove these 2 digits from here and put only 2 digits inside of your code in the year part, it's going to calculate as 19th centuries. And if you run, you can see that you got this 1924 instead of 2024. So be careful with this date year parameter right here. But let's say you want to put, for example, 1807 right here. Now if we run, you can see again we can have values before of 1970s, which is 0 time for computers. And that's not going to perform any rule for us to can't save any dates before or after of that year. And in part of milliseconds, let's say we want this bunch of milliseconds inside of our code. And if we run, you can see that we got this time right here. But because this is number, we can put minus to this. So it's going backwards from January 1st of 1970s. And now if we run, you can see we got this time and this date instead of previous one, which is this one. But let's say in some cases, you want to save only your year. What should you do? Because if you use this kind of format, it's going to recognize this as milliseconds. And you can see that we got this date right here. So if you want to put only year, you need to pass that year into your date object as a string. So now if you run, you can see you got this 2024 instead of that 0 time and millisecond type of thing going on. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript date methods and date formats. You learned how to set our date variables and objects inside of our JavaScript in the last part, which we declare some variable and use our new keyword here and set our date right here, which we can do any kind of date that we want. For example, let's say we want day 4 of March right here and our year of 2024. And after this, we can declare our time, which is, let's say here, 18 in the hour, 16 for minutes, and 24 hour seconds. And you know that you can put this Z at the last of your string to use this time in UTC. Which if you don't have this, it's going to convert itself. But if you have, which means this is UTC time that you put inside of your code. And here we can console log our variable and date right here. And we should have this date. I forgot that actually. And now if we run, you can see that we got the exact time that we put inside of our date object. But here we have another bunch of methods that we can use. So here you can see by console logging our date, we can have this type of time and date showing. But here, if we use our toString methods right here and run our code again, you can see that we got another type of printing our time, which here we got our day right here, which is Monday. Then we have our month, which is March, the day of March, which is 4 in this case, our year, and our time based on our location, which in this case is going to convert to my location's time, which is going to be this time right here. And another thing that we can have similar to this is we have our toDate string right here. And if we run this, you can see here, we got only these one and not time. So this is going to grab the date for us and not our time, hour, minutes, or seconds. So this is Monday, March, 4th day of the month, and 2024 year. After this, we're going to have our toUTC string. And if we run, you can see that here we got this type of printing right here. And just like this, we have another of toISO string. And this again is another type of printing. But you might say, what is this UTC or ISO? So ISO time format, as you see, is like this, which we divide our month by hyphen from our year and our day of months by hyphen from our month. And after this T is going to show us we entering our time section, and then we have hour right here, minutes right here, and then seconds and milliseconds. And this Z at the end is going to show us this is UTC time. And you can create dates by this format, which here we can define this just like that. Let's say 2024 and separate our month with a hyphen. Let's say we want 5th month, and then we're going to have the day 17. And this is our time. And now if we run, you can see we got this time and this date right here. After this, we can declare our date by using our slash instead of this hyphen. So we can separate our year, month, and day by this slash. And now if we run, you can see that we got again the same date going on. And of course, if we use our toDate string right here and run our code, we got this Friday, May 17th and 2024 year. And of course, you can have your year not here in the first section. In the first section, you're going to have your month. Then in the second, you're going to have your day of the month. And at the last, you can have your year. And you can see this is how you got the same result. So if you want to make all of these in one simple part, we can do this summary. We have 3 general types of JavaScript date formats. First, we're going to have our ISO type, which is going to be something like this. Here, we're going to have our year at the first, then separate with hyphen, and here we have our month, and after that, the day that we want inside of our month. After this, we're going to have our short format, which is going to be our month in the first, then the day of the month that we want, and after that, and at the last, the year that we want here. And after this, we have our long date format, which this is, let's say, May 26 and the year of 2021. And this is as same as this one of you put, for example, 26 in the first, and then your month name, and at the last, your year. So these are 3 formats that we can work with them. You can see that we set this date inside of our code. But let's say we want the milliseconds passed from our 0 time in computer time, which is January 1st of 1917 to this date. So we can do this by our parse method. And for doing that, let's say we want to save that into this a variable which we have here, because we're not going to set new date. We only want to set the number of milliseconds that it passed. And after this, we use .parse right here and pass our date into this parse function. And if we run, you can see that we got these milliseconds passed of that time. So if we grab this and create our date with this milliseconds right here, as you know, and here we need to set our new keyword right here too. And now if we run, we should get the same date that we put previously inside of our code. As you see, we got right here. After this, we're going to have our date set methods and our date get methods, which they are going to be in the next part. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript date set and get methods. So first of all, let's cover our set methods. Here, we're going to have our variable right here. And then after this, we're going to have simple date object right here. And here, if I console log this date object that we created, you can see that we got the current date right here. But now let's say I want to change something inside of this date. So what I can do is I can select my variable right here and then use my set functions. Here you can see we have a bunch of functions that we can work with. The first thing that we have is our set full year function. And here we can define our year that we want to have right here. And pay attention, opposite of date object right here, we can have only numbers here as our year. So let's say we want to change this 2024 to 2020. And now if we run, you can see that we got changed that. But let's say we want to change the month too. Actually, in this set full year method, we can divide this by this simple comma and change the month. So let's say we put 5 right here, and if we run, because we put the index of 5 right here, we got this 6th month right here. And if we want to change the date, again, we can separate this by simple comma and put our day right here. So let's say we want this day of 16. And now if we run, you can see that we got changed this date right here. But let's say we don't want to change our year and we want to change only our month. So here we got our set month function right here. And here we can change our month. So here at the first, let's run this one time. So we got our base time and date, which is 2024, 4th month and 3rd day, and this time right here. And let's actually bring this to here and comment this out so we can see this all time. And here, let's say we want to change the month to our last month. So we put 11 instead of 12 because this is index again. And now if we run, you can see that we got changed our month right here. But let's say we want to change only this day and not the month or the year. So for changing that, here we use setDate function right here. And again, we pass our number to this. And if we run, you can see that we are going to have our day number changing. After this, let's say you want to change only hours. You use your setHours function right here, which if you run, you see that you got changed your hours. But pay attention that this is going to be converted to UTC time. And that's because your terminal and print time can be different from what you input right here. And your time can be different from mine time right here too, because probably we are not in the same time zones. And after this set hours, of course, we're going to have our set minutes right here, which if we run, you can see that we got changed that. And after this, we got our set seconds right here. And another cool thing that we can have with our dates is that we can have compare our dates with each other. So let's say we have date of A and then we have date of B. And here, let's say we have 2021 right here as A and 2024 as our B date. And here we can check if A equals with B. And here, if we run, you can see that we got false value. And we have our greater than sign, which if we run, you can see again, we got this false. And this means if A is greater than B, but we can see that it's not true right here. And of course, we can have opposite of this, which is less than. And if we run, we should get our true value, which is because our date B is larger and newer than our date A. After this, we're going to have our get methods. And what this does is going to grab some part of our date for us. So let's say here we have our date of 2021, 4th month, 26th day, and then time of 15 6 minutes, and then 31 seconds. And let's say here we have 400 milliseconds right here. And we want this to be in UTC time. And because of that, we put this Z right here. And here, if I console log my A right here, you can see that we got this time right here. But here, I can have my get methods to just print only that part I need. So here, let's say we first have our get full year. And if we run this function, you can see that we got only the year and none of other things. And after this full year, of course, as same as our set methods, we have our get month right here, which again only going to grab our month for us. And pay attention that this month is index month. So if you put 4 right here, is going to give you number 3 because this is the index of your month. And after this, if you want to have your day, you can have this get date, which if you run, again, you can see you get only this day part and not others. But if you want to get weekday as a number, you can do this in your JavaScript. And if you want that, you simply use getDay function right here. And if you run this function, you can see this is going to give you some number between 0 and 6, which is going to specify what day of the week that you put. 0 is the first day and 6 is the last day. After this, we're going to have our getHour method. And if you run, you can see that you got your hour. But pay attention that here you see this is 15 and this is 19 right here. Because when you use this get methods, again, this is going to show to you in your local time and not in UTC. So if you want to get exactly the same, you must delete this Z from end of your date string that you pass. And here, if you run this again, you can see that now you got this 15. And just same as hours, you got your minutes right here that you run, you got this 6. And just same as this, you got your seconds, of course. And if you want to get your milliseconds, you have this milliseconds function right here, which gives us this 400 right here. And if you want to have your full time after of 1970s and 0 time of computer, you can use your get time function. And by this, you got again this number of seconds which has passed since the January 1st of 1970s. Which is the 0 time of computers. And after this, you have another function that you can run, which is going to return you the number of milliseconds since the 0 time, aka January 1st of 1970s. And that is your date right here. And then you use this now function inside of your date. And if you run, you're going to have this number right here, which again is the exact milliseconds after your 0 time. And pay attention wherever you use your get methods right here after your variable. For example, let's say we have this get date right here. And if you run, you can see that here you got this in your local time and not UTC. So actually, let's make this hours so we can get the result and see the result better. And let's say we have this in UTC format. So if we use this, you can see that we got 19 instead of 15. But if you want to get UTC type of hours and UTC hours returned to you, you can use simple UTC word between of your get and hours, and you're going to use your get UTC hours right here. And this is going to give you the same hour of your date, but in UTC format. And just like this, you have other functions going on, which they are these functions right here, which you can use get date or UTC date, full year or UTC full year, month, day, hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds as well. And another cool thing that you can do with both of these set and get methods is that you can add days to your date. So here, let's say we have this 6th day of our 4th month right here. And here, if we print, of course, we're going to get that one right here. But we can have a set date right here. And inside of this, again, we got the number of days that we have inside of our date, which we can do this by our getDate function right here and add some days to that. So let's say we want to add 11 days to our 6th day right here. So in the result, we should have the day changed to be 27. But pay attention, if you console log the return of this, you're going to have number of milliseconds. So you separate this and put right here. And after that, again, you print your time. And if you run, you can see that here you got 17 instead of the 6 right here, because you added 11 days to your day. And just like this, you can set your month like this too. So this is 4. Let's say we want to add 3 to our 4 right here. And here we need to change this to set month instead of set date. And here, if we run, you can see that here we got 7 instead of this 4. And you can do the same thing going on for your year, month, day, hour, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds.
In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript math object. In JavaScript, we have object of math, which is a static object that we can use without creating the object. And we can do some math things which are a little difficult, more simpler with this object. We have a bunch of properties inside of our math object that we're going to call. First of all, let's say here we have variable, and here we define our math object property to that variable. So first of all here, what we have is this Euler number, and here we're going to console log our variable right here. And now if we run, you can see that we got this number. After Euler's number, we have our pi number. That again, if we run, you can see we got this number right here. After this, we got our square root of 2, which is sqrt, and then 2 right here. And if we run, again, we got the result. And as same as this, we have square root of 1 division by 2, which if we want to get that, we need to use 1, then 1 underline, and then our 2 right here. And if we run this, you see that we got this result right here. After this, we have 2 static natural logarithm of 2 and 10, which if we want to get them, we use simple ln right here. And then if we use 2, we got 2's. And if we use 10, we got 10's one. After this, if we want to get base 2 logarithm of Euler's number, we can use this log right here, then our base, which is 2, and after this, the Euler number. And if we run, you can see that we got the result. And just as same as this, we got the base 10 logarithm of e, which if we use 10 right here and run, you can see that we got that result. After these static numbers, we have a bunch of methods that we can use on our numbers in JavaScript. So let's say here we have some variable of b, which has number 3.6 right here. The first method that we can use on this is our math.round function, which is going to return this number rounded to its nearest integer. So if this digit is lower than 5, is going to give us this number, and if this digit is above 5, is going to give us this number plus 1, which in this case 4 is the nearest number. So if we use our round function right here and pass our value of b and run our code, you can see that we got the value of 4 because this number is nearer to 4 than 3. But if we have this 3.3, for example, and run this again, we got the value of 3. After this, we have function of ceil, which what this does is going to return number rounded up to its nearest integer. So here we're going to have 4, of course, but if we have this in 3.2, again, this is going to give us value of 4. And it doesn't matter how small is this digit. Again, this is going to give us number rounded up to its nearest integer. And just opposite of this, we have our floor method, which this does exactly the opposite of that. So what digit here we have, it doesn't matter. It's going to give us rounded down the number which is right here. So it's going to clear all of the digits and give us this number only. And if we run, you can see that we got only 3 right here. And doesn't matter how big are these digits. Again, we're going to have this 3. And this function is going to round down the number to its nearest integer. And then we have another function of trunc that we can use is just as same as our floor method, which is going to return the integer part of our number. So if we run, you can see we got only this 3. And again, it doesn't matter what number that we got after this point. It's going to grab only the integer part of our number. Then we have another function called sum, and what this does is going to give us 3 values, which is if this number is negative, if it is positive, or if it is null. So if we have, for example, number 4 and run our code, you can see that we got the value of 1, which means positive. If we got the -4 right here and run our code, you can see that we got our -1, which declares that our number is negative. And at the last, we have our 0, that if we run, this gives us this 0, which means that our number is null or 0. The next function that we're going to talk about is our POW function, which this is going to grab 2 parameters from us. For example, 2 right here and 3 right here. And this is going to return the value of 2 to the power of 3. So this is as same as we have 2 multiplied 3 times right here. So this is just like this, which the result should be 8 right here. And of course, you can have any number as you want, and it's going to give you the value. The next function that we're going to talk about is our sqrt function, which this is going to return the square root of what number that we pass into this function. So, for example, if we pass this 64 and run our code, you can see that we got this 8. Of course, you can do any numbers that you can have. For example, 25 is going to give us 5, or any numbers that you want. It's going to calculate it and return the result for us. After this, we have another function, which is abs right here. And what number we pass into this is going to return the positive value of this number. So for example, if we have 45 here, which is positive, again, it's going to return us the value of 45. But if we have -45 here and run, again, you can see we got the positive 45 and not the negative. After this, we have 2 similar functions, which are sin and cos, which this is going to give us sine of the angle given in radians, and this is going to give us cosine of the angle that we pass. And so let's use our sin and sin function right here, and here we need pass our angle in radian, and for converting our degree to radian we can use this formula, which is our degree that we want. Let's say we want degree of 45 multiplied by pi number, which you know that we can use our math.pi right here to get that number, and divide this by 180. And if we run now, you can see that we got the sine of this angle. And of course, let's say we want sine of 90, which is 1. And if we run, you can see that we got that. And here we can give any degree that we want, and this is going to give us the sine of it. And just as same as this, we can have cosine. So let's say here we want to have cosine of 0, which if we run, you can see that we got 1. And let's say we want cosine of 30 degrees, that if we run, you can see that we got 0.8 and some other digits right here. After this, we have two other functions that we have covered in the last parts, but this is another reminder of that, which let's say here we have this main function and bunch of numbers right here. So inside of this main function, we need to pass some numbers to this function. And this function is going to grab the minimum and lowest number between of these numbers, which is this 5 right here. And if we run, you can see that we got this 5. And just as same as this, we have our max, which is going to grab the maximum number between of this, which is this number right here, and return that to us. Another function that we can have here is our log or log function, which is going to return the natural logarithm of the number that we pass right here. So if we want the natural logarithm of 2 right here and run the code, you can see that we got this number. And if we want to have base 2 logarithm of some numbers, here we use log2 in the function name and pass our number right here. So the base 2 logarithm of 34 is this number that you can see right here. And just as same as this, we can have the base 10 logarithm of our number, which you can see right here. And we're going to use log10 as our function name. After this, we have another function inside of our math object, which is our random function. And what this does is going to give us some number between 1 and 0. And it's random each time. So if you run this multiple times, you can see each time you are going to get different numbers. But if you want to have only integers and not this type of thing, you can multiply this by 10, which now is going to give you some number between 0 and 10, as you see right here. And if you want to have only integer, you can use your math.floor that is going to grab only the integer part of that number for you. So now if you run, you can see that you got numbers between 0 and 10, which they are integer and solid 1 digit. And you can use this to get random items of your array too. So let's say here we have some simple array, and let's say here we have 10 items inside of our array. And now if we console log this array and we put the index of it this random number that we created right here and use this. If we run, each time we're going to have different and random item of our array, just like this. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript, Booleans, and comparison and logical operators. As you know, we have Boolean values in JavaScript, which is going to have only one of the two values of true or false. And these are just like yes for true, no for false, or we can say on for true and off for false. And this is going to give us if this is true, yes, on, or if this is false, no, or off. And as same as these, we have values of 1 for true and 0 for false. But pay attention that if we have some variable right here, and let's define this to false. Now, if we console log our variable, you can see that here we're going to have our false right here. But what if I give this some integer instead of my false? If we want to check if this is true or false, we can use function of Boolean. And here we simply use our Boolean function right here and pass our variable to this function. And now if we run, you can see that we got true value. And basically every value and every variable with some value inside of it is going to be true. So if we have this in string mode and run our code, you can see again we getting true. If we pass some words here and run our code, you see again we got our true. But let's say here we give 0 instead of our value. So this is as same as false. And now if we run, you can see that we got this false value. And everything and every variable without any declaration, so it be undefined or null, is going to be false. Now if we run, you can see again we got this false value. And if we set this x variable to null and run our code, you can see again we got our value of false right here. But let's say here we have some things going on of this string of null. And if we run, you can see that we got true because we are saving the word of null inside of our variable. And this is not empty and has some value, and because of this, our Boolean value is going to be true. But let's say we want to multiply this by 5. If we run this in simple mode, you can see that here we're going to have not a number. But if we check if this x is false or true, you see that we got the value of false. So NaN, which is not a number, is going to be false inside of our code. So here we can have any values that is going to be true. Let's say we have some float numbers right here. If we run, you can see again we got our true. And pay attention that if we use this false right here and run our code, is going to be false. But if we pass the word of false into our variable and run our code, you see that it's going to be true because we're going to save the value and the word of false, as same as we did with null keyword. And one other thing that you can do is pass some negative values into your variable. And if you run, you can see again this is going to be true. But if we have 0 and run, is going to be false. And pay attention, if you have minus beside of your 0, again it's going to be false. And you can have some math going on right here. It doesn't matter because this variable has some value inside of it. This is going to be true. But what if we pass some empty string into our variable? Here you see that we are not defining anything and saving anything inside of our variable. So if we run, you can see that we got the value of false. The next thing that we're going to talk about is our comparison operators. Let's say here we have our a variable to be 4, and then after this we have our b variable, which is going to be 7. We can compare these two variables with each other. So the first operator that we want to talk about is equal to. So if we want to check if a equals to b, we use our variables and our operator between of them. So here we have our a and b, and between of these we're going to use double equal mark, and this is going to give us if a equals to b. And if we run, you can see that we got our false value. But if we have this 4 and that 4 too and run, you can see that we got our value of true right here. And this is going to check if the values are same or not. But we have another operator which is 3 equal mark beside each other. And this is going to check the value and after that the type of our variables to be same or not. So if we have our b the same 4 but in string, if we use our simple equal operator, you can see that we got the value of true. But if we check the type 2, you can see that if we run, we got the result of false. And that is because both of these are going to give us number 4. But this is going to give us that in integer and number mode. And this is going to give that to us in string mode. But let's say here we have number 7 instead of number 4. And if we run, you can see that we got the false result. And this false because of 2 reasons. First, because these are not the same. This is 4 and this is 7. And the second reason is that these are not in the same type. So let's make this 7. And now if we run, you can see again we got the false even in simple equal operator. But let's say if we want to check if these are not the same and not the equal. So if we use this exclamation mark instead of our first equal just like this, we're going to have opposite results. So if these are not equal, we're going to receive true. And if we have again this is 4 and run, we got this false. Because this is going to grab the result of our simple comparison of if those are same, going to give us true and not going to give us false, and reverse the result. And as same as this, we have this double equal mark after here, which is going to check if the values or types are not equal. So here we should get the value of false as you see. But if one of these is going to be string instead of number and run, you can see that we got our true. And this is the not and opposite of this operator. After this, we can check if our a variable or our b variable is larger or less than each other. So we can use this mark, which is going to show us if a larger than b. And if we run, you can see that we got the value of false because 4 is not larger than 7. But if we use the opposite of that, which is less than mark, because a is less than 7, we're going to receive true results right here. And another thing that we can have here is less than or equal to. So if we use another equal mark right here, it's going to check if a less than or equal to b. So if we have this in less than mode and run, you can see that we got this true. But if we have this 7 right here, if we check only if a is less than b, you know that we got the value of false. But if we use this equal mark right here and run our code, we got the value of true. And just as same as this, we have greater than or equal to mark, which is going to compare if
our A greater than B or equal to B. So in this case, again, this is going to give us the value of true. And if we make this, for example, 9 instead of 7 and run our code, again, this is going to be true. And pay attention that here we can have our numbers in string mode. And because JavaScript grabs the value, in these cases, we're going to get the same results as before. So if we check if A is larger than B, you can see we got the true. If we check opposite of that, which is A less than B, we got the value of false. And we can have both of these in the string mode. And again, our code is going to be work as before. But here, let's say we have our A variable to be number 3, our B variable to be number 5, and then let's say we have another variable of C, which is going to be, let's say, number 9. And we want to check a little complicated condition and comparison. So we want to check if A is larger than B and C is larger than A. So we're going to have this, and after this, we're going to check if C is larger than A. If we run in this console log mode, you can see that we got the value of false right here and true right here. So here, let's have these one to be string, so we can see the result of each one in our console. So we can see that if we check A is larger than B, we got the value of false. And if we check C is larger than A, we got the true. So let's say we want to make this less than, so we got both of the results to be true, as you see. And now if we want to combine both of these comparisons together, we are going to use our first comparison right here. And then after this, we use this AND operator, which is going to give us true if these two ones are true, and going to give us the false in other situation. So we can have 4 different results of comparing this Boolean value and this Boolean value. First one is our first comparison is true, and our second one is true either. And the AND operator is going to give us again true in this case. The other one is one of them is true and the other one is false. And in this case, we are going to have false as our result. And if we have this one true and this one false, again, we're going to have false. And if we have both of these to be false, we're going to receive false right here. And because both of these are true in this case, if we run, you can see that because this is true and this is true, we got this true. But if we make this greater than instead of less than, and let's change this to, and check this one to be greater than 2, and run our code, you can see that we got our false value because one of our booleans are false. So we got the false. And now let's actually delete these ones so our code be a little cleaner. Now you can see because A is not larger than B, we got false in this part and false in this part too. So we got 2 false totally in this part, which is going to give us false because this rule is going to be applied. But if we have the opposite of this, which is both of them to be true, and run our code, we got our true value. And if we have each one of them to be false, we got false value. So if this is true and this is false, again, we're going to receive false value. But another thing that we can have instead of AND is our OR, which we can use 2 vertical bars instead of our AND right here. And this is going to give us different value. What this does is if both of our items are true, going to give us true. If one of the items are true, again, this is going to give us the value of true. And just like this is going to be true. And it only gives us the false value if both of our items are false. So here, let's say we're going to have both of these to be true. So this one is true. And now let's change this to OR operation. And let's check all 4 of these rules. So the first thing is both of them to be true. This is true, but this is not. So let's make this true too. And now if we run, you can see that we got true value. And in the second rule, we have our second one to be false. So let's make this false instead of true. And if we run, you can see again, we got our true value right here. After this, the next one is our first one is false and our second one is true. And if we run this, you can see again, we have this true. But in the case that both of these are false, we're going to have our false value. And we can have combination of and or right here. So we can have this one, which is going to give us some result, and have another comparison of, let's say we want to check if C is larger than B. So this is going to give us the value if this part gives us some true value and this part gives us some true value too. So you can say it's going to apply something like this, that it's going to check this part first and then this part. You know that we have this part to be true in these 3 situations. So let's make this true. And here we can have true value for this part. And this AND operator is going to give us true only if this is true and this one is true. We have this one true and this one true either. Actually, I need to make this true because that was false because B is larger than A. And now if we run, you can see that we got the value of true. After this, we can have one simple operation and comparison right here. And we can make the result of this negative by just putting this exclamation mark before of our comparison. So without this mark, if we run, you know that we got this true because 5 is larger than 3. But if we use this exclamation mark and run again, we got the false value. And this again is going to make our result opposite, make our true result false and make our false result true. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript, if, else, and ternary operator. You know that we have Boolean values that we can work with them. And the main reason that we have our Boolean value is that we can use our code to run on different conditions. So let's say we have our condition 1, which is true right here. And we want to console log that our condition 1 is true. You can see that if we run, we got this printing. But we want to, if our condition 1 is false instead of true, if we run, we don't get this result. So what we can do is that we can use our if statement. And to do that, we type if right here. Then inside of these parentheses, we use our role. So we use if condition 1 is equal to true. Then we put these right here that we want the code if our condition is right to be executed right here. So we want this code to run if our condition 1 is true. Now, if we make our condition 1 true and run our code, actually I have misspelled that true right here. And now if we run our code, you can see that we got the printing of our condition 1 is true. But if we make this false and run our code again, you can see we don't have any code running here. And for checking your condition, if your condition and your variable is Boolean value itself, you don't need this comparison right here. You can use simply this condition 1 and you give the Boolean value to our variable right here. Now if we run, you can see again we are going to have the same result going on. And let's say we have our condition 2, which is false here, and we want to check if
both of condition 1 and condition 2 are true, that we can use this AND operator right here. And now, because one of them is true and the other one is false, and here we use our conditions are true, and if we run, you can see that we don't have anything. But if we make this one true and run our code, you can see that we got the result of our conditions are true. But let's say after this, we want to print if they are not true to our code. So here we use our condition are not true. And now if we make one of our conditions to false and run our code, you can see that it says our conditions are not true. But pay attention that if we have this true again right here and run our code, we are going to have both of this console log and this console log going on. And that's because it's going to check this condition, and if it's true, run this code. And if it's not true, it's going to pass this block and start running from here. But another thing that we can use, that if this is not true to run, is that we can use another if statement right here, that here we say if our condition 1 and our condition 2 are not true. And we do that by this operator and false right here. And here, if we put our block right here and run our code, you can see that if both of them are true, we got this result. And if one of them are false, we're going to have this second result going on. And another way of doing the same thing instead of this much of code is that we can use our else keyword right here. And by this, it's going to check if this is true, it's going to run this block. And if this is not true, it's going to run this second block. And now if we run, you can see that we got our conditions are not true. But if we make this one true again and run our code, you can see that we got the first printing of our conditions are true. But here, let's say we want to check if our condition 1 and our condition 2 separately and print the result right here. So what we can do is that we can use another if statement after of this else. So here we say if both of these are true, we're going to have this. And because this is only going to give us the true value when this and this are true, so because of that, we don't need this comparison to true, because this is only true in one condition. And after this, we use another if right here, that here we're going to put our second condition right here, which is, let's say, if both of our condition 1 and our condition 2 are false. So we can use both of this to make false, or we can put only this exclamation mark before of our variable and Boolean value. So I use second method right here and put right here. So this block is going to be executed whenever the result of this is true. And the result of this part is only true when this is true and this is true. And because we put this not before of each of our variables, so the result is going to be only true when both of this and this one is going to be false. And now if we run, you can see because both of them are true, we're going to have our conditions are true. And if we have one of them to be false and run our code, we didn't have any other printing right here, because this is only going to be print and run only when both of them are false. But if we make this one false too, and if we run, you can see that we got our conditions are not true. And you can use multiple of this else if after each other. So let's say after this, we want another else, and we say if our condition 1 is true and our condition 2 is false, so we put our exclamation mark right here, and inside of our block code, we're going to declare and print that because only our condition 1 is true, we're going to write our condition 1 is true. And we're going to have the same thing for our second condition. So we use else right here, and then we put our if inside of our parentheses. We set our condition, which in this case we want if our condition 1 is not true and our condition 2 is true. And in this case, we want to console log our condition 2 is true. And now if we have both of them in the false and run our code, you can see that we got the result of our conditions are not true. If we have our condition 1 only true and run, you can see that we got the result of our condition 1 is true. And if we have the opposite of that, which is our condition 1 is false and our condition 2 is true, and run our code, you can see that we got the result of our condition 2 is true, because in this case, this code is going to be run. And then at the last, if we have both of them to be true and run our code, you can see that we got the result of our conditions are true. And of course, you can have any other kind of comparison right here. So let's say instead of these, we have variable of a, which is 5, and then our variable of b, which is 10. So here we can use if, and inside of our condition, we can use that here. If, for example, b is larger than a, we want our code to run, which is console log a is greater than b. And now if we run, you can see that we got this result. But if we have this condition to not working and run again, you can see that we don't have any other printing right here. And here again, you can use your else and put another code to run if it is not true. So here we say a larger than b is not true. And you can see if we run this time, we got this comparison is not true. So let's make this 10. And pay attention that if you have only one line of code after your if statement, you can remove these curly braces right here. And if you run this, you can see again you get your result. And if you don't have this and run your code, you can see this time you don't get your result. But if you have two lines of code just like this and run your code, you can see this is not going to be applied based of this condition. And if you pay attention that you see this line is going to be for this if, and this line is going to render separately. And if you want to have your else, in this case, if you use anything, for example, console.log test words right here, if a is larger than b and you run, you can see that it's going to be work. But pay attention that it's going to work only if there is one line and one statement for both of this if and this else. And of course, you can have your else if right here. Check, for example, here, if b is larger than a. So if we run, you can see here we got test. If we use this and run, we got this result. And if both of them are equal, if we run, we don't have any printing right here. So let's say here we have another variable of c right here, which is going to be our result and empty string right here. So we want to check if our a is larger than b. We want to set our c to a is larger than b. But if b is larger than a, we want to have our c variable to contain b is larger than a. And at the last, we have another else. And here we want to have if a is equal to b. We want our c variable to say that a and b are the same. And after all of these, we want to console log our c variable to our console. So if we run this, because both of these are equal, we got that a and b are same. If we make our a to be larger and run our code, you see that we have our a is larger than b. And if we make opposite of that, which is b is larger, and run our code, we got that b is larger than a. But another way of doing this is that we can use our ternary operator, which let's say here we want to check only this part. And if A is larger than B, we want to set C to A is larger than B. And if that is not true, we want our C to have A is not larger than B. So for using this, here we're going to have our condition right here. And after this, we're going to have question mark. And after this question mark, we are going to have our first value, which is going to be run if our condition is true. And then we have this double columns. And after this, we have this one, which is going to be run if our condition is false. So if we want to write this code in ternary mode and syntax, here we need to put our condition, which is B is less than A. And here in true, we don't need to declare this C again, because we are declaring and putting C this value. So this is our value 1, which is going to be run in the true, and this is our value 2, which is going to be run only when this is false. And C is going to be value 1 if this is true, and it's going to be value 2 if this is false. So we put simply this string right here in value 1, and then we put this string into our second value. And now if I remove this one and run my code, you can see that here we got the result of A is not larger than B. And that's because this has checked this condition and saw this is not true. So because of this, it's going to set our C variable to this value. And this value is going to be inside of our C, and when we printing that, this is going to be print. But if we have the opposite of this and our A is actually larger than B and run our code, you can see that we got the result of A is larger than B. And of course, you know that this is because our condition is true in this case, and this value is going to be inside of our C variable and then printing. And pay attention that you can use other ternary operation inside of this one too. So let's say if this is not true, again in this part we want to check for another condition, which if A is larger than 50. And in this case, again we need another question mark, because this itself is another ternary operator, and here we need to give the value of A is larger than 50 right here. And if it's not true, we're going to put value of A is less than 50. Actually, let's make this B so we can work with this code and not change more things. And here you can see if A is 50 and B is 5, and if we run the code, you can see that A is larger than B. But if we have our B to be, let's say, 45 and run our code, we got this result. And that's because here we got false value, and because of this, we're going to run this. And here, again, it's going to check this, and because this is not true, again, it's going to look for this false and put this value inside of our C variable. But if we have, for example, 55 here instead of 45 and run our code, you can see that this time we got this result, and that's because in the first place, this is false. We come to this section, and here this is true, and because of this, this is going to be run. And of course, you can have the same thing going on in your first part of your code, which here, let's say we want to make and check A here, and here if B is 5 and our A is 55 and run our code, we got our A to be larger than 50. Because this is true, we're going to check this part, and here A is larger than 50, and because of this, this is going to be printing. But if this is 45 and again we run our code, we got this result, which is this, and because this is false and this is false again, which here we're going to have this one going to our variable C. And pay attention that this double columns is for this question mark, and this question mark's double columns is this one, as same as these two pairs. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript switch statement. You know that we have our if statement, that by using our if statement, we can run our code based on our condition and row. For example, let's say here we have A, which is number 1 right here. And then here we have bunch of if statements. And we want to check if A is equal to 0. We want to print and console log that A is 0. And we have bunch of others, let's say 3, 1, which in this case we want to say A is 1 and A is 2. And in our conditions, we should have A is 1 and A is 2. So now if we run, you know that we got this A is 1 because only this condition is true, and we're going to render and run only this block of code. And if we change this to number 2, for example, and run, we got this result going on. Another way of doing things just like this and comparing multiple values to our value and run code based on them, we can use our switch statement, which here we use our switch keyword right here. And then here we put our expression, which is the variable or the thing that we want to compare with our values. So in this case, our expression is A right here. And then here we open block inside of this curly braces. And here we need to have our case keyword and write the number or the value that we want to check if this number or value is equal to our variable. So here let's say we want in case 0, which is going to check if it is equal in the type and in the value. So if we want to convert this into if statement, we should put 3 equal marks here to check the type 2. And after we put our second value to be compared, we use our double columns right here. And after this, we can type our code to run if A equal to 0, which here I'm going to use exactly this code. And after putting our code, we're going to come line below and set our second case, which is if A is equal to 1. Then our double columns, actually let's make these in single line, and in this case we want to have this one and then one other, which is going to say if it's equal to 2, we're going to have this console log, and we can delete our if statements now. And now if we run, you can see that we got this A is 2 right here, and that's because A is equal to 2, and this part is going to be render and run. But if we change this 2 to number 1 and run our code, you can see that we got this A is 2 still running by the fact that we know A is not equal to this 2. And that's because that we need to have these in separate lines and use our break keyword after finishing codes that we want in this case. So our block of code of case 0 is going to start from here and end on this break. So we need to have this break all along our cases, and we're going to make these code blocks close. And now if we run, you can see that we got only A is 1 and not this one printing. And of course, we can have our A is 0, and again, we're going to have this code running. And pay attention that here we can have multiple lines of code, no matter, it's going to run and we can do anything that we want right here. But let's say here we have our A to be number 4. So you see that none of these are going to be exactly the same as A. And if we run, we can't get anything on our console. So what we can do is that we can define one default value right here, which is going to be run if none of the other cases executed. So if A is not 0, 1, or 2, then this line of code and this block of code is going to be run. So here, let's say we copy this first and put that right here. And here we say a is larger than 2. And if we run now, you can see that we got the default value of a is larger than 2. And because we put this default in the last item after all of our cases, we don't need this break keyword right here. So we can remove that. And if we run, you can see that we got this. But if our a is, for example, number 2, and run our code, you can see we're going to run this code block and code which it prints a is 2. But here, let's say we want to give same answer both for number 1 and number 0, which let's say in these one we want to print a is less than 2. One way that we can do this is, of course, we put the same string that we want to print into our console log. And now if our a is number 1 and we run the code, we got this result. And again, if it is 0 and we run the code, we got the same result. But this is not right way of doing things because our code is going to be bigger. And in some cases that you might have multiple lines of code inside each of your cases, it's going to be complicated and big problem to manage. So what we do, we remove all of these items and write our case 0 right here. And after these double columns, we come in the next line and write our case 1. And in this syntax, we're going to run this code block both for a is equal to 1 and a equal to 0. So now if I run, you can see that we got a is less than 0, which is this code running right here. And if our a is number 1, again, we're going to have this code running. And if it's number 2, because we have this console log of a is 2, we're going to have that in our console. And if it's some other numbers, which is not in our cases, it's going to come and run our default value, which is a is larger than 2. And if we run, you can see that we got that printing on our console. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript for loop. Loops in programming are very useful, and they are block of codes that we want to run several times and not once. Let's say here we want to simply console log numbers from 1 to 10. What we can do here is we can print our items just like this. And now if we run our code, you can see that we got our items and numbers printed, each one after another one. But another way of doing these kind of things that we want to run several times, we can use our for loops. And how we're gonna use it is that we use our for keywords first place, and then we have these parentheses and our curly braces. And inside of these parentheses, we're going to have 3 parts which they are going to separate from each other by semicolons. The first part is only executes and runs one time before code inside of our block. So what we have in this part is going to run, and then this part is going to run several times, but not this anymore. And in most cases, it's going to be setting variables. But of course, you can do anything you want here. But here we use, for example, let I to start from 0. And then in the second part, we're going to declare our condition for running our code. This for loop is going to start run and run again until this condition is true. So let's say here we want to run this until our I is less than or equal to 10 right here. And the third part is going to run every time after our code runs and finished. So this part is going to start run only once. This is our condition. And what we put here is going to run each time after our block code runs and finished. It's going to run this part, then again start running this block of code if it's true in our condition. And mostly what we use here is I plus 1, which is as same as I plus plus. So here we declared variable, here is our condition, and here is increasing our variable and the number every time only 1. Of course, we can have I to have, for example, number 2. So it's going to increment not 1 by 1 and 2 each time and other things. In the first place, we're going to have simple double plus and incrementing by 1, and here we can have our console log, and here we can put anything that we want. For example, we run our test right here, and if we run our code, you can see that we got our test printing each time. But another cool thing that we can use here is that we can use this variable that we created inside of our block of code. So here we can use our I right here. So each time it's going to print our I and what is our I for us. So if we run, you can see that we got I from 0 until number 10 repeatedly run. But here, if I want to have I, for example, plus 2 right here instead of that and run my code, you can see we got 0, not 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. And that's because in the first, it's going to create our I variable and set 0 to that. Then it's going to check if I is lower than 10 or not, which is true in this case. And then it's going to start running this block of code, which is printing I. So here in the first place, we have this 0. Then after printing this, it's going to apply this code right here and make our 0 right here added by 2 and 2. And again, it's going to skip this part. And if this condition is true, which is true in this case, and this loop, it's going to come and print that until it's going to be 10. Pay attention that after we have our 10, it's going to come print this 10 with this console log, and after that, it's going to again increment it by 2 level and make this 12 and then check our condition, which here is not true. So we don't have that. But if we have another condition, it may be continued and go on. And you can have multiple items here in each of these sections. So you don't need to have only one. So here, let's say we want to create I and J right here. We can do that. Here, let's say we have this condition right here. And after that, we want to have maybe another condition with this AND operator. And then let's say we wanted J to be less than 20. And here we increment I with 1 with this I++. So you can do any combination that you like. One of the best usage of this for loop is to printing, for example, our array in the way that we want. So let's say here we have our array which contains some random numbers right here. And for printing this in the way that we want, of course, we can use our for loop right here. And here we're going to declare that our I to be 0. And in the condition, you know that we have method called length. So we say until I is less than our array's length, we want I each time to increment by 1 level. And actually here we need to have semicolon and not comma. And here we can run, for example, console log. And here we can have, for example, item right here. Then we want to have our item's number, which is I here, because each time we're going to have that coming here. But pay attention that it's going to start from 0 and showing index for us. So if we want to say, for example, item 1 is this, item 2 is this, we need to add 1 to our index. And then we can have our array item right here, which again is going to be I. But here, if we run, you can see that we got some random numbers right here. And that's because our array items are numbers right here, and they are not strings. So to fix that, of course, we have our toString method that we can use right here. And now if we run again, you can see that we got this result, and we need to have some spaces right here. So we do this trick right here, which is adding some double quotes or single quotes right here and a space between of them. And for the thing that we don't complex these one with each other, we put this number into these parentheses. And now if we run, you can see that we got this result of item 1 is 23, 2 is 46, 3 is 68 until our item 6, which is 2. And of course, if we add another values right here, again, it's going to run and go all along our array dynamically by itself. Another thing that I want to remind you is our scopes of variable. So let's say here we have our simple for loop, which here we have our I to be 0, then we want I to be less than 10, and at the last I plus plus. And inside of our code block, we're going to console log our I right here. And if we run this, you can see that we got our items right here. But what if I want to console log my I again after and outside of my for loop? What happens? So if we run, you can see last time we got until number 9, but this time we got this 10. So why is this happening? We created that not in a block scope, and it's going to grab this I if I print this right here. But if I set this by let and run my code again, you can see that we got an error says I is not defined, because let makes our variable to be accessible and usable only in this block and not outside of this block. But if I have, for example, I is 3 and run my code again, you can see after finishing our for loop, we're going to have our 3 printing right here. But if I create this with var keyword and not let, which is going to give access to this and run, you can see that again we're going to have this 10 right here. But what happens if I create this with const? If we run, you can see that we got an error of assignment to constant variable, because what we created with const can't be reassigned after of our first assignment. So here the better way to use to not complicate and ruin your code outside of your code block is to use this let keyword right here, so your variable will be only in this block and inside of your for loop and your for scope. In this part, we're going to talk about types of for loops, which they are for in, for off, and for each. In the last part, we have learned about for loop and how to use that in our code. Now, let's talk about other types of for that we have in JavaScript. The first for type that we're going to talk about is for in loop, which if we use this type, we can loop through properties of objects or array. First, let's say here we have some object of car right here, which this has model. Let's say it's charger. After this, we can say this have color. Let's say it's black, and we can have some other things right here. Let's say this is from dot. What we can do with our for in loop is that we can go through this object and use every property of this. So let's say here we have full car variable right here, which is just empty string. Here, if we use our for in, which we use our for keyword right here, and inside of our parentheses, first we use our variable, which is going to be these properties in order in every loop. What I mean is in the first loop, it's going to target this. In the second one, it's going to target this. And in the third one, it's going to target this property. So here, let's create with let keyword right here. We use I right here. And then we use our in keyword right here. And after this, we put the name of our object, which is car right
here. And after this, of course, we have our curly braces, and here we can type our code. At the first, let's console log our variable that we created right here, so we can see what is our variable. And now if we run, you can see that our variable is model, color, and company. And pay attention that we have not targeted these items and values. We only targeted the property, and our variable is this property right here. But if we want to have, for example, this model name here, we need to use our object right here and select the property that we want. And if we use this I right here and run, you can see that here we got this charger black and Dutch. And let's actually make these in order. So now if we run, you can see that we got black dot chart. And as same as this, we can use other things to work. For example, here we have this full car right here. And then we're going to add each value of this into this string. So we're going to have our full car value, which in the first is empty string, and then add the value that we have right here, which here we need to select our object's name, and then here pass the property that we want. And you know the shorthand of this command is to use this plus and equal sign right here. And after this, if we console log our full car variable and run, you can see that we got this black dot charger right here. And pay attention that if we want to have, for example, some additional space between of these, we can use this space, for example, right here. And now if we run, you can see that we have this space and separator in our string. The same for in loop can be used in arrays too. So let's say here we have simple array right here, which contains some numbers, let's say 5, 6, and 7 right here. And here, if we again create our variable, but instead of object, we use our array name right here. And let's say here in our code, we want to print our I variable, which we have in our for loop. If we print that, you can see here, we have only selected the indexes. So this I, if we use in arrays, is going to select index of these items. And as you know, if we want to access the value and not the index, we are going to select our array and pass the index to that. And now if we run, you can see that we got our values. And of course, you can have any code that you like right here. Another thing that we can have that we already talked about is our for each method, which we have covered that in last parts. But again, I'm going to remind this to you. What for each method is, we're going to select our array at first right here. Then we use our for each method that we use methods by putting this dot right here, and then our method's name. And here our for each method is going to receive function from us. And we can have create function inside of these parentheses itself, or we can create some test function. Let's say here we have our f1 function right here. And here we can create our function of f1 right here and put our code inside of this. But pay attention that our function is going to have value, index, and array parameters receiving. So here we're going to have the first one is our value, the second one is our index, and the third one is our array. And here we can use our array, and instead of I, we use this index right here. And now if we run, you can see again, we got our values right here. Or of course, you can use this value instead of those one. Again, you get this values right here. Or you can have printing some complex things. Let's say you want to have the word value right here and then of index. And here we add our index to here. And then here we're going to have is. And here we can have our value right here. And now if we run, you can see that we got this value of index 0 is 5, 1 is 6, and 2 is 7. After this, we have another type of for, which is for up. And what this is just as same as our for in, which we create some variable right here. And here instead of n, we use our of keyword right here. And then here we can use our array or other things. The first thing we're going to go on with array, which here again we can have our console log. And here you can see as same as we saw in our for in. Again, this is going to be run, but pay attention that here we are going to get our items value and not the index in for up. If we use our for in right here and print our I right here, you see that we got the indexes printing because for in is going to select index of these items. But for of, in the other hand, is going to grab the values for us and put them in this I variable. So you can see here we got these items. And pay attention that we cannot use this for of loop for our object. For example, let's say here we have objects of car, which here it has basically model right here, and it's, let's say, M4. And here if we select our car and run, you can see that we got an error, and that is because of type of car, which is object. And for of loop is going to loop through values of an iterable object. And because our car is not iterable, so it's not going to work. But let's say here we have some string instead of that. So let's say here we have simple text, which has some words inside of that. And now if we select our text right here, our I is going to loop through this string, and each loop it's going to be one of these characters inside of our string. So now if we run, as you see, we got this kind of printing because each time it's going to select one character of this string. While loop, do while loop, and difference between while loop and for loop. We already learned about for loops in previous parts. And in this part, we're going to talk about our while loop, which is another kind of loop that we can use to run our code repeatedly and not once. So how we're going to use our while loop is just using our while keyword right here. And here we need to have our parentheses, and after that our code block inside of our curly brace. And inside of these parentheses, we're going to have some condition. So the syntax is just as same as our if condition, which here we have simple condition and block of code. And if we have some condition here, this code inside of block is going to run until this condition is true. What I mean is, let's say here we have some variable which is 0 right here, and here in our condition we say if our variable is lower than 5, for example, we want this code run. And pay attention that here we can use some Boolean values too. So if we use this 1, for example, it's going to start and run and never end. But here, let's say we have this comparison right here of I less than 5, and here we simply console log our variable right here. And if we run this, you know that this condition is always true. So it's going to run and never stop. As you see, it's going to run and doesn't stop. So what we do instead of this, we use I++ right here as same as our for loop. So it's going to run until this condition is true. But when our I is going to be number 5, this is not going to be true, and our while loop is going to be ended. And if we run now, you can see that we got printing 5 times our I variable, which is 0 at the first, and going to increment by 1 each time until it reaches the 5. And if we use this equal sign here, you can see that we're going to have our number 5 here too. And you can run any code that you want right here. And this is the times of loop or repeat that you have inside of your code. And pay attention that here, when we run our code, it's going to first look at this value and see if this condition is true or not, and then it's going to run this. But what if we want to run this at least one time and then check our condition? We can do that by using our do while loop. And what that is, as same as this, but we have our do right here at the first, and at the end we have this while right here, and then our condition. And what this is our code going to run this part and this block once before of checking our condition. And then again, it checks our condition, and if this is true, it's going to come back and rerun this part again. So if we run this, you can see that we got this result. But if this is some false value right here, and we run again, you can see we got our code had run first time, which our I is 0 in that. So let's say here we have our I to be number 3. Again, this is false. And now if we run, you pay attention that here it's going to print our number 3 right here, then increment it by 1, which is going to be 4. Again, this while is going to be false and go and continue off our code and not looping through this code. And now if we run, you can see that we got this 3 printing. But you might say, what is the difference between a for loop and while loop? You know that we have this for loop, which we can use to get anything that we want, loop our code and rerun our code any number and how many times that we want. And then we have this while loop, which is just similar to that. And what this while loop is basically this for loop, but the first creation of our variable is empty, and then this one is empty too. So this has nothing right here and nothing right. This is just one condition right here, which if this is true, it's going to run through this code. And this is just as same as our while loop. And let's say here we have our I to be 0 right here in our for loop. And let's get rid of this I here. And here we have this I++. And if we want to have the same thing, the same rule of this for loop in our while loop, we can use some variable right here outside of our code block and give some value of 0 as same as this. Then our condition, which is I is less than 5 right here. And here at the end of our while loop, we have this I++. So this code right here is as same as this. But pay attention that in while we have another additional option of do while, which here we can run this code at least one and then come and check if we want to rerun this code or not. And you can use your while and for loop based on your own selection in different situations. And for the times that you need to run your code at least one time, you can use this do while loop. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript, break, and continue statements. You know that we have our simple for loop that we can have some variables right here, some condition here, and our simple increment right there. And here we can do whatever that one, and it's going to loop through this code and print our I for us each time what it is. As you see, first we have this 0, then number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. One thing that we can have right here is that when we want to reach I equal to 3, we want to get out of our loop. What I mean is, as you see, we have our console log. We're going to check if I equals to number 3 Then we want to run this code of console log I is 3. And now if we run, you can see that here we have run that code when our I is 3. So our condition right here be true, and here we're going to print our code inside of our if statement. Let's say here we want to have our break right here. So if we run our code, you can see that here we have our 0, number 1, 2, 3, and then this break after number 3. And here we want to use our break statement right here after number 3. Now if you pay attention and run our code, you can see that we got printing our 0, 1, 2, 3, but after printing our number 0, which is right here, it's going to check and see because I is equal to 3, it's going to run this code. And this statement is only one word and don't have parentheses as function or something else. It's just this word, and it's going to go out of our loop. And after this runs, we don't have our I to be number 4, 5, or 6. And of course, we can have this to be in any number that we want. For example, let's say we want this to be in number 1. So if we run this code, you can see that we got this, of course. And we can use the same thing that we use in for loop in our while loop too. So here, let's say we have this I to be 0 right here. Then we have our simple while loop with condition of I less than 10, for example. And inside of this, again, we're going to console log and print our I right here. Now we have to add this I++, so we want to increment each time and have new value for our I. And now if we run, you can see that we got 0, 1, 2, 3 until number 9. And now again, if we want to use our break statement right here, we use our if statement. We say if I is equal to number 6, for example, we want to have this break. And now if we run, you can see that here first we're going to have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And after 5, because we incremented our I before of this if statement, it's going to be 6 and run this break statement. But if we have this I++ lower than our if, so it's going to print number 6 and then break. Pay attention that in the last situation, which is right here, it's going to come, and when this prints I number 5, this is going to make our I to be number 6, and this condition is going to be true. And we're not going to print number 6 into our console. So if we put this I++ after our if and run our code again, you can see that this time we have this number 6 here too. Another thing that we can have with our loops is our continue statement and keyword. Now let's have simple for loop here again, which here I is 0, I is less than 10, and I++. Here we put another if statement right here, and condition is going to be if I equal to number 5. And here we want if I equals to number 5, we use our continue keyword right here. And after this, we have this console log of our I variable. Now, if we run, you can see that we're going to have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we skipped number 5 and go from 6. Again, we have number 7, 8, and 9. So what this does is going to, if this condition is true, it's going to run this continue. And what this continue do is going to skip all of the codes after itself. So it's going to skip all of these codes because our I is number 5. Let's say here actually we have two console log. One is before of this continue and one after. And here we have this before word printing, and here we have after in our console log. let's say here we don't have this continue statement and keyword in our for loop. Now if we run, you can see that we have to actually, let's add another space right here. And now run again. You can see that we have 0 2 times 1 before, 1 after. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to number 9, 1 before and 1 after. But when we use this continue keyword right here and run our code again, you can see again we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 all before and after. But in number 5, we only seeing before and not after. And that is because of this continue is going to skip the codes after this keyword. And of course, we can have multiple conditions right here. For example, if I equals to 5 or I equals to 7. And now if we run, you can see that here we're going to have all of other numbers twice, but we're going to see number 5 and number 7 only once inside of our console. And you can have all kind of condition right here. So let's say we want to have only odd or even numbers. We're going to say if mod of I divided by 2 is going to be 0, we want this continue. And now if we run in this case, you can see, let's actually delete this before console log right here and have only our numbers here. And now if we run, you can see that we got only our odd number. But if we make this number 1 and run our code again, we're going to get only our even numbers. And of course, you can use both of your continue and break keywords together. So here you can see that we have this continue, but we want to have break keyword here too. You know that this case and this code is going to print us only our even numbers. So if we want to get out of our loop on one of our even numbers, if we have this code right here and say if I equals to 6, for example, and here we use our break keyword just right here, and if we run, you can see that we got number 0, 2, and 4, because after number 4, it's going to be number 6, which is going to apply this break, and our console log is not going to work. But if we use this in odd numbers, so if we don't have this break right here and run our code, you can see that we got numbers of 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. And here if we have this I equals to 6 and break right here and run, you can see that we got again those numbers. And that's because when this is going to run and in the process of this loop, when I is going to be number 6, here is going to be true. So when this is true, this going to apply this continue keyword and statement right here. So it's going to skip through this remaining codes and skip our break keyword too. So if you want to use your break and continue together, one of the best ways that you can do to not have any mistakes inside of your code, to have your break above of your continue statement and keyword. In this case, it doesn't matter how you put, because this condition is going to be rendered before of this one, it's going to work. Now if we run, you can see that we have only number 1, 3, and 5. In this part, we're going to talk about sets and set methods in JavaScript. Sets are something like an array which is going to hold some value for us in our code, but with some differences. The main differences of sets and arrays is that sets are going to have only unique values. What I mean is that in some array that we have right here, we can have values of, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, and again we can have 2 right here. But in sets, we can't have this number 2 again after we have that right here. For creating sets, we create simple variable right here, and after that we use this new keyword as same as object, because our set is object itself. Then we use the set right here, and here we put our value, and values we put right here are going to be inside of array. So our set function right here, which is going to create a set for us, is going to receive array from us. So we use this array, and inside of this we need to have our items right here. And pay attention that we can't have multiple values which are the same. In array we can have this two times, but here in set we need to have that only once. So now if we want to print this one, let's say here we don't have this number 4, so these are going to be same, only with difference of this number 2. For listing, if we use this simple console log right here and pass our set to it and run, you can see that we got this type of printing, which says this set, it has 3 items inside of it, which is number 1, 2, and 3. But what happens if we have another number here too? If we run, you can see we have 4 numbers in there and this 4. But let's say here we add number 2 again to this array. Now if we run, you can see we can't see that 2 inside of our set. And this function automatically clears duplicated values and only receives unique values. But let's say we want to add another item to our set right here. The way that we can use that is use our set and variable name right here. Let's actually change the name so you can use any name right here. Let's use A for our set's name, and again A right here, and here in printing too. Way of adding another item to the end of our set is use this add function right here. And here we can put any value that we want. And now if we run, you can see that because we have removed this number 2, we don't have anything right here, and this number 5 added to this set. And in total, we have 5 items inside of our set. And of course, you can have any type of values you want. Let's say you want to have some words inside of your sets and you want to add that. And if you run, you can see that you're going to have that inside of your set, and it's going to count in the items inside of your set. Let's say here we have this simple set right here of 1, 2, 3, and we want to print only this 1, 2, and 3 separately and not like this. You know that this set is object, and if we use this type of thing of A, which in the index of 1, which is going to refer to this 2, and run our code, we're going to have undefined value. So the way that we can do that is we use one type of our force that we learned in the previous part, which is let x, for example, of A. And here, if you remember, this of is going to grab value for us. And here, if we console log this A and run our code, you can see actually we need to have the x and not A. If we have this x right here and run our code, you can see that we're going to have number 1, 2, and 3. And pay attention, if you use for in right here and run this again, you're going to have nothing printing. And that is because we can use only for of in our set. And this x is going to grab the values each time of looping. Another function and method that we have inside of our sets after this add function right here is has function. And we're going to have this variable of b right here. And here we want to console log our b variable into our console. So this has function is going to receive some parameter from us and checks if our set contains that parameter and value. So let's say we want to put number 1 right here. If we run, you can see that we got value of true. But here, let's say we put number 4 and run our code again, you can see that we got this false value. The next function that we can have here is actually one type of force that we can work with our set, which is our for each function right here, which, as you know, we need to have some function right here. And in sets, if we want to use this for each, it's going to receive one value parameter from here, which we use this value, and it's going to run and grab the value of items inside of this. So if we console log that value we have right here, it's going to loop through this set and each time select one of these items. And now if we run, you can see that we got this 1, 2, and 3 right here. Another function that we have in our sets is this values function right here. What this is and what this function does is it's going to return an iterator object of this set for us. And if we use this kind of syntax to save that into some variable, so this P is iterator object with the values of this A set. And if we want the values of this, of course, we can use things we learned in this part, which is going to use this for of, for example, let's say x of b here, and we want to console log this x. And now if we run, you can see here we got this 1, 2, and 3 inside of our terminal and console. Now let's clear these ones right here, and let's say we have some random numbers inside of our set. Now let's clear this array too. Now here we can use another function of keys, and we need to save that into some variable, and here we use this keys function right here. And what this does is it's going to return again an iterator object with the values in our set. And what I mean is if we console log our B right here and run our code, you can see that here we got this iterator object of our values. So actually this keys function is as same as our values function, because if we run this values function, you can see again we're going to have the same thing going on. So we can do this by using both of this value or keys function. And one other and last function and method we have in our sets is our entries method. And what this does is if we run, you can see that it's going to give us an object with the pair of values. So if we use this method in some other things that we're going to learn later, like maps or other things, it's going to put the key right here or something like of index right here and value beside of it. But because in sets we don't have index or keys, is going to use both values in this format and print this type of object with arrays inside of it, which each array is one item's value twice next of each other. In this part, we're going to talk about maps in JavaScript. We already know lots of types of things that we can save data inside of that. But one of the other things that we have in JavaScript is our map, which map holds two things, which one of them is our value and the other thing is our key. And map creates some relation between of these and save these paired together inside of itself. For creating map, we can use this simple syntax of creating some variable, which let's say we want to save our map inside of our A variable. And then we use this new and then our map function right here. And what we need to pass to this array, which again inside of this array, we got arrays right here. Let's say we have 3 of them, and inside of each array, we need to have pair of value and the key. Let's say here we want to have the key to be our car's name. Let's say here we want to have a challenger right here. And for the value, we want to save the horsepower of that, which, for example, this one is 807. Then let's say we have M4 right here, which this has 473. And after this, let's say we want to have Mustang, which this one has this horsepower. And let's say we want to add something to our map. We can use that by using our maps variable name, which is a right here, and then use our set function just right here. And we need to pass 2 parameters to our set function, which the first one again is our key. Let's say here we want to have car keyword for our key right here, and then 100 for our value. But after we use this, if we use our console log right here and pass our map variable to our console log and run our code, you can see that we got this type of printing inside of our console, which says this is map, has 4 items in it. We have this challenger key name, which refers to this number. Then we have this key and this value, this key with this, and this key with this value. And these are pairs that it saves. But let's say we want to grab value of some items inside of our map. Let's say we want this. For getting values, we can use our variable name again. Then we use our get function right here and pass the key that we created above of this to grab the value for us. And now if we console log this to our console and run our code, you can see that we grabbed that value from our map, which the key name and our key is M4, and the value is this number right here. And pay attention that if we check type of our variable, which saves our map, and run, you can see that we got object. So maps are objects themselves. But we have some differences between a simple object and maps right here. For example, in objects, we need to have our keys to be string only. But in maps, we can have anything that we want. For example, let's say we want to add another item to our map with our set function right here. And we want to put the key number 12 and the value to 150. And now if we use our get function right here and pass our number 12, which we set as key right here, and run our code, you can see that it grabs the value. So in maps, it doesn't matter what data type is your key, but in objects, you must use a string for your data types. And let's say we want to change all of our keys to be numbers. This is, let's say, number 4. This might be number 8, and this be number 15. And at the last, let's make this number 1. And now if we print our map only right here into our console, you can see that we got this kind of printing, which all of the keys are numbers and values are numbers too. And another main difference of objects and maps are that objects are not iterable, but maps are iterable. So what's the usage is that we can use our for of that we learned on our maps. So we have our simple for right here, our block of code, and here we use, for example, x of a, which is our map. And here we can simply console log our x into our console. And now if we run, you can see that we got our items inside of our map separately right here. But if we have this to be object and not map, we cannot do that thing. And one other thing that you need to know is that inside of maps, when we import our items into our maps, the map saves and remembers the order of insertion into itself and save this order that we put and we insert items into it. And in maps opposite of objects, we don't have any default keys, and we need to set our keys separately manually by ourselves. Now let's talk about our map functions and methods that we have. We already covered our map get and map set functions, that in our get we give the key to here inside of our function, and this is going to give us the value which is paired with this key. And in the set, we use one key right here and value after that, which is going to create and add another item to our map. But another thing that we can use with this set is to change the value of something inside of our map. So let's say here we want to change this. We use this 8 right here for our key, and for the value we use our simple 100. And now if we console log again our map into our console and run our code, you can see that now here we have this 8 to be value at 100 and not this number right here. So we can override our items by this set method. Another thing that we have right here that again is one of the difference between our object and maps is that in maps we have our size property, that if we print that into our console, you can see that we got the number of items inside of our map, and we can use to do anything, something like of length of array to loop through or do anything that we want. But let's say here we have this map right here, and we want to remove the second item inside of our map. So what we can use is that we can use our delete method right here and pass the key into this. So this is number 8. So we use this one right here. Actually, I need to have this separately in the separate line. And then let's print our map into our console. Now, if we run, you can see that this time we got 2 items inside of our map, which is this number 4, referring to this number, and number 15, which they are item 1 and item 3, and we don't have this number 2 anymore. But let's say we want to clear all of these items from our map. So what we can do is that we can use simply this clear method right here. And now if we run, you can see that we got empty map with no items inside of it. Another thing that we can have right here is something like a searching, that we have this has method right here, that if we use this right here inside of our console log and use this has method right here and pass the key into our method, for example, let's say we want this 4 and run our code, we got the true value because this map has this item with the key value of 4 inside of itself. But if we have to be some other numbers that not inside of our map, it's not going to work and gives us false value. But what if we give this value number to that? If we use that and run our code again, we got this false result because this has method is going to search inside of keys and see if this number is inside of keys or not, and not looking for the values. Another thing that we can use right here inside of our map is our for each method, which here, we need to have this function right here, And inside of this, we need to have our value right here and our key after that. And inside of this, we can say, let's say console log key right here. Then we can't get that. Let's actually make this in separate line. Then here, let's say referring to, actually we need to have some spaces here. And after this, we can have our value right here. And now if we run, you can see that we got each of our items to 4 referring to 807, 8 referring to 473, and 15 referring to 444 right here. Another thing that we can have inside of our map is our entries method, which if we console log this item and print, you can see that we got this pair of keys beside of their values inside of array as we inserted right here inside of our code. So it's going to give us a pair of key and the value that we can use inside of our items. But how we're going to work with that? You know that we can use our for of in our maps. So we use this I right here of our map, which is a.entries. And now if we console log our I into our console, you can see that we got each time one of these right here. And if we use simple indexing right here, for example, if we want only keys, we use this to be 0 and run. This time we got only the keys right here. But if we use the second index right here inside of our array, which we're going to console log and run, we only got the values and not the keys. And another thing that we can have right here is that we have this keys function right here. And if we run this one, you can see that we got this object with the keys of our map inside of it. Another thing that we have inside of our maps is our values method. And what this does is as same as our keys method, but instead of keys, it's going to grab the values of our map and put these inside of object and return that for us. And for example, let's say if we have some items for our key names right here, let's say this is item 1, item 2, and at the last we have our third item right here. And let's say here, each of them has some pricing as value to there. By using these values, we can grab all of the pricing of them and, for example, create some of the values and prices and return that to our customer, for example. But as you know, we can have any item and any data type in our keys of our maps. So let's say here we have some objects right here. We have this person 1, for example, with the name of Mark, and let's say age of 16. And just as same as this, we have 2 other ones, which one of them is 18 years old and one, let's say, 26. And the names, let's say one of them is Tim and the other one is Jack. And this is person 2 and person 3. In maps, we can use objects as our keys. For example, let's say these are some grades or account balance of these one. And let's actually use balance right here. And here we use person 1. Here we need to have person 2. And at the last, we're going to have our third person right here. And these are going to be just like this. And if we want to print that, and we use this console log right here, and use our get method right here. If we use this person 1 right here, and run, you can see that actually we need to change this to balance 2. And if we use this person 1 right here and run, you can see that we got person 1's account balance right here. And just as same as this, of course, we can do this with person 2 and our person 3. But pay attention, if we use this as string and run our code, we're going to have error right here because our keys are not string and our object in this case. And if we want to search a line of this, we need to pass the object and not string. As same as this, if we use this has method right here, if we use the string and run, you can see that we got the false. But if we use object right here and not the string, you can see that we got our true value right here. Another thing that we have inside of our JavaScript related to map is our group by. So let's say we have this cars array right here, and inside of this we have our object of our cars, which that contains the name of the car. Let's say this is car 1 right here, and after this, let's say we want to have our top speed right here, and let's make this one 80, and we have bunch of these just like this. So the thing that we can have is, let's say we have this a variable that we save our result into this, and here we use our map.groupBy method right here. And here, first, we need to declare what array that we're going to work with that. So in this case, we have this cars. And after this, we need to have function that we're going to create right now. So let's create our function right here with the name of f1 just right here. And here we're going to use and get the thing that we want to group items based off that. So here we want to group based on top speed. So we use this top speed, but pay attention that we need to have these in these curly braces just right here. And here we want to return values based on the top speed differently. So here we have our simple if statement right here, which says if top speed is lower than 100, return the word of slow, else return the word of fast. And now after this, here if we use our console log right here and print this A which we used right here and print that, you can see that we got a map of 2 items, which the first thing is fast items and the second thing is slow items. Fast items are going to be inside of array, so this is the key, and this array is our value. Again, this is key in the slow, and this array is our value. And inside of our value here, we have objects that they are fast, which the top speed of them is higher than 100. And here in the slow, inside of array, we have the objects and the cars that the top speed are lower than 100. And what this function does is going to come to see what array is this. It's going to grab these items and pass each one into this function. And this function is going to grab these items top speed one by one. So if we don't want to have this in this shape, we can remove this top speed brackets from there. So we use the car right here, and here we use car.topSpeed right here. And now if we run, again, we got the same result. But if we use this kind of syntax, that we use this property name right here and put that into these curly braces, we're going to directly select this property and not the object itself. And it's going to check if this property is lower than 100, it's going to return this word, or it's higher than that or equal to 100, it's going to return word of fast. And this function again, based on what object returned what word from this function, is going to group them and make them in separate groups. So the items that return the word of fast inside of our function right here, let's say we want to check the second item right here. We're going to have this function to pass that item into our f1 function, and here inside of f1, it's going to grab this top speed value, which is 170, and check if that is lower than 100 or not, because 170 is higher than 100 and this is false, so it's going to run this else part and return the fast word. And when this item returns fast word to our group by function and method right here, this is going to put that into this fast items right here and add that item into this array. And we have the same thing that we can use this cars to do actually just the same thing but in objects. And if we run this, you can see that here we got object of fast and slow and doing the same things for us. But pay attention that this object, if we use this kind and this object group by, is going to return some object for us, and this A is going to be object as you see right here. But if we use map, it's going to be map for and return map for us. And in some cases that we want to divide them by number, let's say if it's lower than 100, we want to return number 1, and it's higher than that, we want to return 2. If we use this object right here and run, you can see that we got these one to be in string mode of number between of these quotations. But if we use map instead of that function and run our code again, you can see that we got the number and not a string format of our number.
In this part, we're going to talk about advanced data types and typeof method and type conversation in JavaScript. First, let's talk about our primitive data types. In JavaScript, primitive values are values that they have only one single value and no other things inside of it. What I mean is, let's say we have some variable right here. If we have some string inside of this with some words inside of it, this is only this word and not anything else. Primitive data types are strings, as you see. Then we have our numbers that we can have, which again saving only one value. After this, we are going to have our Boolean values, which are again primitive, which let's say make this true right here. After this, we have another type of primitive data type, which is big int, as you know from the last part. Let's say this is our big int. After this, we have our symbol to be again another primitive data type right here. And after this, we have null value. Again, this null is primitive data type. You should remember this. And at the last, we have another primitive data type of undefined right here, which these last two are something like a 0 or nothing inside of our variable. For checking type of our variable, we have operator that we used in the last parts too, but here let's talk about this more. We have this typeof operator that we can use to get the type of the value that we have and we want to check. For example, let's check type of our A right here. And for printing that, of course, we need to console log this into our console. And now if we run, as you see, we got this string right here. And now let's check our second variable, which is our variable B. And now if we run this one, you can see that we got the type of number. Of course, we can have this C, and run, we got this Boolean value. In D, we're going to have our big int. In our E variable, we're going to see this symbol. In our F variable, we're going to see object for null. And for our last variable, we're going to see
undefined type. But pay attention that here we said that null is primitive data type. But objects are not primitive data types and they are complex data type. But if we check this null right here, you can see we got this object right here. And this is one of the well-known bugs in JavaScript, and null is not object. But because of historical reasons, this stayed object until now. After this one, we got our complex data type. That in these data types, we can save many things together. As you know, we have objects, arrays, maps, and sets for our complex data types. And if we want to have them right here, let's say here first we're going to have our object, which is a person with the name of Tim and age of 24. The second complex thing that we can have is a simple array that we can have right here, just like this. A third one that we can have some map right here that, you know, here we need to give array, which inside of itself, it has again arrays right here. And at the last type of complex data types, we got our sets, which we can say that this is some kind of array with unique values. And now if we want to check the data type of these things, if we use our A and run, you can see that we got object. But pay attention, if we use each one of these items, for example, variable B, again, we're going to see object, C, again, we're going to see object, and at the last, our D variable, again, is going to be object. Because all of the other types that we have, like arrays, sets, maps, and other things, all are different types of objects. But another thing that we can have, which is different data type from these, is our function. So let's say here we have our function of E right here. Now, if we check type of our E right here, you can see that we're going to see function data type right here. So in total, we're going to have our primitive data types, which these are going to be string, number, boolean, big int, symbol, null, and undefined. And after this, we have our complex data types right here after that, which these are going to be in two parts of functions and after that object, which objects themselves going to have simple object that we have in JavaScript, arrays, maps, and sets right here. So this is the total thing that we have in our data types in JavaScript. But let's say here we want to check if this is array or not. For checking that if this is array or not, we're going to use this array right here, and inside of this we have isArray function. And inside of this, we're going to pass our variable name and our array name that we want to check. For example, here, if we want to check B and run our code, you can see that we got the value of true. But if we use C here, for example, and run again, you can see that we got false. And no matter, even if you check the object itself right here, again, we're going to see false result. But another way of checking these kind of things is our instance of operator. So here, first, we're going to select what thing that we want to check. For example, what variable. Here, let's say we want to check the C right here. Then we use this instance of operator right here. And here we put the data type that we want to check. So here, let's say we want to check is C is string or not. So here we use this string, and if we print this, you can see that we got this false result. But if we use map right here and run this again, you can see that we got this true result. And of course, we can use anything right here with both of these complex and our primitive data types. So we can use instance of string number boolean, begin simple null undefined, or our function object array map or set. But another thing that we can have in our code is that we want to check typeof a variable that has not created yet. So we're going to have this typeof right here. And here, let's say we want to check variable a with no variable above of this thing. And if we run, you can see again we got this undefined value. And this means the variable of a has value of undefined inside of itself. So if we create our variable right here and check our type again right here, you can see we got this undefined. So this variable is created, but it doesn't have anything inside of itself. And if we use this kind of empty string to our variable and run again, you can see that we got this string. But pay attention that if we use this null right here and check this again, we're going to see object. So our variable saving something, which is this null, and because of that, this is not undefined. But this thing that it's saving inside of itself is something that is not exist. And if we want to check difference between of null and undefined, you can see that if we check if null equals to undefined, we're going to have our true value. So these are equal value, which both of them are going to be nothing and empty. But if we check the type here, because this is object and this is undefined type, of course, we're going to see false result right here. Another thing that we have in JavaScript that can trick you a little bit is our NaN or not a number. So here, let's say we want to print our NaN. If we run this code, you can see that we got printing of this. And if we want to check the type of this NaN and run, you can see that we got the number right here. But NaN is actually something that we receive as not a number. So if we check the data type of this in your code and got this number, that is because the type of this NaN is number in JavaScript. Now let's talk about type conversations in JavaScript. First of all, the thing that we're going to check is to convert a string into numbers. So here, let's say we have variable of a, which contains a string right here, and it has value of 5 right here. Now, if we console log type of our a variable and run our code, we got this string. But here we have some things that we can use to change the type. For changing the variable from string to number, we can use our number function right here. And if we pass the variable that we want to change to number and save this in another variable, and now if we check the type of our second variable right here and run our code, you can see that we got the type of number. Of course, we can do this with any decimal numbers too, with any negative numbers, and what thing that you think. But if we have any characters right here inside of our string and we want to turn that into our number by this function, you can see that we got number again in the B. But you see how we can change this AS into number, because okay, we have this part as a number, but we don't have this part and we can't change this to num. So if we console log our b variable into our console and run our code, you can see that second time this b is not a number. And because not a number's data type is number as we see couple minutes ago, So again, this is going to return us the number data type. But if we have this to be simple number right here and run our code again, you can see we got the data type of number and it changed to number and there is no string anymore. And you know that we have other type of number methods that we have covered, like our parse float right here. And let's make this 556. And now if we run, you can see that we got this floating point number. And if we make this to parse int and run again, you can see that we got only our integer. And if this is, for example, 5, and this is parse float right here, and we run, you can see again, we have only our integer right here. But let's say here we have this number 5 in string mode right here, and another 5 in our B. And in our C variable, we want to add A with our B. And now if we want to print our C into our console, you can see that we got the value of 55 because this A is going to be string, and then we concatenating that with this B, which is again this number 5. So you can think of we're going to print this string, and next to that we're going to print this number. But here, if we check the type of our C variable right here and run our code, you can see that we got this string type right here. But if we want to change this to add these numbers together, we can use our number function right here. And now if we run, you can see that we got the type to be number and 10 for our C variable's value. And we have just the opposite of this thing for converting from number to our string. So here you can see that we have this B to be number 5. And if we check the type and even print it into our console, you can see that we got number, which is 5. But here, if we use our this string function right here for our B and run again, you can see that we got this time this string and our 5 is string this time. Another things that we can convert to another in JavaScript is date and numbers. So let's say here we have simple new date right here. Now, if we want to see type of our A variable and we run, you can see that this is object. And if we print this A right here, you can see that this is the date it has created. But if we want to change this to number, again, we can use this number function right here. And now if we run, you can see that it has converted into this number. And if you pay attention that this number which we have right here, let's copy this to right here and save this here in comments, and we can use our a.getTime method of our dates right here. And if we run, you can see we're going to have this number here. And if we use both of these at the same time, which one of them is getTime method inside of our date, and other one is changing number and converting our date data type into our number. And if we run here, you can see that we got the result of both of them being same. So our getTime method is doing the same thing as our number function does. And if we want to convert our date into string, we use our string right here. And now if we run, you can see that we got this type of string printing into our console. So actually, this is as same as our toString method here inside of our date. And now if we run, you can see that we got the same thing printing twice after each other. After this, we have our Booleans value of true and false, as you know. And we can convert them into numbers again by simply using our number function right here And if we use this a right here, as you see, if we print, we're going to see number 1. But here, if we have this to be in false and run our code again, we're going to see this 0 printing into our console. So false means 0 and true means number 1. And another thing that we can have right here, which is changing this Boolean values into strings. And if you use this, you can see again we got this false result. But if we check the type of our thing right here and run, you can see that this is a string. So it's going to convert this and make this from this type of false into a string which saves word false inside of itself. In JavaScript, when we use our variables and different data types with each other, we got different automatic type conversation. So let's say here, we're going to have our simple variable right here. First, we're going to print that variable into our console, and after that, we're going to check type of our variable. In the first place, let's say we have simple number, and we want to add by null. So the result of this should be number 5, but what is the type of this thing? This is number, because null is automatically going to be converted to number 0 right here, and when we add this by number 5, the a is going to be number 5, and type of our a variable is going to be number. But what happens if this 5 is in string mode and not number? Now if we run, you can see that we got this type of printing. Because again, as we see in last section, here our JavaScript is going to grab 5 right here as a string, print that into our console, and then is going to convert this null into string again and print that beside of that. So this plus right here is going to work as concatenation right here. And type of our a, because this is going to change to this type of word, which is string right here, is going to be string right here. Another thing that we have is adding one number like this to another actual number, which you saw in the last. Again, this is going to be printing as 55, and the whole thing is going to be string, because this is going to automatically convert to string and concat with this. But what happens if we have this one to be number and this one to be in string mode? And if we run this again, you can see again we got the same result, and it doesn't matter which one of these to be string. And the key here is that one of them is to be number and one other to be string. But one another thing that we can have right here is our minus instead of our plus sign. And here, let's say we have this number to be 3. And now if we run our code, you can see that we got the data type of number. Because in this mode, plus can mean concatenation, but we don't have anything to work with strings with this minus sign. So this 3 string is going to convert into number 3. So this is going to be just like this, and the result of this equals to number 2, which is going to be in our a variable value, and type of our a is going to be number. Let's say here we have our number 5 in string mode, and after this we have our number 2 in numbered mode. If we use plus sign, you know that we got 52 printing into our console. If we have minus and negative sign right here, we're going to have number 3, which a is number in this thing. But what happens if we use this star sign? If we run this, you can see that this number again going to convert to regular number 5, and then do the math right here and save the number result into our variable. So the type of our variable right here is going to be number.
In this part, we're going to talk about destructing assignment syntax. You know that we can create objects simply with our object's name, and then we have this curly braces, and then our items inside of it. Let's say here we have first name right here, which is Tim, and then our last name, which is Smith, for example. But the thing that we have in JavaScript, we can destruct these items and unpack our object properties into variables. What I mean is that first we're going to create some kind of variable and we put these values inside of it, which variable with the name of fname saves Tim and variable with the name of lname saves Smith. And for destructuring our items, here we use these curly braces just like we start our object. Then here we put the item that we want. For example, here we put our fname right here, and then we equal that with the object that we want to destructure, which here it is person. And we can use our variable creation keywords and statements right here like const, let, and wrap, which I'm going to use let right here. And then if we just console log our fname right here and run our code, you can see that we got this Tim and we have created this fname variable just right here by this syntax. And if we want to have this one too, of course we can have multiple line of this, which here we're going to have lname instead of our fname, and here let's actually print that one too. Now if we run, you can see that we got the same thing. But another way of doing this thing, which is some kind of shorthand of this, is that we use our fname right here, then we separate this with this comma, and then here we use our next item that we want. And now if we run, you can see again we're going to have the same result right here. And this syntax is not going to change if we change the order of these ones. For example, let's say we use lname right here and fname right here. If we run again, you can see again we got this Tim and this Smith right here. Because in this syntax, when we use this lname right here, for example, it's going to look at our person objects right here and going to grab this lname right here as our variable name and this one as its value. So we can have multiple items with any order that we want. And pay attention that here we're not going to do anything with our person. So after these one, again, we're going to have our person object right here fully as it was before. So here, if we have this person and run our code, you can see that we have these items, but again, we're going to see our objects right here as our person object. And the structuring is not going to change anything to our first object. But in some cases that we want to have another option right here. For example, let's say we want to have another age right here. Now here, if we just print this age from here and run our code, you can see that we got this undefined right here because there is no age right here. But if we have this age, let's say it's 26, and run our code, we're going to see that. But another thing that we can have, we can set some default values to these one, which if there is no age, make age number 18. And now if we run, you can see that we got this value. But here, if we have age item right here, and it's some different number, and run our code, you can see that we got this. So here it's going to see if there is age in our person object or not. Then if it's here, it's going to grab this value. But if there is not age right here, it's going to set that into this default 18 value. Another thing that we can have is that we can change the name of these variables right here. So let's say here we want to display this fname as this kind of first name right here and lname as last name right here.
So if we run like this, you can see that we got this error of we don't have this first name, and then we got the error of we don't have the last name. But the thing that we can do is that we can put these double columns right here and then write the name that we want our variable to have. So here, let's say we want to have this last name right here. So we put this right here. And here we want to have first name right here. And now if we run, you can see that again, we got this Tim and this Smith with 18.8 right here. And in this type and syntax, it's going to look at L name in our person, and it finds this, then creates variable with the name of last name right here, and make the value of this variable as same as what we have inside of this item. So this is our variable name in this syntax, and this is our variable's value. And actually, just like this, we can have the same destructuring syntax and statement for other type of variables too. So let's say here we have our simple a variable right here, which contains this word right here. If we use this syntax of destructuring, we can do something with that too. So here we use our variable creation statements right here, then we use these brackets right here, and then select our variable's name. And here we can put anything that we want. For example, I want to make this char1 right here, then I want to console log my char1 right here. And now if we run, you can see that we got this W character right here. And that is because it's going to select the first character of our string. And of course, we can have multiple of this of char2, char3, and char4 right here. And if we want to print all of them into our console, just like this, and run, you can see that here we got this word destructured into its characters, which here is going to select the first character of our a variable and string and make a variable with the name of char1 and put this character inside of our char1. It's going to do the same thing with our char2, 3, and 4. And basically, destructuring can be used with any iterables that we have. So let's now talk about another iterable that we have, which is our arrays. So here, let's say we have array of our cars right here, which this say brands of cars, let's say BMW, Volvo, and Ford right here. We can use again the same syntax right here, because here we start with these brackets. Again, here we're going to use these brackets too. But here, let's say we want to have our car1 right here, and this is cars and not a. So we put this name right here. And now let's print our car1 into our console. Now, if we run, you can see that we got this one right here, and we created car1 variable. And if you say that we want to change this to car name right here, because we want this variable name to have BMW, for example, you don't need this one in arrays, because in arrays, we don't want to find car1 item inside of cars. So we put basically only the variable name right here. So we're going to have our car2 right here and car3 right here. And again, if we want to print all of them into our console right here and run our code, you can see that we got all of them in different variables. But let's say we want to skip this car2 variable right here. So we want to grab only our BMW and our Ford right here. What we can do is that we're going to make this an empty space here in our second item. So now if we run, you can see that we got the error of car2 is not defined, because we don't have that right here. And if we delete that one too and run, you can see that we got our BMW and our Ford. So this one is going to come and create variable of car1, and what value it's going to have is it's going to come to cars array right here and select the first value that we have. Then in the second one, it's going to see there is nothing as variable name right here. So it's going to skip this one. And then it's going to do the same thing that it did with car1, with car3, and this Ford. And of course, let's say here we have another car of Nissan. And here, if we have another car4 right here, and let's make this car4 to be print in our console and run actually like this and not like that. Okay, you can see that we got this Nissan right here. But if we want to skip this Ford too, we just need to basically delete this car3. So it's going to grab our first value to set in our car1 variable. Then it's going to skip the second one, the third one right here too, and it's going to make car4 variable with the value of Nissan. But let's say here we want to grab only our fourth car right here. So we don't want this one, so we delete these one right here. And if we run, you can see that we got only this value right here. But another thing that we can have right here is that we're going to select item in our cars array. So here we use the index of 3, which is going to be this Nissan right here. Then we use these double columns right here. And then we specify the variable name that we want. For example, here we want to have car4 right here. So by doing this, we're going to grab the index 3 of this cars and make that into our variable. And as same as that, we can have, for example, our first item to be car1, and it's going on. But pay attention, if we want to use this syntax, we need to look at our array as objects. So here we need to use curly braces instead of our brackets. And by using this, we're going to have two variables of car1 and car4 right here. Because if we want to use this type right here, it's going to see cars as our objects right here, which is going to have its index 0 to be this BMW. Then it's going to have its index 1 to be Volvo. And just like this, it's going on. So if you want to use this type of destructuring, you need to use these curly braces. Another thing that we can have in our arrays is that, let's say here, we're going to select our C1 as our first variable, then C2 for our second, and going on. The thing that we can do right here, instead of using this C3 and C4, is that we can use this 3 dots right here and then rest. And by doing this, if we console log our C1 as same as our C2, you can see that we got the items which is in the index of 0 and 1. But if we use print this rest that we created right here and run, you can see that we got copy of our array's item after these indexes. So this is going to grab these two items and copy them into our rest variable that we created right here, which is array itself. So this is the name of the array that it created to save other items inside of it. And if we use test right here instead of our rest and run our code, you can see again we're going to have this one too. So you can use any name for your array right here. Now let's say here we want to have our simple map right here, which is again cars, and here we use this map right here. And inside of this, we're going to have array of our items right here. Let's say we want to have 3 items right here. and each one is going to have the brand name first right here, and then let's say model name. As you see, we got this thing right here. Now, if we want to destructure this map, if we use the same syntax that we learned in the previous parts, which is use this let right here, then because maps are object, we use this type. We use the name of car, for example, right here, and here we use our cars right here. And here, if we console log our car into our console, you can see that we got this undefined value. And that is because the structuring is a little bit different in maps. For using this, first we need to use our for loop right here, which here we're going to say select car name right here, and then car model after it of our map with the name of car. And after this, we're going to say, for example, console log our car name right here. Now, if we run, you can see that we have grabbed this BMW, Ford, and Dodge right here. So this is going to create car name variable, which is our first items inside of this array. And as same as this, it's going to grab second ones and third ones. And just as same as name, we can have our model here too. And now if we run, you can see that only we got the models right here. And another thing that we can use with this destructuring thing that we learned here is swapping items value with each other. So let's say here we have our a variable which holds number 1, and then have our this b variable which holds number 5. And here we console log two things, which a is, then we concat that with our a's value, and we use the same thing with our b variable right here too. And now if we run, of course we can see, actually we need to make this b2. And now if we run, you can see that a is 1 and b is 5, as you see right here. But let's change these values together. So we want a to have value of 5 and b to have value of 1. To do that, we use these brackets right here, and we equal that with another brackets right here. In the first one, we use our variables in our favorite order, but in the second one, we need to use the opposite order of this. So we need to use b in the first, and then this a. And for using this type of destructuring and changing items value with together, you need to use these semicolons in your variables too. And now if we run, you can see that this time a has the value of 5 right here, and b has the value of 1 right here. So it swapped these together. In today's video, we're going to talk about JavaScript errors and how to handle our errors. What I mean is our try, catch, finally, and throw keywords. We have 4 keywords that we can work with them to handle our errors. First one is our try, then we have our catch. After this, we have our throw, and at the last, we have our finally keyword and statement. Let's say here we want to create some variable with our const statement. Let's say it has the name of a, and it holds value of 5. You know that if we want to assign another value to our constant variable, we got error of assignment to constant variable. If we want to handle this kind of errors inside of our code, we can do multiple things. First of all, let's talk about our try statement. Here, if we want to check if this is work or not, we use this try statement right here, and inside of these curly braces, we use our code. And what this does is going to define a code block to run and try to if this is going to be run or it's going to have any errors. And if it can run, it's going to run normally. But if this code block can't run and have any error, it's going to run this catch code block right here. And let's actually here console log that we have error. Now, if we run, you can see that we got this message of we have error right here. And if we want to see what error that we have right here in our catch statement, we use these parentheses and some variable name we can use right here. Let's say we use this E, and this is going to grab what error that we have in this block. So if we want to print that into our console, you can see that here we're going to have again the same error that we have. And actually, this is our catch code block that it's going to run. And now if we run, you can see that we got this printing right here. As I say, if we run this, you see this long, very detailed thing we're going to have here in our console. We can use something inside of our error, which is our errors message right here. And if we run this one, you can see that we got the message and not every details of our error into our console. So you can use both this, or you can have your custom message right here, which we're going to cover in throw statement part. Another thing and keyword and statement that we have in our JavaScript error handling is our finally statement, which we can use it right here. And this code block is going to run after these two ones. So our code first tries to run this. If it can run this, then it comes to run this part. But if it can't run this part, it's going to run this part. And after this, it's going to run this part. So let's say here we have our console log of printing our variable. Now, if we run, you can see that we got this catch code block right here, which is this, and then this 5. But let's say this is let and not const. If we run this time, you can see that we got this 8. So what happened in the first time, which this one is const, first our code is going to come and try this block of code. Because this is not valid in JavaScript and has error, it's going to skip this part and start running this part instead. And after running this part, it's going to come and run this part. And basically, you can do the same thing with this finally, with not using anything right here. So if you use this console log right here of printing A, again, you're going to see the same result like before. But this is more structured way of coding that you can make the readability of your code better. And if this is going to be let, because we can run this part, it's going to make our A variable's value to 8 and then run this part, as you see right here. But in some cases, we want to have our own custom errors and we want to define our custom errors. Let's say we want our A to be between 10 and 20. And let's make this let 2. So here, if we want to check, we're going to try different things. We're going to have our if statements right here. And here we're going to check if A is lower than 10. So we want to throw an error which is A smaller. So we use our throw statements right here and then a string which says A is small. And we can use this type of if statement so it be a little prettier. And then after this, we're going to check if A is larger than 20. So we throw an error which is A is big. So now if we have this 5 right here and run our code, here in our try section and code block, we're going to see this condition to be true. So we're going to use this one. And when we use this throw statement, we're going to throw this error. So when we catch our error right here, it's going to be this string. And we're going to print that into our console. Now, if we run, you can see that we got the A is small right here, and then this A printing because of our finally code block right here. And let's say this time we make this A to be 15, so it's correct with our condition. Now if we run, you can see that we got only printing our finally and not any errors. But if we have this to be, for example, 25, and again run this code, you can see that we got the result of this A is big and 25, which is our printing of A into our console. And we're going to have different types of error that we're going to cover later in the course or maybe in other videos, that how we're going to handle each different error by itself. For example, we're going to have our syntax errors, reference errors, range errors, eval errors, and some other things. Now, let's use another example for our try-catch statements. Let's say here we have variable of text, which holds some text inside of it. And here in our try-catch statement, we're going to check if the length of this is, for example, higher than 5 and lower than 15. That you saw in some websites, you need to put some counts of characters and then it's going to allow you to do other things. You can use this kind of things to control those ones. So here in our try, we're going to have our if statement right here, which says if our text.length, that we have this in our string methods, is higher than 5. So here we want to throw an error of text is too small. Then let's say we're going to have another thing that checks if A is larger than 15, for example. So here we want to throw an error of text is too big. And here let's console log our error that we have. And you see, because here we use the name of error, here we need to use this error too. This is some kind of variable that holds the error for us. And now if we run, you can see that we got text is too big. And let's make text these 3 characters. And now if we run, you can see that we got the error of text is too small. And if we have the valid thing right here and run, you know that we got nothing right here. Actually, let's add another if statement right here, which if this is lower than 15 and higher than 5, we want to have console log of text is valid. And now if we run this time, you can see that we got printing of text is valid.
In this part, we're going to talk about this keyword in JavaScript. Let's say we have some simple object right here, the name of person. And in this object, of course, we're going to have some fields. Let's say here we have first name of our object and person right here, which is Tim, for example. Then we have the last name, of course, which is Smith in this case. After this, let's say we have this age, which is 29 years old. And this is our person's information right here. Let's say here we want to have function for this person, which is getInfo function right here. As you know, we declare function like this. And inside of the function, it's going to console log that Tim Smith has 29 years old. And here, of course, if we use this person.getInfo function right here and run our code, you're going to see this printing right here. But another way of doing this kind of things is that we can use our this keyword. And what this does is going to grab item that we want for us. For example, here, let's say we want to grab only the first name. If we write first name right here and run our code, you can see that we got error of first name is not defined because there is no variable as first name inside of our code, so this console log can be executed. So what we can do, we're going to add this keyword before of this first name and then use our dot right here. And by using this, when we use this keyword, it's going to come to this person and select first name inside of that person. And now if we run, you can see that we got our first name right here. And just as same as this, of course, we're going to have our last name right here, which is Smith in this case. And as same as this, we're going to have our age. And it doesn't matter how many items and fields that we have, we can do all of them even together. For example, let's say we want to do the same thing that has printed Tim Smith has 29 years old, but in dynamic mode. So what we can do is we're going to use this dot first name right here. Then because we want a space between of these, we're going to concat that with this string which has space inside of it. Then we're going to concat that with our this dot last name right here. And again, the same thing, we're going to add space right here and say has another space. And after this, we're going to add this dot age right here. And again, add, and here is our years old. And now let's actually make this in two separate lines so you can see these in better mode. And now if we run, you can see that we got this Tim Smith has 29 years old, but it's dynamic. So here, for example, let's say we want to make this Tom. Again, if we run, we're going to see this result changing by our items right here. And this is how you use this keyword in methods inside of your objects. And basically, you can use this keyword wherever you want to refer the thing that you are coding inside of it. For example, let's say you are coding inside of some elements or event handler that we're going to have through the course. You can use those as well as refer to the thing that you are coding inside of it to use items of that thing right there. In this part, we're going to talk about arrow functions in ES6 and JavaScript. You know that we have our functions that we can declare in JavaScript. For example, here we're going to have function with the name of print text right here, which has no parameters, and inside of it, it's going to simply console log this text for us. And if we call our function that we have created right here and run our code, we're going to see our result coming up. Beside of this one, we have another syntaxes. The first one that we can use is that we create some variable right here and giving the function name at the first actually. Let's make this function in that syntax right here. So first, we're going to grab the name of our function right here and create a variable here with this. And then when we assigning that, we use this function keyword right here, then our parentheses and our curly braces. And now if we have this code right here, and if we comment these one out and run our code, you can see again, we got the same result. And of course, you can use your variable creation keywords right here. So to make that in global scope, function scope, or whatever you want. But one of the other ways that we can do the same thing is our arrow functions. And arrow functions are basically shorter and more simpler to run and maintain inside of our code. And what those are is just like this syntax, but instead of this kind of coding right here, after assigning, we're going to have these parentheses right here, which are going to receive parameters from us. And then we use this kind of equal mark and this greater than sign right here. And after this, we use our curly braces. And whatever code we use right here, it's going to run when we run our function. So let's here we have our text right here again. And again, if we use our function right here with the name of print text and run our code, you can see that we got the same result. And in arrow functions, when your function has only one statement to execute, you can do it with not having these curly braces around of it. And if we run, you can see again we got this code running right here. And of course, you can separate with semicolon and another statement to run. Let's say here we have another console log of text to right here. Now, if we run, you can see that we got two printing. And pay attention how they are going to print. It's going to print this one first and then this one. But if we use this kind of curly braces right here and then another one right here and run our code, it's going to be opposite of that. And this line is going to execute first. And when this ends, after that, this one is going to be executed. And this is optional, but it's common way and good way to start your functions and set your arrow functions into constant variables with const. Because when you use constant variables like this print text right here, it prevents reassigning other things to this function. Let's say here we have our simple function right here at the first with the name of getNumber right here. And what this does, it's going to return only some number for us. Let's say we have number 8 right here. And now here, if we use our function of getNumber and print that result into our console, you can see when we use this, we got this 8 printing here. But if we want to use this thing in arrow functions, what we can do is very simpler, that we use our getNumber name right here, and then we use this arrow function syntax that we learned together, and then we use only the thing that we want to returning. So if we use only this 8 right here, this is as same as we use this return 8 right here. And now if we comment this out and run our code, you can see again we got the same result, but it's very simpler and good way to maintain. Here, let's say we have another function with the name of sum, which is going to receive two variables of a and b right here, and is going to return the sum of those two for us. If we want to have this in our arrow mode, here of course we need to have this sum. Here we're going to receive our parameters inside of these parentheses right here, and when we return, we're going to have our a plus b right here. And this is just same as this. And now let's run these separately. First, let's run our normal function right here. This is our sum function. Let's say we have 1 and 2. Now if we run, you can see that we got this 3. And now let's this time comment this out and run our arrow function. And this time we run, you can see again we got the same result right here. And of course, you can use this kind of arrow functions in your objects too. So let's say here we have our simple object of person, which has this name field, which is Tim, and then this age, which is 19, for example. And then after this, let's say here we have our getInfo function right here. And how we're going to use arrow functions right here is just putting these parentheses right here, then our arrow here, and our code block. That if we want to have multiple line of code, but if we want to have only one statement, here we can use our statement, which is console log temp is 19. And now if we have this person.getInfo function right here and run our code, you can see that we got the same thing. And pay attention that if we want to have some dynamic things going on within our method inside of our persons, as we know, we got these keywords are a little different in our arrow function. What I mean is that if we use, for example, that name right here, which is going to refer to this name and this Tim, you see if we run, we don't get the result. And we got this undefined right here. Because in arrow function, this keyword is not going to refer to this object, and there are no binding of this in arrow functions. So if you use some of the items that you have inside of your object as dynamic parameter inside of your method inside of your objects, it's good to use your old style function right here with your parentheses and your curly braces, just like this. And now this time if we run, you can see that we got our dynamic thing, and of course you can do anything and any pattern that you want. Let's say here this time we want to print age. Again, we can do anything that we want. In today's video, we're going to talk about JavaScript classes. Classes in JavaScript are templates for our objects. What I mean is kind of blueprint that our object needs to follow the rules that we define inside of our classes. For example, here, let's say we want to create some object which has the name of person right here. Then it's going to have its own name, of course, right here. For example, we set this to name 1. Then maybe it has its age, so we put 17 right here, for example. And maybe we're going to have some ID right here. Let's say this has ID of 8. And when we want to define another person just like this, we need to have this kind of person 2 right here, which again is going to have the same fields right here, but different values. For example, name 2, age is 27, and ID is 5. But now let's create our objects based on our classes. So first, let's create our class. For creating class, we need to use this class keyword right here. And then after this, we're going to put the name of the class that we want. For example, we want our class name to be person. After this, we open our curly braces right here. And inside of this, we can define all of our methods that we want. One thing that you should know inside of your classes, we need to have our constructor method always right here. And what this does is that when we are going to create our classes that we're going to see a little bit later, this function is going to run automatically first time when we are creating any object based on our class. So what I mean is, let's say here we want to have some codes right here. Every time we create some person, this constructor, it's going to run these codes once when it's creating. And here we usually define what fields that we want. For example, here, let's say as a last example, we got these fields of name, age, and ID. And when we want to do this right here, we're going to put all of the fields that we want inside of the parentheses of our constructor. So this is going to receive name. After this, it's going to receive age, and at the last, ID right here. And after we put these one right here, our constructor method is going to grab each one of these and create some variables and fields inside of this person class, which is going to be object and give the result for us. So for doing that thing, as you know, when we want to use something inside of the block that we coding, we use our this keyword. So we use this.name and we equal that with the name that we have right here. And just as same as this, we're going to have this.age, which equals to age. And at the last, we have this.id, which equals to ID right here. And now here, let's create our object based on our class so we know how to use our class. First here, we need to create some variables, name right here. Let's say here we put the name of our object O1 right here, and then we equal that. And here we use our new keyword right here and the name of the class that we have, which here it is person right here. And then we're going to open parentheses right here, and this is going to receive us what things inside of our constructor method. So it's going to receive name, age, and ID. For example, let's say here we have again name 1 right here, 2340 age, and ID 2 right here. And now when we run, this constructor is going to be run when we creating our person. And for monitoring that we got our person and constructor run, we're going to add another console log right here, which says constructor code ended. And now if we run, you can see that we got this print right here. And now if we console log our O1 objects right here into our console and run, you can see that it got the name of name 1, age of 23, and ID of 2, as we declared right here. And of course, we can have multiple objects right here. So let's say we have another one of O2, again our new keyword person right here, and let's say this has name 2 for the name, 25 years old, and ID of 4. And here if we have another printing of object 2, again we're going to see our results right here. But pay attention that when we created this object, constructor once run because of O1 object, and this is that code. But when we creating our second object, again for creating this object, this constructor is going to run, and that's why this is going to run twice, and we have this printing twice inside of our console. And as you know, because these are objects, we got these .age, for example, here, .name right here, that we can use to access to the fields of the objects that we have created right here. But we can create some methods inside of our class too, and that's going to have automatically set for both of object 1 and 2 and any object that we're creating with that class. So for defining those methods, here after our constructor code block right here, we're going to define the name of our method that we want. For example, let's say here we have the method of say name right here. Then we use our parentheses right here, and then our code block right here. And here, let's say we want to console log my name is, and here we add that with, you know that if we want to have our dynamic, we need to use this that name right here. And now after we created our objects, here let's run our say name method for our O1, and now if we run, you can see that we got this printing right here that my name is name1 because we declared name1 right here. And of course, because this is in the class, we got the same thing for our O2, and now if we run, you see that we got the printing of my name is name2. And as same as this, we can declare anything that we want. For example, let's say we have another method of say age. Again, this is method console log, and here I am. Then we add that our age that we have in our class. And again, after that, years old right here. And now let's use say age right here in our second object, which is going to give us the value of 25. As you see, I am 25 years old right here. And we can have some variable that is going to be the same in all of our objects and static and not changing by them. For example, let's say here after these one, we delete that console log. So this is our constructor, which these are our dynamic and different values that we have. But after these one, here we need to set, for example, is programmer right here. And we define this with our true value. So we have this is programmer field inside of our person. But pay attention that here, again, we need to use this keyword before of our variable to refer that we want this one to be inside of our person class and objects that is going to be created by our person. So here we add this dot here before of our is programmer, and here let's actually console log our O1 right here. Now let's run. You can see that we got the name to be name1, age to be 23, ID to be 2, and we got this isProgrammer to be true. But we don't have anything right here putting after these one into our constructor, and this is a static value that is going to be in every person object that we have. And if we have our second object here too, again, if we run, you can see we got the same isProgrammer field right here, which has the value of true. And you can have some controls by these thing right here. For example, we're going to say is valid or not right here, which we're going to have our ternary operator that we say if age is lower than 18, make this false right here, else make this true. And for a reminder of our ternary operator, this is as same as we have this if statement right here, that we have our condition which we put right here, and here if this is true, it's going to run this part of the code, and then we have this else right here, and inside of this is going to run this second part. So this is how you can do that. And now after we put these one together, let's have this our object 1 right here to be age of 16 and second one to 25. Now if we print our O1 right here and run our code, you can see that we got this is valid field to be false. But here instead of this, actually let's have both of them together so we can see the difference. And this time if we run, you can see that our is valid is true for our second person because the age is above of 18.
In part, we're going to talk about JavaScript modules and how we can use them to have our code in separate files and use our import and export functionality and kinda OOP programming in JavaScript. Modules in JavaScript can give us option to break up our code into separate files, and that make our work easier to maintain or work with our code. First of all, as you know, we have our simple index.js that we use in every part to run our code. For example, if we run our console.log this test and run our code, you can see that we got our printing. Let's say here we have some array of A1 right here, which contains number from 1 to 5. And of course, if we want to print them, we simply use our console log, and then we use our array name. And when we run, we got our array printing into our console. But think that this is a very large number of code that we have right here. So we want to maintain this array in another file. So what we can do is we create another file in our main directory right here. And for example, we name that arr.js. So we grab this array from here and put it in our arr.js. And now if we run this console log A1 right here, you can see that we got error of A1 is not defined because we have not linked these two files together and we don't have access to this A1. So to do that, first we need to export this A1 from here and then import it in our index.js. So first let's export this one. Here we have object of module right here, which is some kind of variable that can store anything inside of our file, and we can gain access to that from other files if we import that. So for exporting that, here we use our module.exports right here, and we equal that with object. And inside of our object, we put what thing that we want to export from this file. So here we have this A1 right here. And now if we come to index.js, if we run again, we can't get any result. We have to import that thing and that array we have exported from arr.js. So what we're going to do here and what is the syntax is that we are going to create some kind of variable right here. Then here we use our same kind of destructuring thing that we learned together, and we put the name of A1 right here, and here we use the function of require, and here we give the path that leads us to that file. And because these are in the same directory, so we need to use // and then arr.js right here. And now if we run, you can see that we got access to our array. And as same as this, we can have our functions too. So let's say we want to make this A1 to some function. We use arrow function right here, and here we simply console log that this is function print. And now if we come to our index.js, because we have imported that, what we need to do is that we simply run our A1 function right here. And now if we run, you can see again, we got that printing, and that file is going to run, and that's not in our file, and it's in this array.js. So if we want to again go to how these things work, we define our function right here, then we export that by this syntax that you see right here, that we can have multiple things right here. For example, let's say we have another A2, which is going to hold us value of 45, for example, right here. And here in module.export, we use this A1, and after that, our A2 right here. And here in index.js, we got access to this. We add our A2 right here, so we got access and import our A2 here too. Then let's console log our A2 variable into our console. And now if we run, you can see that we got access to that one too. Now let's have some example of a little complicated thing right here. So we delete our array.js right here. We have person class file just like this here. And inside of this, we have class of our person, of course, which is going to have this constructor that if you haven't watched last part, we covered all kind of classes and constructors and methods inside of class that you can watch. And here in our constructor, let's say we have name and then age right here. And here we need to have this dot name equal to name, as same as this dot age equal to age. And at the last, we're going to have our module.exports to be our person right here. Now let's come to our index.js, and here we're going to import that. So what we do, we create this const, and then here our person, and we require that from our per class that we have created right here. And now let's come here and let's create some object using our class. So here we use person1, we equal that with new person, and we need to give that name. So let's say this has name 1 and age, let's say 24. And now let's simply console log our person1 into our console. And now if we run, you can see that we created this object using our person class, and class of our person1 object is person, which is again in another file. And let's actually have another file of sum.js right here, actually JS and not JD. And here let's say we're going to have simple function of sum which receives a and b and is going to return a plus b for us. Actually, let's console log that just like this. Now let's export that. So we use our module.exports right here, and we equal that with our sum function right here. Now if we come to our index.js, let's import that one too. So we use this const sum right here, and we require that from our sum file that we have inside of our directory. And actually, let's have this in this functions folder. Let's move this to here. So you know how we import that. This is our main directory that we are in our JS tutorial folder in my case. And then we go to our functions folder by using this slash, And inside of this, we have our sum, which we're going to use this. And it doesn't matter you put this JS in the end of that or not. And here we can use our sum function. Let's use that below this console logging up %1. So we use our sum function and let's add number 3 with number 4. And now if we run, you can see that we got the result of number 7 right here. Now let's get rid of this file and this folder. And in the cases that you have large number of code functions and you need to maintain them, as we're going to do in the later projects, that after this tutorial series, and we're going to have full building and coding of some systems, you'll see there that we use this functionality of modular coding very lot, and it's going to help us maintain and code very easily. But another additional thing that we need to know in this module system is that how we use our import keywords right here. In ES6, we have the functionality of import, which we use this import. Then after the thing that we want, for example, in this case is this person, and then we use this from after that, and we give the path that we have. But pay attention that this is only going to work in ES6 version and not other. So if you working with Vanilla.js or Node or some other frameworks, it's better to use this kind of importing, which we use our require function right here. And we're going to cover all kinds and all things about this syntax of importing and exporting and basically modular coding in JavaScript in our React tutorial later in the channel. In this part, we're going to talk about JavaScript JSON. JSON is format for sorting and transporting our data between our servers and applications. Basically, JSON is JavaScript object with some data inside of it that we use this type of JavaScript and JSON to transfer data between of our servers. And it's very easy to understand and use inside of our codes. And we can hold any data type that we want inside of JSON. So let's start and have some tests for this. So we can have that in our JS file, or we can create another file. Let's say we name that info.json. And here, this is extension for our JSON file. First of all, we're going to wrap all of our codes and texts inside of these curly braces, because you remember this JSON file is object of JavaScript. And we use these curly braces in JavaScript objects. After this, here, we need to give the field that we want. For example, here, let's say we want to save field name right here. Then we use this double columns right here, and then the value that we want. For example, let's say here we want to say name1 right here. Then we're using this comma to separate that from our second item. And let's this time save some number. So we use age right here. And it's going to be, let's say, 28. After this, we can have, for example, save some arrays here too. For example, let's say cars right here. And here we use our array, of course. And we say, for example, BMW, Ford, and Volvo. And another thing that we can have right here after these one is object itself. So let's say here we have our friends right here, which is object that holds friends in separate lines. So our first one is going to be, for example, Tim. Second one is going to be Tom. And let's say it has third friend of Ben. And this is how you use your JSON file. So we have pay right here that we separated with our comma. Each one needs to have this name right here, which is going to refer to that data we are using. Then it can be string, numbers, integers, floats, arrays, and objects. And pay attention that our JSON file can hold us our Boolean values too. For example, let's say here we have field of is programmer, and it's going to be, for example, true right here. So we can save our Boolean values here as well as other things. And if we want to have these kind of JSON file inside of our JavaScript, we just need to copy this one and come to our JavaScript file. But pay attention that here we got error, and what we need to do is we just simply need to create some variable and object just right here. Let's say we name that info right here, and now you can see we got our JSON data inside of our JavaScript file. After this one, we have lots to talk about our JSON, which how we use that inside of our codes. We convert that it's going to be in our JSON tutorial that's going to start after this JavaScript tutorial ends. And we're going to cover that we have some methods in object of JSON. For example, here, if we use this JSON right here, you can see that we got a bunch of options of parse, stringify, and other things right here that we're going to talk about later. For example, if we use this stringify right here and give the info that is our JSON file right here, and we print that, you can see that we got that in our string form and string format. But if we don't have this one, and we have only our info right here, you can see that we got that in object mode. And just as same as this, if we have some string right here as our info, we can use function of JSON that parse. And if we give string to this one, string of object, of course. So let's wrap all of these things to be in string. And pay attention, if we use double columns or columns right here, it's going to be error. So we use backticks right here, so it be string. And remove these spaces right here, because backticks is going to save them and not removing them. And now let's run. You can see that we got that in string format. And simply we can use just typeof right here. And you can see this time we got this string right here. And if we use this JSON.parse and give our info that and run again, we got typeof object, which is going to be our JSON info right here. And after these ones right here, let's actually have this in our JSON format and object format right here. And now here, because this is object, we can access the values by putting the field's name. So for example, we want this name right here. Of course, we can use this info.name just like this. And if we print, you can see that we got access to that. And as same as this name, we can access the other values like this age, field of is programmer right here, another field that we have of these cars, and actually let's all of the cars printing. So we use index 0, index 1, and index 2 right here. And after that, we're going to have our friends objects right here. And let's actually print all of them separately too. So we use another dot right here again to use our first item and first value right here. And pay attention that here in the first dot, we have selected the all of this thing which is inside of our info. So we're selecting this friends, we use this dot to come to here. And second time, again, because this is object itself, we use a dot to come to this and grab this one. So after this, we have second and of course our third one. And now if we run, you can see that we got the name one, age is programmer, all of the cars that we have, and all of the friends that we declared in our JSON file. Until now, we have covered lots of the things that we need in JavaScript, which is actually all of the JavaScript that we have
After this, of course, we have some things like HTML DOM, Browser BOM, jQuery, advanced object, classes, and other things, which we are going to talk about them too in the next videos. But in today's video, we're going to talk about the tips that it's good to use inside of our JavaScript. And if we use these tips and tricks, our code is going to be more cleaner and more efficient, and at the all better in performance too. So the first thing that we need to talk about is our variables and scope of the variable. So let's say here we have our simple for loop right here, which we have I, which until I is less than 5, we want to run our code, and I++ right here, which is going to increment our I variable every time. And now here, let's say we want to have another variable of j, but we declare this with our var. So this j variable that we created right here is not in our for loop scope. And all of the documents and codes inside of our index.js, which is our file, can access to this j. So let's use this simple text right here inside of j variable. And now let's simply console log our I plus our j. Actually, we need to declare this I right here too. So now if we run as we expect, we have this 0 text, 1 text, 2, 3, and 4 text. And numbers are this I, which is going to increment every time. And then we have this static text string right here. But let's say further in the code, we want to create another variable right here with the name of j right here. And we want the type and the value to be undefined. So if we again after that console log our j variable into our console, and actually let's write a little thing about this, which this is j variable, and now let's add that with our j. And now this time if we run, you can see that we got this text right here. By the way that we declared our j variable right here, and this should be undefined right here. But because we have created this j right here with this keyword, we got this text right here. But if we use this let right here instead of that, so our j is only be inside of our for loop and this scope. If we use this code and run, you can see that we got our to be undefined as we created right here. Another thing that is very good is that when you writing code, it's good to have your variables, for example, and actually all of your declarations on top of your document. For example, here we want to have some ID right here of, let's say, 1, 2, 3. Then we want to have name, let's say test right here. After this, we can have, of course, our age to be, let's say, 27, and all of our variables right here. And then after these, when we want to run our code, we only use the name of our variable. For example, here, let's say we have a bunch of codes, and between of these, we want to print our variable. So it's very good to have all of our declarations right here. Then when we want to use, we simply just use the variable name right here. For example, this is our ID. This is our name, and this is our age. And now we have declared all of these right here and used right here. And now if we run, you can see that we got our result. And if we want to change some of these values, we don't need to come to these lines and find them. We only need to come to the top of our document and change the values. For example, let's make this like this and make this 25. And now if we run, you can see that we maintain that very good. But if you use your variables, creations, and declarations inside of your code, it can be messy and tricky to maintain. Another thing that we have that it's very good and important to say is that when we're creating some undefined variable that we're going to give value to them later. For example, let's say we want to make ID the one right here. we want to make name to come right here, and we want to make age be 30 right here. So one way that we can do is that we create only our variables just like this, which you cannot do this with constant variables, so we change that to var again. And now in this syntax, if we run, you can see we got our code runs very good. But another thing that is important is that we declare and initiate at the beginning of our code the type and the thing that these variables are going to receive. For example, this ID we use number type and int type. So we put this 0 right here. For the name, we use this empty string, and for the age, again, we use this 0 at the beginning. And after we give them new values, we use them inside of our code. The next thing that we're going to talk about is about our objects. You know that we create our objects by the name of object. Let's say here is O1 and these curly braces, and inside of this fields that we have any values. For example, let's say here we have this name, which is Tim, then we have the car, let's say M4, and at the last, let's say color of shirt, and let's make this to the red. Now if we print this by our console log right here and print our O1 object into our console, as you see, we got our object right here. And if we have the type of it, again, you can see this is object. But here, if we use this let instead of our const, and here inside of our code, we have this O1 to have, for example, some text right here. If we run like this, you can see that we got this text and string type. But if we use this const keyword right here, as you know, in these declarations, we got error of assignment to constant value. So it's good to create your objects and declare them by const Q. And as same as this, it's good to have your arrays just like this too, because we can have the same issue with arrays too. After this, we are going to talk about creating empty variables inside of our code. So as you know, we have a bunch of data types that we can work with them. For example, we have this A1 to be string, which you can use both of these empty string right here or this new string as new string object inside of our code. As same as this, we're going to have our new number. The third one is going to be new Boolean value. And let's say we have two other values of our object, which we can use this object right here. And at the last, let's say we have one B2 new array right here, which you know that these are our classes that we create our objects by using our classes constructor right here, which we can give some values to them, and those gonna create those for us. And here, if we console log our A1 variable, you can see that it has created some string with the value of this one, which we typed right here to us. But pay attention, if we check the type of our A1 right here, you can see that we got object, but we want strings right here. So it's good to have the actual string creating inside of our variable and not creating object of string. And this rule and this step is going to apply to all of these items. So for example, in this Boolean, if we use this true, of course, if we use this A3 right here and run, we got this object. And if we print that, you can see that we got the Boolean value of true. But if we want to maintain them good and be in efficient way, we need to remove these new classes that we declare and create object with them. And for empty string, we only use this double columns, or we can use columns instead, or another way of backticks. For our number, it's good to start with 0. For our Boolean values, we make it false at the first, so if it changes, it be true. For our object, these curly braces, of course, and for the array, these brackets. Another thing that we want to talk is our type conversion. So you know that we have these types. For example, let's grab this A1, which is a string right here. Now, if we check the type of our A1 here, you can see that we got our string. But if further in the code, we got our A1 to filled with some values, and that value not passed in the string and passed in the number, for example. And now if we run this again, you can see it has converted that into number. So beware of that what you code and how you maintain them. If you want this to be string, for example, you can use your ternary operator or ifelse. For example, let's say here we have value in this v variable right here, which is 20. So when we put this into our A1 and run, it's going to give us number. So we want to check, we say check if type of v equal to string, equal that with our A1, else, for example, console log v is not string. Actually, we need to make this string like that and not object type. And now, because our v is number 20 right here, if we run, you can see that we got the error of v is not string, and we got the type of our a to remain a string again. Actually, let's print this A1 here again. So you can see that we got the empty variable because there is no such thing in declaration of this variable. But let's say this time, this 20 is our test text right here. Now, if we run, you can see that we have this test text, which is this console log, and this string right here. And again, we got our a to remain in the type of string. And one of the common mistakes in JavaScript is using this value comparison and this value and type comparison inside of our code. Of course, you can use both of them in different situations, but be aware that when you use this type, for example, in this example, if we run, as you see, it's going to run. Actually, let's make this to simple if statement so it's very easier to explain. So let's say here we have this if statement, which has this console log of condition is true. And in the else part, we got printing of condition is false. Now here, if we check 1 equal to true, because we use this one as Boolean values, which 0 is false and 1 is true, this is going to give us true value. And we're going to run this part of code. And now if we run, you can see, actually, we need to make this log, not like that. And now if we run, you can see that we got the condition is true. But let's say we check the type 2. Now if we run, you can see that we got the false value. By the way, that this means true, but at the old, this is Boolean type and this is number type. Because if we check the types of those two, let's say here we have console log and our type of right here. First, we check type of our number right here and then this true right here. If we run, as you see, the first one, which is this, is going to be number, and the second one, which is this, is going to be Boolean. So these are same in the value, but not same in the type. Now let's talk about another thing which is in our function. Let's say here we have our simple function right here of sum, which is going to return a plus b for us. And here, of course, we have a and b. Here in the code, if we run our sum function with the values of 1 and 2, actually we need to make this console log just like this. And now if we run, you can see that we got the value of 3. But what happens if we use only one number right here? If we run, you can see that we got not a number. Because here, if we check the type of those again, we have console log type of A, and as same as this, type of B. And now if we run, you can see that one of them, which 1 and A is going to be number,
And the second one, because we have not defined anything to that, it's going to be undefined. So we can handle that missing arguments inside of our codes, because as you see, it can break our code with this not a number error, for example, right here. So the thing that we can use is, let's use our ternary operator right here. We say if a equals in the value and the type to the undefined right here, we want to make a to 0. And then we want nothing for the else part. So let's fill that with simply this empty string. And we got the same thing for our b variable too. And now if we run, you can see that we got sum of this is 1. Because here a is going to be 1 and b is going to be undefined. And our code is going to put b into 0. And of course, we can have different values right here. For example, let's make both of them to the 1. Now, if we run right here, you can see that we got the value of 2. And actually, you don't run this one because the a is the first variable. And we're going to define always that and give that into our function. But maybe in some cases, we have passed undefined variable right here. Again, in this case, because our a is undefined run, we got the result because of our code and handling that undefined variables. And another way of declaring default values is here inside of our code. So let's say here we want this to be 0 and we want b's default to be 0 again. Again, in this situation, if we run, you can see that we got the result. And again, if we, let's say, have undefined as our a and run, we got this 1 right here. And let's change this, have different numbers right here. As you see, we can have that. Another last thing that we're going to talk about is in our switch statement. As you know, we have our switch statement, which let's say is checking our a variable that we're going to create in a little bit. And here we have some cases of, let's say, when it's 0, we want to run console log a is 0. And then, of course, we use this break right here. And let's have multiple of this. 3 is enough. This one is 1. And this is 2. Let's change the printings to okay. And here let's create our switch syntax. Now let's have our a to be 0 at the first. If we run as you expect, we got this result. Next time, let's make this 1. Now if we run, this is 1, of course. If we have 2, if we run, we get 2. But what happens if we give this 5 value? Because we have not handled anything right here. If we write, you can see that we got no result. So it's very good to always end your switch statements with a default case that you have. So we use this default, and inside of it, of course, we have our console log again, and we're gonna say here number is out of range. So now we control this one. And now if we run with the value of 5 in the a, you can see that we got this error. No matter how many numbers and how many digits that we have here, again, we're going to have that in the 3, 4, 5, and all of the other numbers, of course. And the last tip I'm gonna talk about with you is using our eval function. Our eval function is a function that is going to run text as code inside of our code. And this is one of the ways that can cause some security problems in our code. And you always have other options to use that. So it's good to not use this eval function inside of your code. And this is how our function works. We have this eval function, of course, right here. Then inside of this, we can run any code that we want. For example, let's say we want simply console log the text right here. Now, because we use double quotations right here, we need to wrap all of these into these columns. And now if we run, by the way that we put these code and this statement in string mode, if we run, again, we got mistyping. And now if we run, you can see that we got running this code. But avoid using this function as much as you can. In this series of videos, we are going to talk more about JavaScript
advanced things that we have. We already covered beginner and elementary things in the last parts, and you can watch all of them if you have not done that by clicking in the link in the description or the card that's appearing in top corner. This is going to be several parts. The first one and this one is going to be about objects. So as you know, we can create our object by simply using our const keyword and then name of our object. Let's say here we have this car, and we equal that to these curly braces. And as same as this, if we comment this out, we can use again our const keyword, then our object name, and here we can use this new object for creating our object. And we can use both of these syntax for creating, but the first one is more better in the syntax to maintain code. So I personally use this one instead of this creating with this new keyword. And for adding values and properties for our object, we can use, of course, our object name. And to know all of the things that we have right here, you need to watch our object part in our JS course, which again, I'm going to give you the link in the description and card at the top. Here we can use our object name, and after putting this dot, we can declare new properties for our object. For example, let's say we have this brand right here. We equal that to Ford. After this, let's say we have model, which is going to be Mustang. And as same as this, actually this must be our object name. Right here, we can have other values. Let's say we have another one of color, which this is black, for example. But sometimes we need to create many objects which all are in the same type. So we're going to have multiple cars inside of our code. And if we use this car1 right here, we need to declare all just like this. And if we want to have another car, we're going to repeat. Actually, let's get rid of this one. And if we want to have our second object, again, we're going to have both of these, but instead of car1, we need to have car2 in all of other things. For example, let's say this one is going to be BMW. And as same as this, we're going to change all of other things. We can use this type of creating and defining our properties, or we can use constructor function of our object. And what it's going to do is going to create our function and give the properties to that by using the function. That we have video about constructor in the channel that you can watch. So let's, instead of this, create our object constructor. First of all, we're going to declare our function keyword right here. Then we're going to have the name of our object. So here we have car as our object. Then we use our parentheses and our curly braces. Here we need to give the properties that we want to have inside of our object, and we want to define them. For example, in this case, we want to have the brand, of course. After this, we're going to have model and color right here. And inside of body of our function, we need to use this keyword that is going to refer to our object, which is creating. And here we want object creating have the property of brand, and we equal that with this brand that we have from our function right here. So again, we got this brand right here. And after this, we're going to do the same thing for these two items too. Just like this. And now if we want to create two different objects, we can just simply use our const keyword here, our car1. We want this to be new car, of course. So we use the constructor that we created right here. And inside of these parentheses, we going to pass brand, model, and color. Now, if we have the brand, let's say it's Ford, then the model is going to be Mustang. And at the last, the color is going to be black. And this need to be in strict. And for second car, we're going to again use our const keyword, our car2. Then inside of this, we're going to have new car again. But inside of this, we're going to pass different values. So the brand is BMW. The model is M4, let's say. and the color is blue. Now, if we console log our objects into our console, you can see that here, let's say we have car1 and here we have car2. And now you can see that we got two different objects right here. First one has the brand of Ford, model of Mustang, and color of black. And the second one has the brand of BMW, model of M4, and color of blue. And what you see right here for color is because of extensions that I have installed for my console. And pay attention that we can have default values inside of our constructor too. So let's say here we have the year of that car has product, and let's make that 2024. And if we run this code again, you can see both of our objects and cars has this default value of year 2024. Our objects that you can see right here are inherit properties and methods from a prototype. For example, our date objects inherit from date prototype, array is going to be from arrays prototype, and let's say here we have this car object, it's going to have methods and properties from its own prototype, and object prototype as top, because all of these prototypes, which are date, array, or other things, are going to be again inherit from our object prototype. And if we want to add some properties or methods to all existing objects of what we have inside of our code, we can use the property of prototype to add a new property or method. And how we work, let's say here we delete this year, which is default from right here. And here we're going to select the object that we have inside of our code. Let's say here we have this car. And then we use this prototype property right here. And after this, we're going to put another dot. And here we're going to define new method or property into our object. So let's say here we need to have this year. And we're going to set that to 2024. And now again, if we run, you can see that we got nothing about the year inside of our object. But if we use this dot year right here and run our code again, you can see that we got that thing right here. And of course, we can have this dot here again as we expect. You can see both of them has the 2024 year because we added this year property with the value of 2024 using our prototype property of our object, which we have declared the constructor of our object just right here. And of course, we can have the same thing for our method. For example, here, let's say we have tell year, which is going to be function. And here we use this function, which receive nothing, and is going to have this console log of the, let's say, again, 2024. Of course, you can make this dynamic by using our date object that we have learned about that together. And now here, if we used our tell year function right here, as same as this one, and run our code, you can see that again, we got this 2024 right here. Another thing that we're going to talk about inside of our object is our getter and setter methods, which we're going to refer to them by getters and setters. And what they are is actually some functions which is going to change our properties or give the value of our properties for us. For example, let's say here we're going to define this year right here to be number of 2024. We added this to our prototype, and if we have both of our objects right here and use this year right here after of our objects, we can have that year coming into our console. But let's say we want to change this to 1 to another number. Of course, we don't have something inside of our constructor to do that. We have two ways to do that, which one is adding this year to right here, then adding this dot year and equaling that to the year that we received from our function. Actually, I have misspelled that, and this is right. But maybe we don't want to have always creating this one. So another way to changing that is that we can use our setter.
And for doing that, let's say here we have simple object of our account right here, and we're going to have some properties inside of this. Let's say here we have name, we simply put the name right here. Then we have email, we have this email right here. And let's say we have the phone, which is going to be some numbers. And let's say after these, we want to have this language for our account, which at first it's going to be in English, which we use en as English. Then after this, here we need to create our set. So we use this set keyword right here. And after this, we use the name of our setter that we want. For example, let's say we want to change this language. So we use change lang right here as our setter's name. And this is going to be function, of course. And what we're going to have in this function is going to receive some variables. So we have new value right here. And inside of this code, we simply use this dot language and we set that to the value that we receive. Now, if we console log our account objects right here and run, you can see that we have the language of English right here and we have the setter of change lang. But how we use this setter right here? So we use our account, and then after this dot, we use the name of our setter, which is change lang right here, and we equal that with the value that we want. So let's say we want to change that to friend. So we use fr right here as friend, and if we use this, it's going to come to the setter and change the language of this object, which is referring to this account, and the language property inside of this, which is this one, of course, and equal that with the value. And this value comes from here. So it's going to put this fr instead of this en. And now if we run, you can see that this time we have this fr as our language. So our language is French. And just as same as this, we have another thing of get. And what is the usage of get is that, let's say we want to grab all of the details about our account, such as name, email, phone, and language. Let's say actually we want these three ones. So what we can do is that we can have three console logs right here. Then in the first one, we want to print this name. In the second one, we want to print the email. And in the third one, we're going to have our phone. And now if we run, you know that we got the result just like this. But another way and better way to do this is create scatter right here. And we create that by using this get keyword right here in the first place. Then the name that we want our getter to have. For example, let's say we want to have the name of get detail right here. And again, this is going to be function. But this is not going to receive any parameters from us. And it's going to return us something. For example, let's say we want this to return us the array of name, phone, and language. But if we use this name like this right here, we can't access this because we want to refer to this account. So because of that, we use this before of our property name. And after this, of course, we're going to have this dot email. And after this one, we want to have this dot phone, of course. Now, if we use our account objects right here, then after this dot, we use the name and function of our getter. So we use get detail right here and run our code. You can see that we got the result of array with the values of name, email, and phone number right here. Other part that we're going to have inside of our objects is our methods that we can group them into three groups. First, they are our general methods. Then we have our property management methods. And at the last, our object protection method. So the first thing that we can have is our object create method. Let's get rid of this getter and setters right here. So we can check our methods by using this account object. Let's say we don't have this language and phone too. So we have two properties of name and email right here. And we have our second object of account one, which is going to hold name one as name and email one as email. Here, if we use our object.assign method right here, it's going to receive two parameters from us, which is going to copy properties from second object into our first object that we enter. So let's say here we want to have properties of account1 to be as same as our account. So we put the object that we want to change properties of that in the first place. So here we have our account1, and then we want the object that we want to copy from. So we have this account right here. And now if we console log our account1 object right here, you see that we have these one as name1 and email1. But after using this method, if we run, you can see that we got the name to be name and email to be email, which they are values of properties of our account object. Then after this, we have another method of entries right here, which is going to have only one parameter right here. And if we save the result of this to a variable right here and console log our variable right here and run our code, you can see that we got this type of array. So this is going to return array of key and value pairs inside of our object. For example, here we have name, this is our key, and this is the value of name, which is again name. So let's change this. Actually, let's make this Tim, and the email, let's make this team@gmail.com. So now if we clear our console and run again, you can see that we got pair array of the property and the value of that. And just like this, we have our second one too. And this is very useful inside of loops, which we want to do things with our items and we want to refer them very simply and by index. And let's say this time we have the thing just like this, but reversed. So here, let's say we have some array with the name of ARR right here, which holds object key arrays inside of it in its items. So let's say here we have this to be John, and we got John's email right here. If we use our object from entries methods right here, and we pass the array that we have right here, and run our code, you can see that it's going to create object for us with the values that we have. So this is going to grab the pair value of right here, make the first one as property name and the second one as its value. After this one, we're going to have another method of our value. And inside of this, if we use again our account object right here, and run our code, you can see that we got only the values and not the property names. So we got only the value of name and value of email, which is going to be this Tim right here and this tim@gmail.com, just like this. And as same as this one, we have the method of keys, which this time it's going to do the opposite thing. And if we run, you can see that we got only the key and property names and not the value, which are the name and email right here. After these general methods, we're going to have our object protection method. So let's get rid of this array right here, and here we can use those one. And we don't need this variable right here. The first thing that we have in our object protection is going to be our prevent extensions. So if we have this method right here and pass the object that we want right here, and after this we want to add another property of, let's say, phone to that, and let's equal that with simple numbers. And after this we console log our account object into our console and run. You can see that we don't have that phone property that we added into our console, because this method, it's going to something like lock our object, so we can't add another items inside of our object, and we cannot add new properties or methods. But if we have this to be comment out and run again, you can see now this time we got this phone. But if we want to check if this is extendable or not, we have another method which again is going to be in our object, of course, and inside of this, we use this as extensible right here, and here we pass the name of our object. So here we have our account object that we want to check. Now, if we run, you can see that we got the result of false because we have prevented that right here. But if we have this to be comment out and run again, if we clear our console, you can see that we got this true. After this, we're going to have two other type of protecting just like this. The next one is going to be method of seal right here, which is going to prevent adding and deleting object properties. So if we have this to be seal, we cannot add or delete any properties from our object. Pay attention that in our extensible and prevent extensions, we can't add new properties, but we can delete them. But inside of the seal, we cannot add or delete them. And as same as the last one, we got the method of isSealed right here, which again is going to give us the value of true or false based on our code. So if we seal our object right here and check it right here, you can see that we got this true. But if we have this not sealed right here, so it's our simple object and run, we got the value of false. And the last method in our protection part is our freeze. And what this does here, this is going to prevent any change into our object. So we cannot add any properties, we cannot delete any properties, and we cannot actually change any properties right here. So if we have this to be in freeze, again, we got the check method for that, which is frozen right here. And again, if we freeze this right here and check that, if we print, you can see that we got the value of true. But if we don't freeze that and make that as regular objects right here and run, we got the value of false. And basically, we have three main things that we can work in this group of method, which first one is our extensions, which these are going to prevent us from adding new properties to our object. Second one is our seal one, which this one is going to prevent us from adding or deleting items. And the last one is our frozen or freeze actually, and this one is going to prevent adding, deleting, or changing the properties. After these protection methods, we have our last group of our methods, which they are our property management methods. So here, let's say we want console log of our account and our object into our console. We run, of course, we have the name to be Tim and email to be tim@gmail.com. But here, let's use our property management methods, right? So here we use our objects right here. Then inside of this, the first method that we have is our define property. So we use this define property method right here. And this is going to add or change the objects of our object. And this is going to receive three items from us. First one is our object, of course. Let's say here we have our account. Then the property that we have, let's say we want to change the name here, which we need to give that in string. And here in the third place, we need to pass object, which says the value to be what we want. So let's say we want that to be John. And by using this method, we're going to change the property of name in the account to be John. Or if there is no name, it's going to create property for us, make that name, and pass the value of John to that. So if we have, for example, this phone right here and have value of some numbers right here, it's going to create our phone property inside of our account object and give the value of 234 to that. After this, we have our getOwnProperty names method. So let's get rid of method right here, and we use getOwnProperty names, right? And if we use this right here and pass our object to that and save what it returns to a variable and print that variable into our console, you can see that we got the property names right here. In this part, we're going to talk about advanced topics of functions in JavaScript. First of all, you need to know all things about functions, that we have a video about that, which is going to be linked in the description and card in the top corner. So if you haven't watched that, first watch that video, then come to this one. So first of all, here what we're going to start with is how we can declare our functions. The very simple way that we can do that is by using our function keyword right here. Then the name of our function, for example, here I'm going to use add. Then we have these parentheses and these curly braces. That we have our code inside of these curly braces. The second way that we can do the same things is remove this name from here. We have this function right here. Then assign that to variable. So we give the name right here, then equal that with the function right here. One other way after this, because our functions are type of objects, we can create them by using our new keyword right here, then using our function objects right here, which is going to run its constructor. And this is going to receive from us several items. First of all, it's going to receive from us if we have any parameters that we want to input to our function. For example, let's say we have A and B and we want to add them together. So we need to give them in a string. So here we use this A, then we're going to have our B. And for the third parameter, again, we need this string. And inside of this, we need to have our code that we want to put inside of our functions. So basically, if we have simple function right here with the name that it's here, we want to have this one, but in different syntax. And let's return A plus B. And if we want to have this function, but declaring it with this syntax, we need to put the code that we have inside of our curly braces inside of this string. And now this is as same as this one. And other way of declaring functions is our arrow functions, which in this case, we create a variable, then assign that to these parentheses, and we use this arrow symbol right here. And then we have our curly braces right here, that we can have any parameters here and use them inside of our code right here. Let's say again, we're going to have values of A and B right here. And our code is console log A plus B. If we run this, of course, we need to call that. So we use this add with these parentheses. Then we put some number for the A and other one for the B. And now if we run, of course, we're going to see the result right here. But we can have some default values. So let's say we don't have B right here. If we run this like this, you can see that we got error of not a number. But if we give this default values, this will not happen. And what we can do this is after we have our parameter right here, we assign that with some number. And now if we run this time, you can see that again, we got the result. And of course, we can have our B here again with different number. And this one is going to override this value and B is going to be 3 here. But if we have nothing as B imported here in our call section, B is going to grab value of 6. So now if we run, you can see that we got this 7, which means B is 3. And we can do the same thing with our A right here. Now, if we use our simple call with no parameters inside of this and run, you can see that we got 7. Let's actually change that to we have some different numbers. Now, if we run, you can see that we got 8. And let's only make our A to be, for example, number 5. If we run, we got the 11. And of course, if we have another one for the B, we got the result of both. But let's say we want to have multiple items right here. So we need to declare all of them just like this and go on and use them right here. But if we don't know how much parameters that we have right here, one of the ways that we can do is assign all of them 0 just like this, or have another option that we can use, which using our rest parameter, which is going to be 3 dots right here, then the name that we put right here and we want to use. So let's say here we use the name of A right here. And here we want to console log our A only. Now, if we have only one value right here and run, you can see that we got array with our number inside of it. But if we have 2 of them and run, we got 2 items. And just like this, if we have many numbers that we want right here, we're going to receive all of them inside of array right here, as you see. And of course, we can do anything with this. For example, let's say we want to wrap them in our for loop, which is going to be I0 right here. And while I is less than our length of array, we want to console log our A's that item. And by doing this, we're going to print all of these separately. And if we run, you can see that we got that result right here. Then we have our self-invoking functions. And what these are is basically functions that they are going to be run before we call them. So what I mean is, let's say we have our function of f1 and we don't have any parameters right here, but we want to console log number 5 into our console. If we run this way, you can see that we got no result right here because we need to call our function right here. And this time if we run, you can see that we got the result. But one way that we can do the same thing is wrapping our function and removing the name of our function. And after this, at the end, we need to have another parentheses. So think of this way, that here we have our function name right here, and then we have this calling parentheses right here. So instead of that, we put our function in these parentheses and then we call that. And this time if we run, you can see again we got our result right here. As you know, our functions are objects. So if we have our function right here with the name of f1 and no parameters right here, and we have our console log right here of 5 again. If we check the type, so we use console log, then type of our f1 and run our code, you can see that this is function. But as we know, functions are objects. So what this means is that we can use our object on our functions. For example, we can use our this2string method right here, and if we run, you can see that we got string of our functions. So this is what our f1 to string have returned to us, a string version of our function. And pay attention that we have this function keyword, name of that. If we have any parameters right here, for example, let's say we have A and B right here. If we run again, you can see that we got those two and all of the things that we have inside of our function. The next topic that we're going to talk about is our method reusability and borrowing in our objects, which uses our functions. So what I mean is, let's say we have our person object right here with the name of temp. And after this, we have another object here, which is going to be our methods. And inside of this, we have method of tell name, which is going to be function, of course. And here we simply want to console log this dot name. As you know, we don't have any name right here inside of our methods. So if we run our methods dot tell name and run our code, we're going to have nothing right here and undefined printing into our console. but we want to use this method of tell name inside of our person. So what we can do is we are going to use our apply method. So here we use our methods right here, then the name of our function that we want to run. Then after this, we put another dot and use our apply method right here. And inside of these parentheses, we give the object that we want this function run on that. That's going to be person right here. So we use the name of person as our object right here. And this time if we run, you can see that we got the result of Tim, and we using this function on this object. But in another cases, let's say we have this to be person 1 right here, and we have person right here. We got the name for this too. Let's say this is going to be John, and we want to use again this function right here. You know that we can use our person1.tellName method right here, and if we run, we got the result of John right here, because it's going to refer to this name. And if we use this dot apply and give the name of our first object right here and run, we got the Tim. Last thing that we want to cover here is our nested function. So let's say here we have our simple function right here with the name of f1, and it's going to receive no parameters from us. And inside of this, we're going to have our console log of f1 function right here. And after this, here inside of our function block, we want to declare another function. So let's say here we have our function of f2 right here, which again is not going to receive any arguments and any parameters, but here it's going to console log f2 function. And pay attention here, if we run our f1 right here, we don't get our f2 function run because we have not called it right here. If we use here f2 function and run, we got error of f2 is not defined. But if we use this f2 function right here inside of our f1 function, so we call that, actually let's call that 3 times, and we run our f1 function. If we run, you can see that we got printing of f1 function 1 time and f2 function 3 times. And that is because when we run our f1 function, it's going to come and run this function. First, it's going to execute this one, then create this function, and after this, we're going to call that function 3 times after each other. In this part, we're going to talk about inheritance inside of our classes and objects. To understand this fully, you need to watch our object and class parts of our JavaScript crash course that I'm going to give you the link in the description. So if you haven't watched those, please first watch them, then come to this video. First of all, here, we're going to create some classes and create some object using our class. So let's say here we have our class of vehicle right here, which of course inside of this, we're going to have our constructor right here. And we're going to have our year of our vehicle, then the name or the brand, then we're going to have our color, and what type of vehicle is this. For example, is this car, motorcycle, or other thing? And here inside of our constructor, we're using our this keyword to assign our parameters into our object. So we use the year, name. Then after we created our classes, now let's create some object using our class. So here we're going to have our car1, which is going to be new vehicle. And it's better to use the name of your classes with uppercase letter. And then we call the constructor. For the year, let's say this is 2018. The car name is going to be M4. The color is going to be red. And the type, of course, is car. And if we print our car1 into our console, as you see, we got this result. After this, let's actually have some methods inside of our class too. So here, let's say we have our method of getDetail right here, and this is going to simply console log the type of our vehicle. So it's going to say this is, and then we concat that with our car's type. Now, if we run this one here, car1.getDetail, and run our code, you can see that we got the result of this is car. But in some cases, when we want to declare our objects, we want to declare them based on their own, and not all of them are vehicle. So if we have, for example, some motorcycles, we don't want to declare that and give the type to motorcycle. What we can do is, because all of our vehicles is going to have these items, we can use these items inside of that by creating our class of car, for example, and then inherit these details from our vehicle class. So how we're going to use that? We create another class right here with the name of car as normal, but after we created this class car, before of our curly braces, we use our keyword of extends and use the name that we want to inherit details from that, which in this case is going to be our vehicle. And by using this, we are going to create object of car, which this is going to be something like a child of this vehicle. So this is going to be parent and this is going to be child. And what we need to do inside of our car is a little different than normal classes. So here, as normal, we're going to have our constructor, and inside of this, we're going to have the details that we want. For example, let's say we want these details right here. We don't want this type because all of them is going to be car. And for replacement of this car, let's say we're going to have our car node right here. And then inside of here, we're going to use another thing of super, which is going to be function. And what this is basically when we use this super keyword right here and use these parentheses, we're going to run the constructor of our parent object and class. So if we use this, it's as same as we use the constructor of our class, which is going to be this constructor. And if we want to create our car as a child of our vehicle, we need to pass the parameters that we received from here into our super function, which is going to create type of vehicle object for us. So here we're going to have this year, name, and color. We don't have this car node because this is only for our car. But as you see here, we have another parameter of type, and we don't have any variables here to receive that from the user. So in this type of situations, we use our static values that we want to pass into our parent class constructor, which in this case is going to be car right here. And after this one, we're going to have this car node, and let's say we have another function of get node right here. And inside of this, we simply console log our car node. But first, we need to assign that to our object's property. So here we have our car node. And here again, we're going to have this dot car node. And now let's create another object using our car class. So here we have our car2, which is going to be new car instead of vehicle. And inside of this, let's pass the parameters. For the year, let's say this is 2020. The model is going to be Challenger. The color, let's say we want this to be in black. And for the node, let's say this is muscle car. And now here, if we simply console log our car2 into our console, you can see that, let's clear our console and run again. You can see that we got the object of type car, which is going to have these items inside of it. But here we have our get node method too. So let's test that too. We have car2 and method of get node. And if we run this, let's clear our console again. You can see that we got the node that we put, which is this is muscle car. But because we use inheritance and this class is child of this parent class, we have access to this getDetail method too. So here, if we use this getDetail method on our car2, which we declared that using our car class, and run our code, you can see that we got that result appearing right here. But pay attention that our car1 is created by our parent class. So we cannot access, for example, this getNode method, which is inside of this car, because always child can access to its parents' items which they have inherit them. But parents cannot use their child methods and other things that we have. So for example here, if we use our car1.getDetail, because we have this getDetail, if we run, you can see that we got this printing. But if we use our car1.getNode, you can see that we got error and there is no such a function inside of our car1 object. And of course, we can have multiple childs for our parent. For example, here we got our car. Let's say we want another one of motorcycles. So what we do, we just simply copy this part of code and paste this here, change the car to the motorcycle, and we want to use again our vehicles constructor right here, but instead of typeof car, we want this motorcycle again right here. And here we want to have motorcycle node and not car node. And here this dot motorcycle node. And we want to change these 1, 2, and we're ready to go. Now let's create one motorcycle right here. So we use our const keyword down. This is motorcycle, of course, and we use new motorcycle constructor. And here let's pass the detail. So for the year, let's say 2024. For the name, let's say this is breakout. Color is going to be black. And for the node, let's say we want to say this is cruiser motorcycle, which if you don't know, this is type of motorcycles that we have, as same as this is type of cars that we have. And now here, if we console log our motorcycle into our console and run our code, actually we have this one. Let's clear this and run again. You can see that we got this object with the details that we pass into our constructor. And as same as our car2, we have access to this getNode method. So let's check that. We have our motorcycle right here and method of getNode. And if we run this, you can see that we got this is cruiser motorcycle. And if we use our getDetail method right here, which if you look, this is method inside of our vehicle, it's going to run this is and grab the type of our vehicle for us, which here we have our type. And if you pay attention, you can see our types inside of our super keyword, which is constructor of our vehicle, are static. So it's going to be car or motorcycle. And if we run this getDetail, it's going to come and grab the type of this object, which is going to be motorcycle, because we use this motorcycle as the type. And here, if we run, you can see that we got the result of this is motorcycle. And another thing that it's very good to mention right here is that you need to use this super keyword always on top of other codes that you have. So this super keyword and the super function right here must be called at the top line of our constructor. So always if you want to use super, it's going to be line below the constructor. And you cannot use multiple super inside of your constructor. So this is going to be only once in your constructor and in the first line. For example, let's say if we have another super right here with some, for example, let's make the year 2019, name, for example, we have string of name and same for the color. And again, this is motorcycle type. But if we run, you can see that we got error of super constructor may only be called once, and we cannot use this
twice. In today's part, we're going to talk about async in JavaScript, which is going to contain 4 parts: our callbacks, asynchronous, promises, and async await, and how we can use them. The first thing that we're going to cover is, of course, our first part, which is going to be our callbacks. Callback is a function that passes as an argument into another function. And by using this, we can define some functions to call another function while executing. For example, let's say here we have our function of calculate, which is going to receive 2 parameters of a and b. And inside of our code, we're going to have our result variable, which is going to be a plus b. And then let's say we want to console log our result just like this. So if we run our calculate function right here and pass 2 numbers of 1 and 2, for example, if we run, of course, we're going to see this 3 coming into our console. And this is our simple functions that we can use. But let's use another callback function right here. So let's say here we're going to have another function with the name of add, which is going to receive again 2 parameters of a and b. And inside the code, we want to return the sum of these 2 variables, which is going to be a plus b. And if we want to use this function inside of our first function, here we're going to have another parameter of callback just right here. And here, instead of using this static calculation inside of our calculate function, we're going to use our function of add and pass the variables of a and b into this. And another thing that we need to do is when we call our calculate function, we need to pass in the callback function that we have, which in this case is going to be this add function. And pay attention that here we don't use parentheses as calling them. We just put the name of our function right here. And here, when we want to use this add function, instead of using the name of our function, we grab this callback variable that we created right here. And after this, we run this function. And if we run this, as you see, again, we're going to see the result of 3. And this is how we can use callbacks in JavaScript. And another type of callbacks that we can use instead of this, let's say here we have our callback and run our callback right here. But here we can define our function inside of these parentheses while calling our first function. And here we're going to use arrow function right here just like this. And inside of the code, we can use this return a plus b. And of course, we're going to receive a and b here in our callback function. And if we run this, again, you're going to see, let's clear our console and run again. Again, you're going to see this 3 coming up right here. And because this is arrow function and we want to return only this a plus b, we can use this just like this too. And again, if we run, you can see that we got the result of 3. The next topic that we're going to talk about is our asynchronous in JavaScript. And basically, functions which are going to run at the same time are going to be called asynchronous. For example, let's say we're going to have 2 functions and we want both of them to run together in the same time. That is going to be asynchronous. But before using that, let's talk about our time. And one of the best examples of our asynchronous in JavaScript is going to be our setTimeout function, which this is predefined function in JavaScript. So if we call that here, we can use that. And inside of this, when we calling this, we're going to have this callback function right here. And then here we need to pass milliseconds that we want our code to wait, because this function is going to wait this much time that we put right here.
And after this much milliseconds, it's going to run callback function that we passed here. So let's say we want this to run after 2 seconds. Because this is milliseconds, we need to pass 2000 to here. And for our callback function, as I said earlier, we can define it just right here, or we can use another function to do that. So here, let's say we want to simply run console log function is running. And actually, we need to have these curly braces here too. Now, if we run, you can see first we don't have anything right here, but after 2 seconds, we're going to see this function is running. And this function is going to wait 2 seconds and then run this code. But if we have another function or another code right here, let's say here we want to have another console log of our base code running. If we run, you can see that we got this base code running, and after 2 seconds, we got this function is running. So what our code is going to do is when it started, first it's going to come and call this function and wait 2 seconds from starting of running our program. Meanwhile, it's going to run any other codes that we have after this, and when the 2000 milliseconds has passed, or for simplifying, when 2 seconds pass, it's going to run the function that we passed right here. And these two parts are going to run in the same time, the waiting of our setTimeout function and other codes. Another thing that we have, which is similar to this setTimeout, is going to be our setInterval function, which this is again predefined function in JavaScript. And what this does, it's going to repeat running this callback function every 2 seconds. What I mean is, let's say we clear our console and run our code. You can see that we got this base code running, function is running. It's going to wait 2 seconds and again run that function. And this type of running multiple things in the same time is going to be called asynchronous. And of course, we can have both of setInterval and setTimeout at the same time. For example, this time, let's say we're going to have again arrow function right here, console log of timeout function, and here let's make this interval function. And this is going to receive another parameter of time. Let's say we want this to be run after 30 seconds. And when we run this, you can see that we got our base code, our interval function right here, then our timeout function. But pay attention that our timeout function is going to run only once, but our interval function is going to run repeatedly every 2 seconds. So the next topic that we're going to talk about is our promises. Promises are type of object that we can have inside of our code, and we can do several things with that. So let's say here we have simple p1 as our promise, and as I say, this is object, so we can create that by this syntax. And this is going to receive function from us, which is going to be callback function. Actually, I want to create the function out of this parentheses, so I put the name of callback right here, and then here we want to define our function. So we're going to have this function of callback right here, and this function is going to receive 2 callback functions, which we use these promises when we want to do action after of some things. For example, let's say we have some codes right here, and after this we want to run 2 type of functions, 2 type of different codes based off this code. And it's some kind of like of our try catch, which we use this try catch, and we're trying this. If there is some error, we're going to run this. If there is no error, we're going to run other codes, but a little different. So here we're going to have first a function that we want to have if our code and our result is successful. So let's say we want to make the name to success, And then we want another function which is going to be run when we have some errors. So let's say we have this error for this function. And inside of this function, of course, we need to run these ones right here, and we can run any other codes that we want. And this is going to be run when our code and our result is going to be in success, and this other one is going to be run when we got error. And for using that, you can use any promise that we have, that we're going to have some of them when we are going to fetch some data from our API or our database or our backend server, which is going to be later in the course. But whenever we got some promise, we can use several things and this type of things on that. We select our promise, which in this case, I'm using this promise right here. And after this, we use the keyword of then, which is something like a method that we can use several times right here. So after this, for example, we can have some codes right here. And after this, again, we can have another then and another codes right here. And this is not limited. And we can use this how many times and how much that we want. And inside of that, we're going to have our functions, which let's say we got this arrow function, which is going to grab value for us and runs our code for us. For example, let's say we want console log here, success, result, code. And as same as this, we're going to have another function, which is going to grab the error and it's going to run when we got errors inside of our code. And here we can use this function right here and remove this arrow so it can be basic functions. And pay attention in these syntax and in this situation, we need to separate these with comma. That is going to grab this function and this function, which we have just right here, which is callback function, just like this, is going to grab success function and error function. So when we use this then, this is going to be our success function. Just right here, we're passing into our callback function, which is this success. So this is our first function. And then we have this error function right here. And if we want to use the previous syntax of our arrow function, again, we need to separate them by this comma right here. And we are going to use this a lot, and you know more about this and how to use this kind of things inside of your code in our next several parts, which we're going to talk about APIs and fetching data from them. The next topic that again is very useful, especially in fetching data, is our async and awaits that we can use, which by using async and await, we make our function to return a promise for us or wait for a promise, that we can use this kind of things on that. So for example, let's say here we have simple function of sum right here, which is going to receive two values of A and B from us. And here we have simply return of A plus B. This is simple function that we have. But here, if we use our async before of our function keyword right here, we order to this function that you must return promise for us. And here, if we run our function of sum with the values of 1 and 2, if we run, actually we need to console log this. So if we run this, you can see that we got returning a promise that has the value of 3 inside of this. So because of this, if we remove this console log, we can use the things that we got in our promises, which is going to be this then. And here we can use anything that we want with our value. And as you know, this is going to have two parts, which is going to be callback function for the success code and callback function for the error. So let's say here we want to define again two arrow functions right here. First one is going to grab value for us, and we want our success function to simply console log our value for us. And in our error function, we want this to grab our error, and this time we want console log that error that we got from our promise. And now if we run, you can see that we got this 3 because our function, which is async, has returned some value for us, which means when we calling this, we got the success result. And then because it is async, it's returning us some promise, which we can use this dot then and this type of things, which again, in this part, because we got the success code, we're going to run the first function, which is going to console log the value that this function returned for us. But if there is something wrong about the function that give us some error instead of value, we got the error to print into our console. And then we're going to have our await, which we can use this only inside of our async functions. So our await keyword makes the function pause the execution and wait for the promise comes. For example, let's say here we're going to have some variable of res right here, which is going to be run some random functions of fetch API, for example, which actually we don't have this. We have fetch function that we're going to talk about, but let's say this is some function that we want to have, and this function is going to grab some data from some places for us. So what we can do is we can use this await keyword right here, and by using this, when our function runs, here in the second line, it's going to wait for this function to run and return the promise for us that we can save this into this result, and then we can return that promise when we calling our function, because we have this async before our function keyword, which is going to make this function return some promises. And we're going to talk more about our asynchronous promises, async await, and callbacks in the API and fetch data parts later. And make sure to watch those videos too, so you can fully understand the whole topic of asynchronous, callbacks, promises, and this async await. In this video, we're going to talk about HTML DOM and how we change things inside of our HTML page using our JavaScript. For better and fully understand this part, you need to have watched our HTML and CSS full video that is going to be linked in the top corner and description you can watch. So please watch that first and then come to see the continue of this video. Until now, we have learned lots of things about JS that we can do multiple things with, but how we actually going to show this and use this inside of our page. So first things that we have right here is our simple HTML page, which here after our body tag, I want to add my JavaScript right here, which is going to be index.js. And here we have empty JavaScript file right here. In JavaScript, we have object model of document, which by using that, we can access to our HTML. So what I mean is that think of every tag here is child of parent tag, and every one of these are going to be objects. So for example, here we have this HTML, inside of that we have this head, and inside of that we have this meta title, and we have this body to be inside of our HTML too. Think of this way that we have our HTML, then inside of that we're going to have head, and inside of that we're going to have meta and title right here, and other thing that we have in HTML is going to be this body. So this is how we have structure of our index.html and how we can access them in JavaScript. For example, if we want access to this tag, we're going to access this, Then inside of that, we're going to select this and this inside of that. But the thing that we have in JavaScript is that all of these things that we talked about are going to be inside of this document. And this is how it actually is. First, we have this document. Inside of that, we're going to have this HTML, then head and body, and we can have things inside of our body too, which we're going to have, of course, because these are the things that we are showing to the user, and these head information. So here I'm going to run this index.html with this live server that is going to be extension right here, which you can use this to have your HTML files to reload automatically when you do any change into your code. Now let's bring it into our screen. Okay, here let's say we close this head part. So here let's say in our body we're going to have a simple h1 tag with the ID of title. And let's type title right here too. So we got this result right here. But how we should access this? As you know, I told you we're going to use our document right here. So we use this document right here, followed by that. And here we have several methods that we can work with. For example, because we have this ID of title right here, we can use selector of ID in our document object, which is going to be method of get element by ID right here, which is going to receive ID from us, then find that ID. And here, this is going to return this tag for us. But what we want to do with this? One of the examples that we can use is this inner HTML right here, which is going to change inside of this tag. So what that value is going to do is change this part right here. For example, let's say we want to make this simple ASD right here. You see that we got changed that right here. And pay attention that this is the property of our tag. And we are defining this like this and not by method syntax. So now let's talk about all of our selectors that we can use and all of our methods that they are going to return element or elements for us. This is selecting by ID, of course, you saw how it works. After this, we have another method of get elements by tag name. So we have this get elements by tag name right here. And here, instead of this, we put the tag name that we have. And here, if we pass this h1, and let's say here we have two h1 with different ID, of course. This is title 2, and this is title 1. It's going to return us both of these two items. So this is going to return us all of the elements with the tag name of h1. And if we want to use them, this is going to return us the array. So we need to use the index that we want. For example, we want first one, and we want the inner HTML of that to be, for example, test right here. Now you see we have changed the first one. And pay attention that this array contains these two h1s. And it can be any tags right here. It's going to return all of that kind and that tags that we have inside of our HTML page for us. And if we select the second one and index of 1 instead of 0, you can see that we're going to change second. After this, another thing that we can have, which let's say this is going to be h2 right here, and we have another of h3 right here. But we want to select all of these three tags. You know that we can't have the same ID for all of them, so IDs must be different. And in this case, we don't need these IDs actually. And after that, we have different tag name, and we cannot select them by tag name. So what we can do is we can have our class name
to be same in all of these threes. Let's say we want to make the class name the title, and here we use the method of get elements by class name. And here we pass the title that we got right there. And again, this is going to return array for us. So we can change all of the elements. Let's say we want the first, which is going to be this h1, and change the inner HTML into number 1. As you see, we got this thing work, and we can select the second one and index of 1, or its last one and index of 2 right here. After this, we have another type of selecting that we can use, which is very useful, and that is going to be our document.querySelectorAll. And what this does is going to find HTML elements by our CSS selectors. So this is going to receive a string of what we use to select our elements in CSS. If we want to select class, we use this dot, then the name that we have right here. So this is selecting all of the elements with the class name of title. And here, if we have index of 0 right here and change the inner HTML to 0, for example, you can see that we got changed the first item with the class name of title. Of course, we can have changed the other ones too, just like this. And let's say here we have two h2s here with the same class name, and we want to select them. What we can do is here we can use this h2.title, and here both of index 0 is going to be this, and index 1 is going to be our second h2 right here. So here we can use our CSS selectors. As well as this, we can have our IDs. Let's say here we have ID of A1, and if we define this ID of A1 into our H1, for example, and select the first one, you can see that we got changed that right here. And after this, we have a bunch of other predefined methods that we can use inside of our JavaScript to get elements of our HTML file. But this is my suggestion to you to always use these 3 or 4 things that we learned right here, because these are more controllable and we can work with these very easily. Now let's say here we're going to have simple div with the ID of div right here, and we want to select that here inside of our JavaScript. So we use this get element by ID, and what we have right here is ID of div. And here I'm going to assign that into this tag variable right here. And what I want to do, I use right here, for example, tag.inner HTML, I want to make that 0. I can use this syntax to maintain code easily. You already know that we have this property of inner HTML inside of our tag, so we can change what it contains here between its tags. And pay attention, we can put anything right here. For example, let's say we want to have this tag right here. We have this text, which again, this is going to be HTML tag. This is going to run. And no matter how we put it, it's going to be run, of course. And let's say here we have some breaks here and then another text. As you see, it's going to run because this is going to simply grab and copy this and come and paste this right here. And by using this, you can see that we have break, and because of that, these are not in the same line. But if we don't have this one right here, you can see we got both of them in the first line. After this, we can change attributes inside of our divs too. So let's say here we have the class name of div1 right here. And here we have this style tag that here we have the class name of color. And by using this, we want the color of the text to be red right here. So if we change this to the
color, as you see, we should have this result coming up with the red color. And how we're going to do that using our JavaScript. So here, after we selected our element right here, we can use name of our attribute as our property. So here, if we use this class name and we equal that with this color, you can see that we got this result because it's going to set the class name to color. And if we check the code that has rendered here inside of our page, if I zoom it a little bit, you can see here inside of our body, our div has the class name of color just right here. And as same as this, we can change other attributes too. For example, let's say here we have anchor tag right here. Let's say this has ID of length right here. So we use to select that, and then we set the href to be, for example, google.com. And by using this here, if we look at our code, you can see that we have this anchor tag with the link that we defined right here. And this is how we change attributes inside of our HTML using our JavaScript. So let's select our div again, and let's talk about next thing that we have, which we can have our dynamic HTML content inside of our HTML. For example, let's say here we have the variable of I with the value of 0 right here. And then we have this set interval that we learned in the last part. And here we have callback function, which is going to be I++ right here. And then we want this to repeat every 2 seconds. So we pass 2000 milliseconds right here. And pay attention that this is going to be changed, but the other code is going to be run only one time. So if we want to change what we want to print into our HTML page, we need to have that inside of this function. So we use this tag.innerHTML and we set this into this I that we got. Now, if you see, every 2 seconds, we got change inside of our HTML page, and this is going to be changing to 6, 7, and going on because of our code. And this is how we can have dynamic content inside of our HTML page. So let's get rid of these one. After this, we're going to talk about our write method in our document. So we use this document right here. And after this, we have this write right here. And what we pass inside of this write, as you see, is going to render after of our HTML contents. And actually where our script tag is. As you see here, we have that right here. But if we have this above of our text right here, it's going to render right here. So this write is going to directly write this and put this inside of our HTML page, just where we have this script. And of course, we can have anything in HTML format that we want. For example, let's say here we want h1 of test right here. As you see, we got that thing right here. And this is the way that we can add something into our HTML page. The next topic that we're going to talk about is about our form. So let's say here we have our simple form in our HTML, which is going to be this form. Of course, we don't need any action. Here, let's say we have input of number. And then here we have another input of text, as you see right here. And now let's add placeholders for these so we can see which one is which. Okay, now at the last, let's have input type of submit, which is going to be button actually. And this is going to say submit. What we can do is we can validate our inputs in JavaScript. For example, let's say we want this number to be between 0 to 5. So we don't want any numbers right here. What we can do is we can check when we're using this submit if this is that number or not. And how we're going to use that is we can have our validate function right here. Let's actually have that here in our script tag so we can see both of them in the one place. So here we have this function of validate right here, which is not going to receive anything as parameter. And here we use document that. Here what we can use to select our form. First thing that we can have is the name of our form. So we use this forms right here, and we need to pass the name of our form in this syntax right here. But we need to add name for our form first. So let's say this is form 1, and we grab this name and paste this right here. So now we selected our form 1, which is this form right here. And after this, we want to select the input that we want. And for that, again, we need to have the name for us. For example, here, let's say we have the name of number. If we select that, actually, let's make this numbers so it be different from the type. And we copy that. And again, here we use these brackets. And inside of that, we put name for our input. And here, if we use this dot value right here, we're going to see what is inside of this input. But pay attention, this is function and not calling. So this is not going to be run. And because we want this to run, we need to add attribute of onSubmit into our form. So here we're going to have our onSubmit, and here we use our validate function right here. Now let's say we want to save this to the variable of result, and then we want to alert that result in our page. Now here, if we have number 2 and submit, you can see that we got this number 2. If we have number 234, we got that result. And here we can use JavaScript to check whatever that we want. For example, let's say we want this to be between 0 and 5. So after we got this result, we say if res is larger or equal to 0, and if res is less than or equal to 5. And here we want to alert, for example, submitted, but in the else part, we want to say number is not in the range. And now if we check, if we put number 2 right here, you can see that we got the result of submitted, and we have some other numbers, and run, you can see that we got the result of number is not in the range. And you can check anything that you want right here by using this onSubmit attribute right here and passing this function. You can use this function to send requests to APIs, backend server, or other things, which again we're going to have in our course later. After this, we're going to talk about changing CSS by our JavaScript. We already changed HTML. We have checked the form and validate the form in our HTML. But the thing that we can do is change the CSS. So let's say here we have this paragraph with the ID of A1, which contains some text right here. And here in our head section, we have this style tag, which here we select our paragraph by the ID that we have given to that. And then we set the background color, for example, to blue. And here in our JavaScript, we want to make the text color of this paragraph to white. So what we can do, we are going to select our element, of course, by the way that I have told you, which is going to be document that we can use both of query selector for selecting by this CSS syntax right here, or you can use set element by ID. And then here we use this style property inside of this element, and again inside of our style, we're going to have the property that we want to change. And this property is going to be exactly the property that we have in the CSS. So here we're going to have this color property, and we want to set that to white. And we need to set the ID to the A1. And as you see right here, we have changed the CSS. And of course, you can do anything with this. For example, let's say we want to have padding of 30 pixels. You can see that we can change that, and we can change any property of CSS using this style, and then the CSS property right here, and the new value that we want that property to have right here. And because we can change this CSS, we can have animation using our JavaScript too. So let's say here, instead of this P, we have our div with the ID of div right here. And here we want to select that div, and here again. So what we need to do, let's say we got this background right here, but we have the width of 20 pixels, let's say, and height of 20 pixels too. And here in our JavaScript, we can use some things to animate. So let's say here we have this set interval function, and here we're going to have our callback function, and here the time that we want. Let's actually create the time variable right here. Let's make that 200 milliseconds, and this is time. So as you know, we have the parameter of transform in CSS that we can rotate our element using that. So here in our set interval, we're going to select our element, of course, and then in our style, we use the transform property right here. And then here, we use this rotate to, let's say, 45 degrees. And by using this, you can see that we got changed. And of course, we can have any number right here. But let's say here, we have the find variable of I with the value of 0. And here in our set interval, we want to rotate this based on what we have in this I. And each time we increment our I. So it's going to change every 200 milliseconds. And for that, we can use several things to use I as parameter right here. One of the ways is to use this backticks and then use this $sign followed by these parentheses and use this I right here. And now if we check, you can see that we got this result and type of animation right here. And if we change this, we're going to change the speed. So let's make that faster. This is how it's going to look. And of course, we can do even faster than that. And this is how we can create our animations inside of JavaScript. After this, the topic that we want to talk about, let's clear these one first, is going to be our events. So this has this background here, and let's make the color to be white, and we remove this width. So here, let's say we have the first text right here, as you see in the result. After this, let's actually make the text align to be center. So we got this result. And here inside of our JavaScript, we have some events that we can do to our elements react when we do some things with that. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is our onClick. So we want, if we click on this, we change the text, for example. Here we have properties that represent events for us. For example, we have this onClick property that here we can write JavaScript. For example, let's say we want to change the inner HTML. So we can use the selectors, but another way that we can do is do that with this keyword. And by using this, it's going to refer to this tag right here. And then here we make the inner HTML to be second, for example. And because we use double quotations right here, we need to wrap this in single quotations. So if we have this, and here, because we create onClick, if we click on this div right here, you can see it's going to change the text for us. And if we want to do this with our JavaScript, what we need to do is we simply make the onClick property inside of our element to this text right here. So I cut this from here and remove this onClick. And here in JavaScript, we use document.getElementById and pass the ID of div to this, and then onClick. So we assign that with function of change, for example. And now let's create our change function. So we have this function of change, which has no parameters. And here we exactly select this element and make the inner HTML into second right here. And as same as this onClick, we have another property of onMouseOver, which is going to do this when we hover on that. So if we reload that, you can see every time we go on that div is going to change the value. And very similar to this one, we have another one of onMouseLib, which when we mouse over, nothing happens. But if we go outside of this box, you can see a change. So when we hover on that, nothing happens. But when our mouse leaves, you can see that it's going to be changed. After this, we have other things like when mouse down. And when we click, this is going to be run. And when we unclick the mouse button that we hold, it's going to change on mouse up. So I have clicked now. And when I take my finger, you can see it has changed. And we can make this two different attributes of one is on mouse up and other one is on mouse down. And this one is going to make the inner HTML to collect. And when we leave, it's going to show us the second. So if I click, while I'm clicking, it's going to show this message. And when I release button, we got this second text right here. And after this, we have unfocus and unload events, two which are going to work as same as these are. And another thing that we can do with these events is going to be our event listener. So here, let's select our div first. So we use document.getElementById. The ID is going to be div. And here we have the property of addEventListener. And this is going to be method, which is going to grab two parameters from us. First one is the event, and the second one is the callback function that we want to run whenever that event has occurred. So let's say here we want to have check for click right here, and then after this we want the function of event. And here let's define our event. So this is going to be function event, no parameters, and let's alert the event word in this function. So whenever we click on this, you can see that we got this alert. And as same as this event, we have events of mouse over, mouse out, and other things that we talked earlier. In this part, we're going to talk about our window object in JavaScript. As you know, in the last part, we have covered our document object, which by using that, we can access to the HTML page that we have linked our JavaScript into that. But another thing that we can have access to in JavaScript and do some things using that is our browser window. So first, let's add our JavaScript into our HTML page. And now let's open our index.html using our live server. Okay, now as you see, we have our page right here. And if we have some test text right here, you can see it appears in our page. Here, let's say we have simple div with the ID of div right here. And here in JavaScript, let's select that div. So we use document.getElementById and we pass the ID of div right here. And let's make the inner HTML some tests right here and do our work. So the first thing that we want to have is our window height. So what we can do is we can use our window object right here, and here we can use our inner height property inside of that. So let's we save our element into our tag variable right here and get rid of this inner HTML property. And here let's say we want to make our tag.inner HTML to our window's inner height. And as you see, we got this result right here in pixels. But as all of you expect, our height is not 330 pixels. And this is because of I have zoomed in my web page. If I reset this and refresh the page, you can see that we got the result of 992. And because all of my screen is 1080p, this is going to grab only the white space and not this part. But if I have this in full screen mode and refresh my page, you can see that we got the result of 1080 right here. And that is the height of our window. And as same as this inner height, we got another thing of inner width. And what that is basically the width that our window takes. So if this is full screen, you can see that we got 1920 right here because this is 1920 pixels in the width. And if we resize the page and refresh, you can see that we got different numbers right here. And by using this inner width and inner height, we can define our CSS properties and values too as our window's height and width. We have that actually in our CSS, which is as same as view width and view height. After this one, we have another thing that we can show to you, which that is our screen property inside of our window object. But as you see right here, our screen property is object itself. So we have some things inside of our screen object. The first one is going to be our width, of course, which if we use right here, you can see that this result appears. And this is based on the all screen that we have and not the window of our browser. So if I refresh, if I change this, nothing happens because this is going to grab the screen's detail and return that to us. And we can use this screen property alone without this window object. And this is going to work as same as before. After this width, of course, we're going to have our height, which is going to be 1080 in my situation and my screen. But this might be different based on your own monitor and display. Another thing that we have right here is going to be our avail height and avail width. And what these are is going to be our screen minus the things that we have in our screen as a default things that take some space from our screen. But if I refresh the page, you can see that we got this 1080 right here because I have my taskbar hidden when I don't use that. So I got the full screen pixels. But if we make our taskbar to stay right here, so let's come to our settings and make this up. And by using this, if I refresh this, you can see that we got 30 pixels less than before, and that is because of our taskbar, which is going to take 30 pixels from our screen. And as same as this, if I change the size of my taskbar right here and refresh, you can see we got some different. And as same as this avail height, we got another thing of avail width. And that is just as same as the height one. So let's say I move my taskbar to this left side right here. If I refresh, you can see that we got this result, which is going to be pixels from just here to here, and the all screen width, which is 1920 minus this taskbar part. So let's make this as it was before. And now let's fix these one too. And let's talk about other two things that we have inside of our screen, which they are going to be color depth and pixel depth. So here, if we use this color depth right here, you can see that we got this number. And this is the number of bits that used to display a color in this screen. And just as same as this, we got our pixel depth, which is going to return us the pixel depth for us, which is going to be 24 again in my case. But all of these screen things that we saw right here might be different in your system and your code. And if we use these things inside of our websites, web apps, or other things, that is going to react based on every person's screen and with that details. So we can have very flexible things coding with this item. After this, we got another object as a property inside of our window, which itself contains some other properties that we can have. And that is going to be our location property. And this location is basically going to run this .href as default when we running our code. So this is going to grab the link that we have inside of our browser's URL part and return that to us. After this, we're going to have our host name that if we use, you can see that we got the host name part of the URL that we got. So we can use some things with that, and pay attention, this is not going to be IP in all cases. It's going to be mostly the domain's host name where you upload your application or website. After this, we're going to have our path name, which is going to grab us whatever we have after this slash right here. So in this case, it's going to be index.html, or if we render this in other HTML files or routes, it's going to show that and grab that for us. After this one, we're going to have our protocol, which is going to say us what protocol has been used in this request and window. For example, here, because this is on my localhost, as you see, this is HTTP, or if you have SSL certification, which is very useful and you need that if you want to publish websites or web apps, you need to get that HTTPS from this property. And as same as our screen one, we can use again this one without window 2. So our location.protocol is going to grab the same things that we got from seconds ago. Another thing that we can have is this assign method that we got inside of our location, which is going to make what we put right here into this part of our browser. And we need to pass that in string. So let's say here we want to pass HTTPS and google.com. And as you saw, when we enter our localhost, this is going to be run and redirect us into this google.com. So let's get rid of this line right here and make this simple test text right here. And come to our localhost right here. As you see, we got our test. The next thing that we're going to cover is how we can access these two buttons of our browser. Because you know that if we click this, we go back, and this is going to be forward for us. And for using these two items, we need to use our window.history object, which itself has two properties inside of it, which they are going to be back and forward. If we use this back, it's as same as we use this one. And if we use this forward, it's going to be this one. So first, let's say here, we want to go to our google.com right here. So after this, we have this page of us. So if we press this, is going to come to this google.com. And again, if we press, we come here. So if we use this dot forward right here, which is going to be method, you can see that we come forward. And if I again go back to that website, again, it's going to send me to this google.com. So if I click, you can see as same as I click, it's going to redirect me to this google.com, and I cannot see that. And as same as this, we have this back method, which if we use this, we're going to use this button right here. And this, again, we can be used without this window object at the first. After this, we're going to talk about our window.navigator object. And let's come to our localhost, which we got this. And inside of this navigator, again, we're going to have some other properties, which is going to grab some details about the browser for us. For example, we have our cookie enabled, which is going to return if cookies are enabled in the window or not. So let's say if we have this cookie enabled right here, you can see that we got this true. And another thing that we can have here, for example, is our language, which is going to return the language of our window for us, which as you see, it is English of the US for me, but it can be different in any user again. Or another thing that we can have is this online, which is going to say us if we have active connection to the internet or not. This is going to return that result for us. And this is actually this navigator things that we have, which again, if we remove this window, you can see again, it's going to be work. After this one, we're going to have another property that we have, which we have used a lot, especially in this course, is going to be our window.alert method, which is going to alert something for us as you see right here. And of course, as you know, we can use this alert alone and not with that window object. And this is going to be work. And by using this, you can see that we got little window here, which is going to show some message for us. And by this alert, you can see that we got only this OK button right here. But another thing that we can have here is this confirm method, which if we use this, you can see that we got two results of cancel and OK that we can select. And pay attention, this is going to return something for us. For example, let's say here we want to show what this has returned for us. So if I press OK right here, you can see that we got this true. And if I click this cancel, you can see that we got this false. So you can use this thing and this confirm to ask yes/no questions with your JavaScript. Another thing that we have right here is going to be our prompt, which is going to be some input that we type something right here. And by pressing this OK, it's going to return the result that we have input for us. So if I use this, you can see that we got this result. And if I again type the test word right here and press the OK, you can see that we got test. And this method going to return the test word that we have typed into this input for us, and we're going to print that using this inner HTML, which is going to make that text inside of our div. After this, in our JavaScript window and Browser BOM, we got our timing functions too, which we have covered them, which they are this set interval and this set timeout. And as you know, these both going to receive some callback functions here in the first place and time in the milliseconds that need to run. So again, this one is going to have callback function right here and this millisecond. This function is going to run every 2000 milliseconds or every 2 seconds. And this one is going to wait 2 seconds and run the code only once. But beside of this, we have two other methods of clear interval and clear timeout, just like this, which for example, clear interval is going to use the variable returned from the set interval, and clear timeout stops the execution of the function specified in set timeout. The last thing that we're going to talk about in this part is going to be our cookies. Cookies are data that we're going to store them in text file in the computer. So when, for example, some user visit the page and close the connection, and the next time it comes and check cookies are still in person's computer, if he had let the website and accept that we use the cookies on that person's computer, those cookies are still going to be there, and we can save something that we identify who this is and where he has left, for example. And for creating cookie, we use our document.cookie property right here, which here we can define that to the text that we want. For example, here we want to say A to be 16. This string is going to be saved in a cookie, which is going to be some kind of little variable inside of person's computer. So whenever user, for example, close the connection and again visit the website, we can have that cookie in here. So if we come to this inspect, this application and cookies right here, you can see we got this age to be 16 right here. And pay attention that these cookies can have expiration time. So let's say we want to save this only for 2 weeks, 1 week. We can do that by passing the time that we want right here. And that is going to be this semicolon and then this expires keyword, which is going to be equal to, actually I misspelled this, and here we need to give the time that we want our cookie to delete itself. And you need to use date format right here. For example, let's say we want our cookie to expire in 19th of the May in 2024. And we can give some time for this too. For example, we want 10 and we need to pass the seconds too, and at the end we put this UTC. So this cookie is going to be in our document cookie property until this date that we entered right here. But how we are going to read these cookies? So if we want to read them, we can use simply our document.cookie. And if we have our div selecting again, document.getElement by ID, and we have ID of div right here, and we make the inner HTML into this cookie, you can see that we got this cookie right here. And if I refresh the page, again, I have this right here. And if I have another tab open and reopen our website, again, this can access to the cookie. And as same as this, we can have actually multiple cookies too. So let's say we want to have another one to be named to Tom. And if I refresh, you can see that we got this name Tom. And again, if we delete this and refresh, you can see we got this one too. And for example, if you want to delete one of the cookies, what you need to do is only make the expire date to the past date. And by using this, the cookie is going to be deleted automatically. So here, let's say we want to have our document.cookie property, and we want to use this age one right here to be again 16. But at the end, we use this expire and we make this, for example, 2020. In this part, we're going to talk about APIs, what are they, how we can use them, and implement that in our JavaScript. So first of all, as you know, all of our applications contain front-end side and back-end side, which front-end is going to be our user interface that we show to our clients and users, and back-end is where the logic of our program is going to execute, and all of the works that we have with data is going to be in our back-end side. But when we have something run and executed in backend and we want to have connection between of our backend and frontend to show that data, or in some cases that we have something in frontend and we want to send them to the backend, we need a connection here. So first thing, let's say here we have our data in our backend server, and when we run, we want those data to come here. And for that, we're going to have connection from our backend into our frontend. And let's say in the other hand, we have some forms in our frontend that we want to save the data of them into our backend. And for that, we need the connection from our frontend into our backend. So here, let's say we have this data right here, and when our front end wants it, it runs through the connection right here, and we can access that in the front end. And this time, let's think that this data is a data from a form inside of our front end. And when we submit that, it's come through the connection into our backend. The thing that does this work for us and responsible to this task is our API. So API that we have in the front end, let's say we want some data from our backend. It comes to the backend side, grab the data that we have executed or grabbed from the database in the backend side, and this API is going to come to front side again and pass that data into our front end. And of course, we need reverse of this, which let's say our forms data, again our API grabs that and comes to the backend and pass that data into our backend. The similar things to this system is large in the real life. If we want an example of that, we can have restaurant as example. So let's say here our backend is our kitchen right here, where our chef creates our meals. In the other hand, we have the front end, which is the table that our customers sit on there and order their meal and eat it. And between of the table and kitchen, we have our waiter, which is going to come to the table to see what is the order, grab the order and pass order to the chef, then waits here until chef makes the meal, and after that, grab the meal and come to the table. And this is the basic explanation of the API and what it does. But let's jump out into our code to see how we can implement these in our JavaScript. Here we're going to have two kinds of API. First one are the browser APIs that we can use, which are the functionality of a web browser that the user uses to have connection. And then we can have a server API, which is the functionality of a web server. For example, one of the APIs that we have, which uses our browser to complete a task, so it is browser API, is our history API, which we have covered in the last part, which if you haven't watched that, there's a link in the description and top corner that you can watch. And that is going to be our window.history. And here we can have our back to go back, and as same as this, we have our window.history.forward to go to forward URL and website we had. And of course, you know that we can delete this window and it still works. And this is the most basic of the browser API, because our index.js or our HTML file cannot run this. But when this connects with the browser allows us to use these functions. After this, a very useful browser API that we can use inside of our applications is our web storage API, which is going to let us to save some variable inside of the browser of a user, which is some kind of similar to the cookie, but more advanced way. For example, let's say we have variable of name with the value of Tim right here. And we want to use this always inside of our website. Or let's say we have another variable of min age, for example, and this is going to be 18. And we want to use this one always again. So what we can do is that, as we learned in the last part, we use cookies to save this. Or another thing that we can use is use our local storage. And then inside of this, we use our setItem method, which this method itself going to grab two items from us. First one is going to be name of the variable that we have. For example, let's say we want to save this one. So we pass that in the string as min age, just like this, and then the value. And we want that to be 18 right here. So this is going to go and create variable inside of the browsers of the user and let us to use this whenever that we want. So let's have our index.html right here to be run with live server. And here let's select our div with the ID of div that we have right here in our JavaScript. So we use our document.query selector and we select our div with the ID of div with this syntax of CSS selectors. And here we want to make the inner HTML into our main age right here. As you see here, we got our 18. But because here we have defined our local storage item of main age into 18, if we open our inspect right here, and if we come to this application right here, here you can see that local storage in our storage part. And if we open this and click the URL, you can see that here we got min age to be 18 right here. And if we delete this one right here and refresh the page and again open our inspect and come to our application, again you can see that we got that one. And this is not going to be clear. So if we open another tab or close the connection and reconnect several days later, this is going to be here. And if we want to use this, let's say here we don't have these one, and here we want to show that mean age that we have inside of the local storage into our use. So what we can do is we can use our local storage again, and inside of that, we're going to have our get item method. And when we want to use this, we need to pass the key of the value that we have created. If you look here, we have the value of 18 with the key of mean age. So if we want to access that, here we need to pass mean age as string right here. And if we save this into variable of a, for example, and put the inner HTML of our div to this, and actually we need to have a right here, you can see that we got this 18 right here. By the way, that we never have anything and any assigning 18 value into anything right here. And as you know, we can refresh many times. It's going to be here or open in another tab. You can see that we got that 18 right here. After this, we have a bunch of other methods that we can use. For example, here in our local storage object, we have the property of length, which is going to say us how many numbers of data items that we have stored in the storage object. Or we can have this key method, which if we put any number right here, this method is going to return the name of that index key in the storage. So if we use 0 right here, as you see, we got the name of the mean age. Or if we want to remove this mean age, we can have the method of remove item. And here, if we pass the name of our key, we can see that. So let's open our inspect that we can see here in application. You can see that we got this mean age with the value of 18. And if we want to remove that, so we use this mean age. And if we refresh, you can see that we don't have any value here after this. And if you have multiple items in your storage, you can remove all of them by simply using the clear method right here. After this one, we're going to talk about our third-party APIs, which are the same as our web server APIs. We have a website of JSON placeholder, which if you visit, it's going to show you a bunch of fake APIs that you can use. For example, here, this is the API of the post that you can use, or you can have comments, albums, photos, to-dos, users, or other things. And these are the routes that we're going to cover and how we can use them. To grab some data from the web server to our front end, we're going to use our GET request. If we want to send something to the API, we're going to use our POST request. If we want to update something using API, we're going to use PUT request. And if we want to delete, we can use delete request. So in this video, we're going to cover this GET request right here. If we come to this users right here, you can see that this is a JSON file that we have right here, which contains some data about our user, which is going to be ID, name, username, email, and other things. And the URL of the API that we want to use is actually this URL right here. So we copy this and come to our code. Here, let's say we have our div in the variable of tag right here, and we don't want this inner HTML anymore. And down of it, we're going to use our fetch method to use our GET request on our API. So as you saw, we have this data in our JSON placeholder website, which is going to have some users for us. So if we want to have this, we need to have GET request on this URL. So here we use this fetch method right here, and inside of this, we simply paste the URL that we have copied. And because this is promise, we can use this dot then after that to do anything that we want from the data that we got from here. So in this line and this part, we grab the data from the URL, and here we can do anything with that. And pay attention, you can use this in only one line, but this is the good way to maintain and write code. And here we grab the data, we use arrow function, and then we simply console log the data into the console. So we use this data again here, and here if we open our console, you can see that we got some response. And if we open this, you can see that we got a bunch of items right here that we can use. But because our fetching data needs some time, we usually use the request that we have inside of a function. For example, let's say here we have the name of getData as our function's name, and we got these lines inside of it. And pay attention that we need to use this async right here because this is asynchronous. And when we grab our data right here, we want to set that into the variable of data right here. So we use this right here, and of course we need to use this wait so we can wait for the response of the server to our request. And here in the next line, we can simply console log data that we got. And if you look at the inspect again and the console, actually we need to call our function. So we have this get data right here. You can see that again, we got our result right here. And pay attention that we can access to all of these properties of the object that we have. For example, let's say here we want to access the body. If we use, you can see that we got the body here. Or let's say we want the headers. You can see that this time we got the headers, and we can use anything with these. But as all of you expect, we don't want these items from our API. Actually, what we want is these data that we have. So what we can do with that is after we fetched our data using this API and our fetch method, we're going to use this dot then because this is promise as I told you. And here we want to grab the response that we got from our web server and API, which is going to be in our res variable right here. And we want to convert that to JSON. So we use this dot JSON right here, which is going to do that work for us. And after this, again, we're going to use another then, and this time, which we got the JSON data right here. So here we name our variable the data, and we simply want to console log that data. And now if we open our console in our browser, actually we need to pass data right here, you can see that we got this results right here, which contains the data that we want from our API. And actually, let's open this in larger scale. As you see right here, we got 10 items inside of an array, which all of them has the ID, name, username, email, and other things. And if we want to show them in the user interface and our HTML file, here we can have some codes. So when we grab the data right here, because that is array, we can use our map method on this, which is going to grab each item for us. And we want our document.write method right here. And we want that data to add into our HTML page. And actually we need to use this E because we named that E right here. And as you'll see, we got names right here. And if we add break right here, so we use this BR tag, you can see that we got the names in different lines. And as same as this, we can get the ID, we can get the username, as you see right here, or other things. Let's say we want phones. You can see that we can get all of them. And if we change these to name right here, you can see the name. And if we grab the data that we got, you can see these are exactly those. So here we have this name as same as this. In the IDF2, we got this name, so we got this. So these are the data that we fetched from our API. In this part, we're going to talk about what is strict mode and how we can use this in our JavaScript projects. First of all, let's say here we have some codes that we can run. For example, we have this A to B 2, and we console log that. And if we run this, you can see that we got this result. But as you know, and we have talked about this, when we declaring variable, we need to use one of three keywords of let, var, or const. And by not doing this and not using these keywords to declare the variable, our code is not very efficient and good. But if we run this program, as you see, we got our result. But the thing that we can use here is our strict mode. And by using strict mode, it's going to prevent us doing these kind of mistakes. So when we have our strict mode in our code, it's going to help us to make our code better and prevent mistakes that make our code not very good. So how we can use that strict mode in our projects? When we want our strict mode to start, for example, in this case, we want all of our code to be run in strict mode. Simply, we're going to have this string of use strict above of our code. And by doing this, all of the code below of this and this scope, which is the file scope, is going to run on strict mode. And now this time if we run, you can see we got error of A is not defined. But if we make this not executable and run again, you can see that we got the result. So this is going to say us we need to use one of the three keywords of var, let, or const based on our use right here. So let's say we're going to declare this with var, and now if we run this time, you can see that we got the result. As same as this, we can use our let keyword right here. Again, our code is going to be run. And at the last, if we have our const keyword, we're going to see the result. But as I told you, this string of use strict is going to make the scope to run in strict mode. So what I mean, let's say here we have simple function with name of b, which inside of this, we're going to create some variable. Let's say we have variable of c to be 0, and we simply console log that c, the line after that. And let's actually call our b function here. Now, because we have our strict mode right here, if we run, it's going to run all of the program in strict mode. So if we delete this const from here and have this right here and run our code, you can see that we got this error. But if we have this use strict here inside of our function and run our code, you can see that we got the result of C is not defined. And because our JavaScript is going to run line by line, you know that here should be checked before of this C. But because we don't have this use strict and use strict is only in this scope, so these are going to run normally. But this scope, which is inside of our function, is going to run in strict. So if we have, for example, this let right here for declaring our C variable and then run again, you can see that we got both results of 2 for our A variable and 0 for our C variable. And pay attention that what we mean as variable is going to contain our objects, arrays, and other things that we have. For example, here, let's say we have simple array of numbers from 1 to 5. If we run this again, you can see that we got that error. But we can use this with both of let, var, or if we want that to be constant, we can use our const keyword.
So if we run this time, you can see that we got the result. And as same as this, we need to have our objects to be in the same role too. So let's say here we have the name of a Tom inside of our object, and let's say we got the age to be 23. If we run this, you can see that we got this result. But if we remove this let from here and run again, let's clear our console and run again, you can see that we got the same error of a is not defined. Another thing that we can talk about in this part is our parameters and duplicating a parameter. So let's say here we have two parameters, a and a. If we don't use our strict mode right here and run our code, you can see that we are not going to get any errors and our code is going to be run. But you know that this is not the right thing to do. And by using our strict mode, if we run, you can see that we got error of duplicate parameter name not allowed. So this is going to remind us that we should change the name of our parameters and make them different from each other. Next thing that we're going to talk about is related for our eval function. So let's say at first we don't have our use strict mode, and here we're going to define our x to be number 2, and then we simply console log our x. And here if we run, you can see that we got the result of 2, because as you know, eval is going to run but string right here as a statement inside of our JavaScript. But if we have this in strict mode, as you expect, if we run, you can see that we got error of x is not defined. But here in eval, if we use this let or var keywords right here, you can see again we got this result of x is not defined. Let's check var 2. You can see again we got that result. And if we have our const keyword right here too, if we run, you can see again we got the error. Next thing that we're going to talk about is about our this keyword. So let's say here we have simple function with the name of a, which inside of this we're going to console log simply this function into our console. So if we call our function and remove our use strict and run, you can see that we got this result coming right here. But this keyword in strict mode behaves a little different. So if we use this in strict mode and run our code, you can see that we got the result of undefined, because functions in strict mode will going to returning undefined, and functions in normal mode are going to return the global object that we have, which is our window for us. So as you see right here, this is our global object right here, which we have in our console. But when we use in strict mode, is going to return the undefined for us. The next and last thing that we're going to talk about is our reserved keywords in JavaScript in strict mode. So as you know, we can create all of the variables that we want, naming literally anything that we want. For example, let's say we have this a, we want this to be any random name, we can do that. But in strict mode, we're going to have a bunch of keywords that we cannot use them to create variable with them, which are going to be this implements. If we run, you can see that we got the error, which here if you read, you'll see that we got reserved word to using in a variable name. After this, we're going to have the interface, which is going to give us the same result as before. We got the let keyword right here, which is going to again give us the same error. After this, we have the package, we have the private, we have protected, public, and at the last, this yield keyword. But if we don't have our strict mode and run, you can see that we can create them and do anything that we want. So here we have our variable, and if we run, you can see that we got the result, and we can use that name and that word, which is reserved word, in our JavaScript. So it's very better
to use this use strict along of your projects and codes so you could code better and more understandable and better executable codes in your application.
Please give a like and subscribe to catch next videos.